Now we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Hey, yeah, look. Hey, on God, you everything that I want and I need. You give me hot just like smoking some weed. I put that Cartier piece on your wrist, cause God took his time when he made you for me. If you want my honey, I don't know why I be. That's why I call you my LOVE. Just like Alicia, yeah, you got the keys. You my little kryptonite, I'm your Christopher Reeve. No, I hate taking pictures whenever I do. You the reason I cheese. You was right by my side when everybody was sleeping on me, catching Z's. And on God, said I already knew from the very beginning. With you on my team, I would definitely start winning. We back to back, 96, 97. Just like the Bulls, Michael Jordan got it pimping. I could be crazy, a little indecisive, but choosing you one of my best life decisions. Yeah, it's more fish in the sea, but I play my cards right with you, babe, so I ain't gotta go fishing. I treat your body just like it's a holiday. I celebrate it like family tradition. You know I eat you like Thanksgiving pie and then open you up like a present on Christmas. Sex on the floor in the bed or the kitchen, or maybe the tub with some bubbles up in it. When we in the car, I lay back, let you ride it, but baby, go slow, we don't need speeding tickets. That's a fine, but you fine too. With no makeup, I swear, girl, you times two. Like your spine, girl, I'm always behind you. Bend it over, let me go remind you. If you lost, I'ma just use my GPS. That's a good pussy search, but I find you. When you mad and you lock all them doors down, I'ma look for a window to climb through. Oh God, you everything that I want and I need. You give me hot just like smoking some weed. I put that Cartier piece on your wrist, cause God took his time when he made you for me. If you want my honey, I don't know why I be. That's why I call you my LOVE. Just like Alicia, yeah, you got the keys. You my little kryptonite, I'm your Christopher Reeve. No, I hate taking pictures whenever I do. You the reason I cheese. You was right by my side when everybody was sleeping on me, catching Z's. And on God, hey, let me talk to you.
FYF Sports, man. Smart, man. We back, man. NBA Finals, man. Game 5, man. Max said DreamersPro called me out again. I just don't know why. Somebody even said Low mentioned me in the video. I guess Low finally responded to Sports, Fitness, and Rants. I got to find that video. I got to find that video myself, man. I mean, look, man. DreamersPro mentioned me again, man. Look. And I kind of don't believe that DreamersPro mentioned me because DreamersPro does not like mentioning FYF Sports. So he probably said some roundabout way to try to mention FYF Sports. Salute to Tiffany Ned, one of the OGs of the channel. We got Bryant A in the chat, plays by CJ. Salute, man. Appreciate y'all. Bezo the Prophet, man. Let me get my banner up here today, man. This banner is going to be big time today. This is the top donors of the channel. We actually got to add actually got to add Wally Lancaster to the banner as well, man. He came through with a huge donation to support the channel as well. So salute to everybody that's on this banner, top donors of the channel. Salute to Wally Lancaster, man. We got to do a special show dedicated to Wally, man. Wally's journey through basketball. I know he's crazy and he has a lot of crazy takes, but his journey through basketball and life has been crazy. We're gonna have to take time to do a show just to show some love and support to good old Wally, man. Salute the Lakers World Empire, man. He says salute FYF. We got to talk about, man. We got a lot of stuff to cover today. And you know, obviously y'all see the thumbnail. We're not going to talk about it right out the gate because we have something else we need to cover right before we get to it. But man, this topic with this P. Diddy trial has kind of taken the internet by storm. I think it's the P. Diddy trial is so crazy that it's kind of even overshadowing all of the kind of the world conflicts that are going on. I mean, you got Iran and Israel bombing each other, going crazy. I mean, and we over here in America worried about the Diddy trial. I mean, it's crazy what's going on and how this trial is. I mean, this trial is distracting from the NBA finals. It's distracting from all these world events. I mean, it's literally distracting from so much, man. And, you know, I always tell people, man, I talk to y'all about it, man. I said, you know, before this trial started, there were so many people trying to connect players of today, especially LeBronJames, to it, right? There's just a very odd obsession with cases like this and how people they want and they needed to connect to LeBronJames so desperately, right? Because they're trying to find that one stain on his legacy, that one stain outside of basketball that can really scar him, that they can really use against him, right? To try to dismiss his career. And we're going to be talking about that today here on FYF Sports, man. Should be a good show for you guys today. But before we get started, y'all, I have to dedicate probably this first segment of the show, y'all, to a special sponsor, a very special sponsor. So y'all know that. I mean, and I told y'all, I always tell y'all that, you know, as we do these shows, there's a lot of people that watch. People tune in. They tune in to smaller shows, right? They tune in. They watch. A lot of people. There's more people than you think that are invested in this debate community. And it's not just with FYF. I mean, it's even with some of the smaller channels like Goat James Kingdom. We saw Gilbert Arenas. I mean, he's been on Michael Jordan's Fans Are the Best panel. He's been on, you know, Johnny's Goat James Kingdom's channel. I mean, he was even on the Crossover when the Crossover had a show here on FYF Sports. He even appeared on the Crossover. I mean, so many people watch. And I think when so many eyes and ears and with us having these debates on these public platforms, man, you got to be careful with what you say in these debates. So the sponsor that we have today, and obviously they took note. We were one of the first channels, if not the first. We were probably the first channel to start incorporating ChatGPT into sports talks. And you know, somebody from the marketing team of this company caught wind of it. Obviously, they watch sports, they watched the show, and they said, "What better? Who better to partner with than FYF Sports?" I mean, they ultimately use ChatGPT. They use AI to kind of help siphon through all of this basketball information. So we got to give a shout out to a company that's now sponsoring FYF Sports. They are called Originality AI. Salute to Originality AI. It's a company that, I mean, they do literally everything. They are the number one in the game when it comes to checking for plagiarism, right? The AI checker ranks number one in the world. Their plagiarism checker ranks number one in the world. Their fact checker ranks number one in the world. And it lets you publish all content with integrity, right? And they say at Originality AI, we provide a complete tool set that will help website owners, content marketers, writers, and publishers hit publish with integrity in the world of generative AI, man. And to give you guys an example of what they can do, you know, and this is what amazed me, to give you guys an example of what they can do. They actually, because they watched these debates, and it wasn't even a debate on my channel, they just brought it to my attention. But they said they even use their software, Originality AI, during one of the debates. between two people that are in some sense closely connected to FYF Sports. Let me put it up on the screen here because we're going to play that segment. And what they said was, when the guy said he was listening to the debate, he was saying, I'm listening to it. And he was saying to himself, this don't sound original, right? He's one of the programmers for Originality AI. It's their job to be able to detect these things. And it's their job for their software to also further detect these things when somebody is completely plagiarizing from somewhere else. And he said when he was listening to this guy debate, he basically said, it don't sound original. It don't sound authentic or organic. And when they took the transcript from what he said, what they found is going to amaze you. What we're going to do is we're going to play the segment from the debate. Let me put it on the screen so I can share the debate with you guys. And again, we got to give a big shout out to Originality AI, right, for being able to expose this information. And we have a special coupon code for you guys once we get through this to share with you guys, because once y'all see this, everybody's going to want to use Originality AI going forward. This just shows you the power of what their service can do. Let me share my screen really quick. And so what they did was they found a debate, right, on Goat James Kingdom channel. And luckily they found it on Goat James Kingdom channel. They see Goat James Kingdom on FYF Sports all the time. They saw this video. This is the video that they showed me. And Goat James Kingdom was debating someone by the name of NNB Sports. And what they want y'all to focus on is obviously his entire debate was questionable, but it's this opening that they said they wanted to focus on. So what we're going to do is we're going to play the beginning of this debate. We want to hear the opening argument from NNB Sports. And then I want to show you guys what the people at Originality AI found after listening and running his opening through their AI software. Let's go ahead and check it out. And I want you guys to pay attention to this. Like I said, we're going to get through this and then we're going to get to the main topic of the show. But let me go ahead and play it for you guys. If you guys have trouble with the sound, let me know. But I think the sound should be fine. We're going to go ahead and play the beginning of this. Salute to Michael Jordan Fans Are the Best channel. I think he's working diligently behind the scenes to get his channel back up and going. So hopefully we can see him and those guys back up in the YouTube's landscape pretty soon here going forward once they're able to get things resolved behind the scenes. But let me go ahead and play this for you guys really real quick right here. This is a debate between NNB Sports and Goat James Kingdom, but the focus right now, according to Originality AI, is going to be on NNB Sports opening statements.
And today, I'm going to be hosting a debate on one of the age-old debates of recent years. Ironic. Michael Jordan versus LeBron James. Who's the better player? Who's the GOAT? One-on-one. And well, we have Goat James Kingdom back here again with A. Johnny, the Exposer, and we also have Nick, NNB Sports here as well. If you gentlemen would like to make any quick opening remarks before we get into the debate, A. Johnny, if you'd like to go first.
Thank you so much there, Dart. Peace, y'all. I am A. Johnny, the Exposer from the Goat James Kingdom platform. As y'all know, we go live every Sunday noon to talk basketball and the GOAT conversation. I want to thank you guys for having us on today. As my other half will not be here, but will be listening. But thanks again for having us on, and we're looking forward to the great discussion. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you for coming. Nick, do you have anything to say?
Nope. NNB Sports, you can find me, and let's give the people what they want.
All right. So for everybody, the format will be 5 3-minute rounds, each individual getting 5 minutes. Nick will start. And at the end of the 5 rounds, we will open the line for callers for discussion for about half an hour. Are there any questions before we start the debate?
You said 5 rounds, 3 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Without further ado, let's get it on. well,
And yeah, before this starts, let me address one mic in the chat. One mic. And then we also got to get a super chat. Let me address, that's the most important thing. Let me give a shout out to that dude, Chris, with the $9.99 super chat. First super chat of the day. He says, salute FYF Sports sponsor in the building. That's what's up. Salute to that dude, Chris. Like I said, if you haven't added you to the banner, that dude, Chris, we got to definitely get you added to the banner as well. You've been coming through support with heavy super chat donations as of late. And then we also got to get to one mic in the chat. He said that's a reach out. This content right here is sponsored by Originality AI. This is information that they brought to me, and they wanted me to use this to help demonstrate the power of their software. We got to give a shout out to Originality AI for coming through, so sponsoring the channel, and also sponsoring this segment where we're showing you guys how their service works, and how thorough it is when it comes to identifying fraudulent material, man. But we got to listen to this segment. Salute again. We got Goat James Kingdom in the building. I want y'all to listen to this segment. We got to give a big shout out to Originality AI. They recognized us for our use of AI software in these sports debates. They thought it would make a great partnership, and they are using this particular segment to showcase the power of their software. Again, so give shout out to Originality AI. We'll have a special discount code for you guys if you want the service, if you want to use it, if you want to look into it. There is a coupon code that you can use that we will giving you guys once we get through this particular segment. But we're going to get to NNB Sports opening, and then we're going to show you the breakdown from Originality AI.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
3, 2, 1.
This is cool. All right, I will largely go over some of the main points I covered in my video, which I'm sure Johnny saw. As usual with this topic, and in my opinion, and in most people's opinion, this is going to be a peak in dominance versus longevity and accumulation argument. Even if my opponents don't agree, I think that's how most people see it. Obviously, if we are going to argue who's better, we want to know who dominated more, who achieved more during their time in the league and when they were dominating said league. And I think it's no question that Jordan's dominance is far superior to LeBron's, as well as his skill level overall as an overall player and his two-way ability. Whether we use trophies, awards, times leading the league in any statistical or analytical categories, and we can even do top 10 averages as well as the competition that they played against. And even with about 500 less games played, including playoffs, Jordan still leads in several categories and awards overall, oftentimes the most important ones. But to reiterate my accumulation argument, I want to just bring up a few examples. Jason Kidd has more threes made than Dirk, Pedro, Carmelo, and Durant. He is not a better three-point shooter. Robert Parrish has more points than Wade, Bird, McGrady, and Anthony Davis. He is not a better scorer, shot creator, or shooter than any of those players. Is LeBron James a better rebounder than David Robinson? Absolutely not. And so to reiterate my point, in 11 full healthy seasons with the Bulls, I don't even need his sophomore year or the Wizards year or anything like that. He has 13 times led the league in any particular category. LeBron James has only twice led the league during his entire 20-year career. But what if we do top 10 finishes and try to help LeBron out? Even if we do an average of top 10 finishes, and I'll use 13 years for Michael Jordan, he still averages more times in the top 10 for any stat or category than LeBron has. What if we do analytics? Again, in his 11 years, full 11 healthy years with the Bulls, he has 61 times led in total for any analytic compared to LeBron's 43 times in 20 years. He has led the league more times in every analytical category than LeBron, except for value over replacement, in which they have both done it 9 times. What if we do top 10 for analytics? And I'll use 13 years for MJ. MJ still averages more top 10 finishes in analytics than LeBron has, and has led the league more times in all those categories than LeBron has, as said. Jordan, in his dominance, had 19 first-team selections in 11 years, compared to LeBron's 18 first-team selections in 20 years. What if we use all NBA averages for their careers?
We got 5 seconds left.
Michael Jordan still averages more all NBA selections overall for his 13 years than LeBron does for his 20.
We gotta pause it right there real quick. And I'm only pausing it right there real quick because obviously we have other topics on this show that we want to address that we're going to be talking about today. But that opening statement, and you know, as some of you guys mentioned in the chat, following his eyes, it looked like, and again, when you do these debates, I expect people to come prepared. I don't mind people that are reading from a script and reading from a screen. If you put together an authentic, original argument and you need to write it down so you can keep your thoughts organized, I'm all for that. But I think it was very obvious that my guy was definitely reading from something. He was definitely getting information from something, right? And that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to study. We're supposed to get information. But are we supposed to just directly rip from other people's takes and pretend that they're our own takes? Or are we supposed to incorporate it into what we know? Remember what I talked to you guys about. Remember when I talked about Mars and his debate? I said Mars uses the stats and analytics as the argument. He doesn't use them to support an argument. And I think the same thing was going on here. And I think it was one of the reasons why in this debate in NB Sports was not even debating the topic. He was so set on just gathering up a whole bunch of information that just goes against LeBron James that he got far removed from the actual topic of the show. And I think in that process of just gathering information, what he ultimately also did was, and let me share my screen to show this for you as well. What he ultimately also did was he also never created anything that could be considered as an original work, right? And that's what the people of Originality AI, this is what they do, right? They are able to go through content, whether it's written works, whether it's publications for news sites, whether it's you speaking on a podcast. What they did was just to show us the power of Originality AI. Let me show y'all this comprehensive report that they did where they took the transcript of his opening and they literally broke it down. And let me show you guys this. Let me show you guys really quick. Let me share my screen. Here's the report that they sent me. And whenever you get a report from Originality AI, they do a good job of breaking down that report into a PDF file. And let me share this with you. And this is what they sent me right here. So they sent me a breakdown of the opening, right? And hopefully you guys can see this. I'll zoom in a little bit more if you cannot see it. So this is a comprehensive plagiarism report on NB Sports opening. All right. This was conducted by their plagiarism checker in June 2025. All right. Now, they did a summary score. Total plagiarism detected in his opening statement was at 71%. There was 37% exact plagiarism, 34% partial plagiarism, and only 29% of his opening statement was original content. And we can assume that 29% was probably towards the end, or even the beginning when he was kind of talking about Johnny and just kind of introducing himself in. But when we go to the meat and bones of what he was saying, it literally broke down, and it also tells you where he stole and ripped the information from verbatim. And it tells you what is exact plagiarism and what's not. And so it basically says, it basically breaks down all the sections of where he was talking. It says from the start of his opening, it says this is going to be peak dominance versus longevity and accumulation argument. They said that's exact plagiarism. Jason Kidd has more threes than Dirk, Page, Carmelo, and Durant, and he is not a better shooter. Both of those came directly, and they are exactly word for word verbatim from Reddit. He ripped it word for word from Reddit. Not a change. Didn't use it to add to his talking points. He stole somebody else's take to completely use it as his own talking point. Which again, have your own takes. Be original, right? Don't rip from Reddit. All right, hold on, y'all. We got to get the spammers up out of here, y'all. And so when we go to the next one, Robert Parrish has more points than Wade, Bird, McGrady, and Anthony Davis, right? He is he says he is not a better scorer. That's also ripped and sourced directly from Reddit, you guys. And when you go to Originality AI, what it also does is it also tells you exactly where it came from. And we got Herb. Herb says, Lamont, you ran out of ideas. Unfortunately, Herb, this is not an idea. This is a sponsored segment from the people of Originality AI. They want to show you the power of their service. Salute to the people over at Originality AI, because they're the ones that selected this segment to use as an example of what to do and what not to do in these debates using their plagiarism checker. So again, salute to the people over at Originality AI for showing us the power of their service, man. And Herm, I'm going to be sharing with you a coupon code at the end of this segment so that you too, Herm, can avoid plagiarism when you go through these debates. Because Herm, just like in NB Sports, we know that you as well like to read from a script when you debate as well. And maybe we need to use the plagiarism checker on some of your basketball takes as well, Herm. But this is not about Herm. This is about NB Sports. This is about the Originality.ai checker really breaking down this, and it really exposes where how these Jordan fans like to debate, right? Jordan fans do not know how to debate for Jordan. They only know how to talk down about LeBron. And what ultimately happens is they go group up in places like Reddit. They bundle up all of their bad talking points in one area, and then they all use the same talking points. None of them have an original take. None of them know how to talk about Jordan. None of them can tell you what made Jordan great, right? When you ask them about Jordan in the 80s, they can't tell you, right? They cannot tell you any of these things. They didn't watch. And this exposes it all, right? Because supposed Jordan fans, what they're ultimately doing is as you can see here, they are literally running to Reddit pages to pull verbatim, word for word, line by line text to use in debates on these platforms. It's one of the reasons why I created that book, the LeBronJames Gold Encyclopedia. It's to dispel the narratives, because people will huddle up in masses on Reddit pages with thousands of people just to use these arguments, because they do not have a sufficient argument of their own. As we go through more of these right here, LeBron James is not a better rebounder than David Robinson. Who thinks to say stuff like this? Like, where would this come from? Well, it comes directly from Reddit. In 11 full seasons, Jordan led the league in analytics 61 times. LeBron led 43 times in 20 years. Where do you get that from? It's sourced directly, verbatim. It says exact plagiarism from Reddit. These are not real arguments. These are arguments that they don't know how to talk about Jordan in a conversation where you're supposed to be telling us why Jordan is the better basketball player than LeBron. What are they doing? They're in the opening statement. They're just crying about LeBron, and in crying about LeBron, that in and of itself isn't even authentic. It's all ripped directly from other sources, and it's not even changed. You're not even adding it to your own organic take. You're not even telling us how this information translates into Jordan being a better player. Crazy right here. We can keep going through it. Jordan had 19 first team selections in 11 years. LeBron 18 and 20. Again, that's ripped directly from an article in Fadeaway World. LeBron played 55%. It says LeBron played 55% more playoff series than Jordan, but Jordan faced more 50-win teams. That's literally line by line, exact plagiarism, also sourced from Reddit, and it provides the links as well, which is absolutely ridiculous. We can keep going because it literally broke everything down. Jordan is the better two-way player, has more DPOYs and steals per game. What it's doing is it's taking the sentence structure, right? Sometimes when we say these things, like for example, Herm might say something to that degree, but the sentence structure is going to be completely different. How odd is it that he's saying these things exactly, line by line, word for word, as they are typed on Reddit? Crazy. Jordan dominated the league when it was tougher. He has a better playoff percentage. We've heard that before, but when you say these things in exact wording that it is on Reddit, that's called plagiarism. LeBron has longevity, but Jordan has had more dominant peaks. All three of these lines, 8, 9, and 10, all sourced also directly from Reddit, word by word. And then Jordan has 7 of the top 15 value over replacement seasons, also sourced directly from Reddit, word by word, exact plagiarism. Now as we progress through this, there are also elements of partial plagiarism. Effective field goal percentage comes down to more 3-point attempts. Partial plagiarism. When he said PER stats is a stat that shows Jordan produced more per minute. Partial plagiarism. Jordan went through tougher competition. And this AI is so powerful. It can even tell when you're stealing from other YouTube videos, because he stole all 3 of those takes came from the same YouTube video. That link is right here on the PDF, man. Oh, my bad, y'all. Let me put that back. Let me put the PDF back up. But this is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Hold on. Let me get the PDF back up. All right, let me zoom in. We got RT the brand, salute. We got Hollywood Herman here crying to the people, man. It's wild, man. Hold on, y'all. Let me zoom in on this. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen again. All right, so we see the partial plagiarism. So we show y'all the partial plagiarism, and let me zoom in a little bit more. So we see the partial plagiarism from these YouTube links. We got more things. Jordan never needed to team up like LeBron to win. Again, it's the exact wording, right? And it all seems to be ripped directly from Reddit, man. Michael Jordan is the GOAT because he never lost in the finals. Jordan, who won all 6 of his finals appearances and never win again. All of these statements, you guys, all plagiarized. When we talk about people who hate LeBron James, they don't know how to talk about Jordan. They only know how to group together to complain about LeBron. If you are a Jordan fan, talk about Jordan. Tell us, break down this game to a science, right? We see all of the videos, when the Kobe detail videos. Somebody give us a video. Do those types of videos. Teach the people about what made Jordan's game beautiful, right? But I think what a lot of Jordan fans do is in these debates, we can even go back to the Mookie debate when Mookie debated. When Mookie lost the debate because he never said a word. He only cried about LeBron James in every single round. He never said a word about Jordan. This is what Jordan fans do. So we have more things. We have more plagiarism from Fadeaway World, more plagiarism from Reddit, and then even everything that he said that he paraphrased to make unique, they also have direct ties to Reddit as well. Again, so everything that he said that was considered unique is still directly tied to Reddit and YouTube videos. So we got to give credit to him for at least coming with 29% uniqueness. But ultimately, what GOAT James Kingdom says is correct. What GOAT James Kingdom says is correct. These guys, what they do is they don't know how to talk the game. They don't know how to talk about Jordan. They don't know how to talk about Jordan. All these are all talking points. And this is all ties directly into my book as well. Right. But let me take you guys away from this right here. So let me give you guys the full report from Originality AI. So if you go to their website, and you guys can do this on your own, what I want you to do is you can go to that video on GOAT James Kingdom channel. You can go, there's a side menu where it says transcript. You can go to the transcript. You can copy and paste the entire transcript, and you can put from NNB Sports, you can put it into the originality checker on originality.ai, and this is what you will get. Right? Because I went and double checked it myself. So when you go right to the website, again, All you do is you copy and paste and you put the text in. And when you put the text in, what does it say? It says the exact thing that the report says. 71% average plagiarism, minor changes, 5%. I mean, it's just crazy. 71%. It says right here, high plagiarism level in his opening statement. I can't imagine if we did his entire, if we just ultimately did his entire, debate. 71% plagiarism in your opening is wild. And it all stems from what, Go James Kingdom? It all stems from just hating LeBron. If you just talk about Michael Jordan, and if you just focus on what you're supposed to be talking about in the topic, you don't get there. So again, salute to the people at Originality AI. They do a hell of a job of really checking these things, fact checking things for the people. You guys, make sure you go to originality.ai, right? Originality.ai. Use the code FYF Sports to get 4 free months of service. 4 free months of service before you have to pay. If you're a student, if you're a content creator, if you're a writer, right? If you want to make sure that everything that you do, or your students or whoever, is original, use originality.ai. They're the top in the game. As y'all can see, even things that are put out on video can be cross-referenced and checked, right? Don't find yourself caught up in a web of fraudulent activity. Make sure you go to originality.ai to make sure that you are being authentic and original with your basketball takes, especially your basketball takes, right? Do not rip from Reddit. Do not rip from Fadeaway World. Those are not credible sources when it comes to talking a game of basketball. In some cases, those resources can give you additional information to supplement your talking points. Do not use that information as your own arguments. That is called plagiarism. You're supposed to just use it as a supplement. And what you're also supposed to do is you're supposed to cite your sources so that you do not get doxxed for plagiarism. Salute to the people at originality.ai for coming through. And that even ties in directly with, the book, that ties in directly with the book, man. The LeBron James GOAT Encyclopedia, man. The LeBron James GOAT Encyclopedia is the paperback version is available, man. It is readily available for you guys to go get today. Make sure you go get your time. And also, what's even better, the paperback version is out, right? It's to combat people like in NB Sports. There were a lot of people in the comments, right? There are a lot of people crying in the comments. This book is not to convince you that LeBron is the GOAT. Let's just get that confused. I don't care who your GOAT is. This book is to combat all of the myths and the narratives that people like NB Sports use to try to convince you that LeBron James is not great or the GOAT. So it's in reverse. So a lot of people think, oh, you're trying to convince people LeBron is the GOAT. I don't care where you rank LeBron, because it ultimately all comes down to your criteria and how you see the game. But when we talk about LeBron James, in this book, there are over 100 myths destroyed. Over 100 myths destroyed. Real stats, real quotes, real truth. Right? One line kill shots for every argument. This is a weapon. That's why it says weaponized truth for the debate era. Right? What you can do is you can use my book. You can cite my book. You can cite the court. You can cite things in my book. You can cite the source and use this to support what you already think and know about LeBron James. Right? But when people like NB Sports, who source all their information from Reddit and Fadeaway World, as you see, they all huddle up in one Reddit thread just to put together a whole bunch of myths and narratives about LeBron. And then when they all spread out amongst the masses to go debate, those are the talking points that they use. This book literally debunks them all. It debunks them all. The link to buy your book, remember the paperback and the hardback is available now. And I also have to give you guys a big shout out as well, because the book is now ranked amongst the best sellers on Amazon. We are now cracked the top 200. We have cracked the top 200 in sports encyclopedias. We have cracked the top 200 in sports bibliographies, and we have cracked the top 200 in basketball books. This is how you know it's a legitimate weapon. And then they've also featured the book in university books in regards to the topic of sports. It's a top feature in that section as well. So it's not, so again, I've created something that is now looked at as a revered weapon. And it's not by me, even by people on Amazon, man. So again, go get your copy today to support. Go get your copy today to stay educated, man. Right? Look like people like Mark S. He says Turnover King. This book is debunks people like Mark S. Mark S was on that same Reddit thread. He was on that same Reddit thread with NNB Sports, with these inauthentic, fake, narrative-based arguments against LeBron. The real Eleazy says, sad, bro. No, being a bestseller is not sad, the real Eleazy. Because this book is about breaking myths. Are you mad? Are you mad that I blew up y'all Reddit spot, the real Eleazy? Because I saw your profile in there. I saw NNB profile in that Reddit thread. Are you mad that we blew up y'all Reddit spot? Y'all, the spot where y'all huddle up in masses and congregated with all of these narratives about LeBron James? We blew up the spot. Y'all can't no longer use that Reddit thread. Y'all can't. This book debunks the narratives and the myths. I get that there are things that LeBron James has done in his career that actually do deserve criticism, that do deserve some level of scrutiny. But some of the things that you guys try to address, some of the things that you guys make up, absolutely make no sense whatsoever. And this is why we created the book. And this is why a lot of you guys are mad. I mean, y'all are mad. Look at Kathleen Kennedy. Bron also destroys your team for a decade. How? Now LeBron destroys your team. Bron literally single-handedly shifted the economy in Cleveland by about $500 million, but he destroys your team. Gave Cleveland their first championship. How did he destroy their team? Brought the Lakers back to respectability with a championship in 2020, but he destroys your team. There are organizations that don't have one championship. There are entire organizations for the entire duration. They've been trying year after year after year after year to get one. When you bring LeBron in, it gives you hope. This is not me saying it. This is his career. It's already played out. His career is already basically over. These things are no longer that he needs to prove. He's already proved them. Where the real Eleazy says, again, talking about numbers. I didn't say anything about a number, the real Eleazy. It was funny, too, because even when I listened to that debate with NNB Sports, in NNB Sports opening, the oddest thing about it was his opening was about the numbers and how the numbers are convoluted to make LeBron seem better. But then he proceeds throughout the rest of the debate to use numbers for Michael Jordan. If it's not, you guys have the weirdest arguments, but again, it does not surprise me why you guys are very selective with the panels that you choose to go on. Y'all are very selective. I get why y'all are very selective. Now, I'm going to be dropping the link pretty soon here because the next topic, we can breeze through that very quickly. But again, big shout out to that first segment of the show from Originality AI. They did a hell of a job identifying the plagiarism in NB Sports basketball takes. No original takes. These guys do not talk the game of basketball. They don't understand the game of the basketball. They only understand hate for LeBron James. And companies and people like Originality AI, they expose that as well. We got Wally in here as well. Salute to Wally pulling up in the chat as well, one of the OGs of the channel. And we got A Johnny in here, man. He says GJK has changed the GOAT debate basketball discourse. In a sense, you have. And I told you, man, look, you are on Player's Choice. And man, you had what's his name? What's the white dude's name? I don't know how he even walks around. I don't know. I think people bring him on as just entertainment fodder for potential bad takes. But Pence or something like that, or Penske or something like that. But man, this man right here is horrible with his basketball takes. The Real Eleazy says stats, money, number. I don't know what that means, Real Eleazy. Hopefully you hit the link and you explain yourself to a certain degree. Catlin says if LeBron was the GOAT, he'd be playing in the finals. If you don't, this is the problem with you guys. I'm not up here, as I've said many times. I'm not trying to sell you that LeBron is the GOAT. I don't care who you rank. The one thing that we expose, though, is the one thing that, and GOAT James Kingdom has also exposed to a certain degree, is that you guys have some type of very odd emotional affinity towards LeBron James, because you guys will selectively just remove him from where he belongs in NBA history, put him far lower just because of your feelings. You guys have this weird emotional affinity towards LeBron. And then when we ask you your criteria, then you ultimately end up looking like Peter Bagjuice or King Rowe, right? Or even Slim. So when we pull up your criteria and we put your criteria into a non-biased algorithm, all these King Rowe had LeBron at like 8 or 9. We put his criteria in, it puts LeBron at number 1 all time. It tells us right here that you guys are intentionally moving him where he doesn't belong because your criteria doesn't reflect your ranking. You intentionally ignore certain things about his greatness. You make up reasons to dismiss it just to bump him lower. Oh, he switches teams. That's a fake reason to bump him lower. All players throughout NBA history have been switching teams. But now all of a sudden when LeBron does it, it makes him rank lower. Shaq went from Orlando, a team that was in the finals, to the Lakers. I don't never hear y'all talk about him switching teams. All the players of the past who demanded trades, who wanted out, or even switched teams themselves. Barkley leaves the Sixers, calls them trash, tries to join a super team in Portland, but then ultimately goes to a 50-win team in Phoenix. You guys applaud it, even though he was a loser, and none of it worked out. The hypocrisy in y'all takes is very, very nasty. And it ultimately takes us to the topic of today's show. The topic of today's show, man, is also in regards to fake narratives around LeBron James. Because now the P. Diddy trial has started, and I even told y'all this. I said, all the people that are trying to connect LeBron James to this, I said, we are going to find out very soon who's lying and who's not. Because when that trial starts and when LeBron James isn't called as a witness or isn't mentioned in any court documents, y'all going to have a lot of answering to do. There's going to be a lot of people that pretend that they never said these things. For example, we pull this up right here. We got Kwame Brown Bus Life. 1 year ago, Kwame Brown reacts to LeBron James hanging at Diddy parties. False. We got more videos right here from a guy named D Green. LeBron James addresses Diddy's freak-offs Easter Sunday. False. LeBron James needs to speak out on being an alleged witness to Diddy grape cases. That's from Ticket TV. He did that 2 months ago. We got more videos right here. LeBron James and other celebrity witnesses may be called to testify. LeBron James silent after woman violates him. LeBron James blasted by ex-NBA player for silence on Diddy. They are desperately trying to connect LeBron to homoerotic behavior. Go James Kingdom, again, talks about this as well. Y'all have an odd affinity for homoerotic relations. Here's another one right here, Tiki TV. LeBron James needs to speak out on being an alleged witness. Right? We got another one, Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown reacted to 50 Cent wanting full custody of his son. LeBron James, Diddy party allegation. We got Face, and that was a year ago. Face of the NBA, LeBron James named as witness in new Diddy sexual assault case. That was 2 months ago. That is also false. It says right here, LeBron is Lakers star. LeBron James blasted on the news amidst Diddy trial. When was he blasted? And then what they also do is then they'll bring on they'll bring on people of the Ticket TV brings on Jaguar Wright, a known meth and fentanyl user. And supposedly Jaguar Wright exposes LeBron James. This is the same people that consider Chael Sonnen as credible. They'll bring on somebody like Jaguar Wright, whose her own son exposed her as a fentanyl and meth user. Dope fiends. You will bring on dope fiends just to get a bad take out of LeBron James to sound credible. We got more right here. More videos. Diddy's ex-bodyguard says Bron is rumored to be called in. Oh, is he? We haven't. The funniest thing about it is people try so desperately. As you see another video right here. Face of the NBA, LeBron James named as a witness 2 months ago. People tried so desperately to connect LeBron James to this Diddy situation. And remember what I told y'all in the last show. I said the basketball gods have a funny way of hitting you with some karma. Because what we ultimately got out of this trial was we didn't get nothing with LeBron James. We didn't get LeBron James called as a witness. LeBron James wasn't mentioned in any paperwork or any documents or as a co-conspirator or anything like that. What we ultimately got was these names got mentioned at Diddy's trial. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal. They got mentioned. The report right here, breaking news from TMZ. Diddy's ex, Jane, which is Daphne Joy, bedroom balling like Kobe, Shaq, and MJ. They called them the trifecta with the male escort. Right? Diddy's ex-girlfriend Jane says a threesome they had with a male escort had them feeling like NBA ballers, testifying she and Diddy compared themselves to Kobe and Michael Jordan. Desperately trying to connect LeBron, but in the midst of trying to connect LeBron, it was Jordan and Kobe that ultimately got connected. This is how the basketball karma actually works. It flips the script on you. And all of these people are now dead silent about this connection. This is during cross-examination on last Tuesday at Diddy's federal criminal trial. Jane told jurors Diddy referred to a particular three-way as a trifecta and compared them to 3 NBA Hall of Famers. Jane, who's testifying under a pseudonym to protect their identity, says the trifecta included male escort Paul. She told jurors that in this scenario, she was Kobe. She was Kobe. So what's the odd connection here? She was the side chick, just like Kobe was the sidekick. The side chick gets the nickname of the sidekick in Kobe Bryant, which is crazy. The side chick gets the sidekick player, Kobe Bryant. Diddy was Michael Jordan, the supposed mastermind at the top of the mountain, the GOAT. Diddy looked at himself as who did Diddy look at? When Diddy looked in the mirror, Diddy saw this. This is what Diddy saw. This is what Diddy saw. Diddy saw this. When he looked in the mirror, when he was preparing, this is what he saw. He didn't see LeBron. There was no connections to LeBron or none of that. This is what he saw. And it said Diddy was MJ, while Paul, the Punisher, was Shaquille O'Neal. Wow. Wow. She said Diddy and Paul were my boys and told jurors she sometimes referred to Paul as the boyfriend. Right? Says Jane had lots of testimony and she told jurors she would use the term to describe Diddy. She testified that she learned of, and she talks about all this other stuff. It says, and TMZ also says, this ain't exactly Phil Jackson's famed triangle offense, man. And that is all on TMZ, man. So far in this trial, after months of people like Carcino, DreamersPro, Ticket TV, after months of them trying to tell us that LeBron James was somehow connected, they do know that once the trial starts, we will get all the information. The documents have become public. We see and hear, we know who all of the potential witnesses are. They release that data. We know who is in the paperwork and who's not. And when people were saying long ago that there were NBA players named in the Diddy information, they didn't want to tell you that the NBA players named were Kobe, Bron, and Shaq. But they wanted what they did, because Ticket TV has more information on this case than a lot of us. Ticket TV is getting direct court documents. I would believe that somebody like Ticket TV knew this and was able to confirm this long ago. I believe he was sitting on this information a long time ago, but never told anybody, because some of the court documents that he's reading, I had somebody reach out to me and said, where's Ticket getting this information? So they're sitting on this information, and then it gets released, and then they all go silent. They all go mum. But see, this is what happens when you invest in chasing the narratives around potential LeBron James. When you get so far removed from actually talking basketball that the only way you can try to slam LeBron James's game is to try to talk about his life outside of the game, which is the saddest part about it. Wally says Jordan's not taking a stand for this. He's not. And the beauty of this is that this is not to say that Jordan or Kobe or Shaq are directly connected to this Diddy trial. Let's just get this clear. They're not connected. But I think the funniest thing about this is that out of all the athletes that could potentially be named, before the trial started, everybody said it was LeBron. All of the LeBron hater networks, DreamersPro, Man Down Sports, Sports T, Ticket TV, all of them were saying it was LeBron James. All of them were saying, I can't wait till the trial come out. LeBron can't hide no more. He can't hide no more. He can't do this. They were all connecting LeBron. Then the trial starts. And then we come to find out that those NBA names, it wasn't any other NBA player. It was the exact polar opposite. It was the player that they all love and adore. It was Michael Jordan, man. Michael Jordan, man. Diddy called himself. When Diddy looked in the mirror, he said, I want to be like Mike. Right? When Cassie looked in the mirror, she says, I want to be a sidekick. Or not Cassie, the other chick, the Jane Doe chick. I want to be the ultimate side chick. Who's the ultimate side chick? Because when you listen to her testimony, she was the ultimate side chick. Just like Kobe was the ultimate sidekick. And then the Punisher guy, the Punisher name had the nickname The Punisher. Whatever he was doing, they must have felt like it was the most dominant that they've ever seen in history, in freak off history. So then they compared that to Shaquille O'Neal. Jordan, Kobe, and Shaq, all named in this case. And we have no sighting of a LeBron James. And so once again, this case is going to go by the wayside. And what a lot of people are going to do is a lot of people tried to muddy up LeBron James's name. But none of them are going to retroactively go back and say, you know what? I was wrong about that. I was wrong. I connected LeBron to that, and LeBron wasn't a part of that. DreamersPro is not going to go back and retroactively go resolve it. You know, there's going to be a lot of people that will not retroactively go back and try to resolve this. They will put this. There are videos. Look at these videos. These videos will be on YouTube forever. You've tried to connect him with his face, his image, and his likeness, and you've tried to connect him into a sex trafficking RICO case. This is how good do you have to be at the game of basketball, where people will use your face, image, and likeness, and then try to connect you to a case that we all know has nothing to do with you. Look at this. And all of this is on the internet forever. And no one is going to go back and take videos down. No one is going to go back and issue an apology video. No one's going to do anything to retroactively go back and repair these things. I don't mind the videos if you're attacking LeBron James as a player. But now you've attacked him here because you ran out of Reddit threads like NNB Sports. You ran out of Reddit material. So you tried to attack him in this manner. And now it backfired on you. And everybody who did those videos are silent. You would think that DreamersPro would have done a video saying, breaking news, Michael Jordan, with another one of them salacious titles. You would have thought Sports T would have got on her podcast, looking like Squidward, holding her nose. Hey, guys. Michael Jordan was named to the trial. You know how she sounds like she's holding her breath when she's talking. You would think that, you would think Man Down Sports who goes onto his show to pretends like he's a fair arbiter of these matters. He didn't even go up there to finesse it. Isn't it crazy, y'all? So they're all whiffing and running in silence, because the only athletes named so far are Jordan, Kobe, and Shaq. And I'm curious as to see who is going to retroactively go back to try to disassociate LeBron from something that he was never involved with to begin with. Is any one of them going to have, you have even people like Sports and Fitness who even made mentions to this as well. He always talks about integrity. Is he going to have the integrity to go back and retroactively resolve this? They always talk about integrity and holding the high standards. Which one of these creators is going to have integrity or some type of high standard to retroactively go back and resolve this? Mahari says if LBJ wanted to, he could sue them. The problem with suing, Mahari, is a lot of people think suing someone is the ultimate answer. Suing is difficult. Suing is costly and time consuming. And suing someone is not worth it if they don't have anything to lose. For example, when Cardi B sued Tasha K. Well, Tasha K has become a millionaire. There was something to get there. Tasha K has something to lose. There were other people peddling the same information, but it made no sense for Cardi B to go after them. What is she going to do? What does Cardi B gain out of chasing down a YouTuber that's maybe only making $30,000 a year? There's nothing to gain there. You're not gonna gain nothing. But you do set a precedence when you go after one of the big dogs. And now you have Tasha K whiffing around, running around, trying to hide every asset that she has, trying to figure out payment plans. So now Cardi B has Tasha K wrapped around her finger. You can't even move money without me getting a whiff of it. So people always say sue, but I want y'all to go try to sue somebody. I mean, go try to sue somebody till you can see how costly and how difficult it is. Attorneys aren't cheap. It's not easy. It'll cost you more money and time to go do it to prove what? What does it prove? Or a lot of these people, you're better off just ignoring it, just like LeBron has been doing. Because we know that when these people engage, you guys don't even respect it when they engage. Look at KD. KD is one of the few athletes who's willing to come down and actually engage in the criticism. And you guys criticize him for coming down to engage with the little people. So when KD stays silent, you criticize him. when KD comes down and engages you directly to your face and checks you online, then you say he's crying online. Why are you responding to somebody with 10 followers? So these guys have nothing to gain. They damned if they do, damned if they don't. Salute to Mahar Nation Sports Podcast with the $2 super chat donation. Much appreciated right there. So again, everybody thinks suing somebody is the end-all be-all answer. The majority of people don't have anything to. The reason why a lot of these people say these things publicly is because they know that they don't have anything to lose. Do you think if somebody was a billionaire, they would be saying these things publicly? No, because they have a lot to lose. You can even look at the Diddy case. These women are going after Diddy, especially civilly, because they know he has a lot to lose. It's the same correlation that I said was, how come y'all don't see Fred on the corner that work at FedEx making $19 an hour? How come he ain't getting no some sexual assault civil cases on him? How come Juan at the gas station making $12 an hour at the gas station? How come he ain't getting no civil cases against him? Because they don't have nothing to lose. Ain't nobody gonna go after them. It's crazy, man. We're gonna drop the link, man. We're gonna bring y'all up here to cook on these topics, man. All the topics of the day are on the docket, man. And even game 5, we got to get our game 5 predictions as well. Pacers versus Thunder, game 5, man. There's a lot of controversy surrounding game 4. A lot of people are calling it the Scott Foster game. Scott Foster alone by himself, 22 fouls, 2 flagrants, 2 techs, all in one game. And then a very controversial no call at the end of the game where SGA clearly pushed off on Neesmith through the elbow, knocked him back, and traveled on the step back to knock down a crucial shot in that game right in front of none other than Scott Foster, and he bit the whistle. A lot of people are saying that this is the Scott Foster effect. The Pacers were on the verge of doing the improbable, and Scott Foster and the NBA said, hell no. Hell no. And then what do you guys think about Halliburton, the best player on the Pacers, extremely aggressive player, always in attack mode, but is struggling to get to the free throw line, although he's still being uber aggressive, just like any other player in this series. I think his first trip to the free throw line might have been in game 3. And is there a correlation or connection there that we need to consider as well going into game 5? Let me get this link, and we're going to get this link, man, to cook on all these topics as well. Hold on. Let me drop this link for you guys. All right, link is in the chat, y'all. Link is in the chat. New World Dream says NBA is rigged. I don't want to say the NBA is rigged to a certain degree. I've never been a big advocate of that. But when I look at, I said before this series, and the one thing that you cannot ignore in this particular series is that, or even in this playoff run for OKC, is that OKC's momentum when they win and lose is heavily derived from how the refs choose to call the game. And again, I love the physicality of OKC's defense. I love that the league is allowing them to play physical. What I don't love is that it seems as if other teams struggle to be able to play physical with them back. And that's the scary part right there. We got D Park says, what's the Cash App? As it stands right now, man, we only are accepting the PayPal donations, man. I will drop the PayPal in the chat if you want to support via PayPal. Or you can hit the link that's pinned to the top of this comment section right here. It'll take you over to FYF Sports Clips, where we were also simulcasting the same live stream, but you can also send a super chat donation that we will put on the screen. But if you do want to support the channel with a PayPal donation, man, PayPal is in the chat as well. All donations are much appreciated right there. There's a lot of things that we're trying to do with the PayPal. So make sure that you donate to support the channel here on FYF Sports. Again, the link is about to be in the chat if you haven't got it already. Let me drop it one more time. Uh-oh. First up, we got plays by CJ. What's good, man?
Hello.
What's good, man? How you been?
What's going on, man? I'm just wrapping up the season, man, with the youngsters, man.
Okay.
First time coaching. Very great experience, man. Just for people that are just fans of the games, man. Coaching 8U kids, literally last game, man. Coaching a good a team that was bro, pressing us. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, man. We couldn't break a diamond press worth a damn. It got so bad. Our starting point guard looking at me like, Coach, what you? I'm like, shit, I don't know. I'm like, damn, they is working.
I've been there.
It got bad. It got bad, and people. I'm asking, and people kind of normally know like the caliber players you got, but when you come to kids that young. We went up against a team that was so advanced. Like, we only got maybe about 2 players that can really handle the ball like that. So they were fine getting up the court, but when it got, and you can teach, I don't know about you, but we was taught in high school, SMB, right? Side, middle, back, right? So, so that's easier said than done. But man, hey, them kids was stealing the. I said, they went on an 11-0 run just off the steals. I said, damn, we gonna. I called 2 times. I said, brother, we gonna have to lock in. They like, Coach, what you recommend? They looking at me. I'm like, shit, y'all don't have to.
Bro, I had a game 2 years ago. It was my team that won the national championship. And one of our first games of the year, and this is one of the first times I went out and I was really trying to schedule some heavy hitters. We played the #1 D2 team in the country. Wow. And when I tell you, man, these motherfuckers put on a press like no other. And it was the same way for me. It was an early season game. It got so ugly. We were in the locker room at halftime. Right. And the only thing, and my players joke with me, but the only thing I could tell them was we just got to find a way to make it respectable. They was beating the life out of it. But I like it because this is why it's gonna make you better. Because now that you've seen it and you felt it, you know how to coach them up in practice to beat it. Because now that you've seen it in real life at a super high level, like that next year. So the next year when I went into practice and we were about to play them, right? I felt the speed and pace in which they pressed us, how active they were. And so now that I've seen it, I know how to beat it. And we played them the next year, which was last season, and we finally beat them. And we made them get out the press. And it was just like, okay. So sometimes you got to get beat. You have to in basketball. You got to get beat like that because we lost that game by maybe 50. You got to get beat like that so you could just see what it looks like at a higher level. Right. That's right. Like otherwise you'll never know. You ain't everybody you're gonna get smoked. So
say it was competitive. It got a little bit better as the game, as it got towards the end. I'm not gonna lie, that first half was looking rough. That was the first time the kids, and mind you, before AAU, I coach at a rec league. So, I like to kind of get it out of mug. I'm talking about with the reversible jerseys. You know how they give you the home jerseys? They say, all right, hey, y'all white, y'all flip them inside out, y'all away. So, the crowd was going, crazy over 8U. So I'm like, damn, this is – and they started in – Lamont, I'm trying to tell you, I know these kids was advanced when the middle part, when you're trying to break a diamond press, we kept getting stolen. The ball kept getting stolen on literally when the when our guard trying to pass it to our three at the middle kept getting stolen every single time. I'm like, brother, we gonna have to switch it up. So it was very a great coaching experience. I recommend anybody that want to get into coaching, just like you said, maybe start where you want to start at, but just coaching them kids, that was great experience. But yeah, I'm practicing for summer 2 right now for this
and my tip is this, and the reason why we were able to beat the Pima University was because when I looked at the film, I said any team that is hyper aggressive and likes to press the whole game is because they hiding something. And when I watched the film, I said, oh, they can't defend in the half court.
Right.
That's why they try to play at this crazy frenetic pace. They when we got them in the half court, man, we got to put them in all types of one-on-ones. But I'm talking about going to the mark. And I'm talking about by the second half, man, the coach had basically just threw all the bench guys in, man. Said, man, he was pissed, man. And it was just, so what we did, what I did to solve it, to break the press, was I gave my team 4 different press breaks. And we switched our press break up every time. And so we have 4 press breaks. We use all 4 of them. And every time we hit them with a different press break, it always kept them guessing where the ball was going to go or where people, and we switched up personnel. Sometimes we put our point guard in the middle. Sometimes we have our point guard taking it out. And so we confused them by scrambling around different pieces.
Yeah.
And we have 4 different press breaks. We called it, and we're simple, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And and they will hold up a hand signal. And we ultimately, we cracked the code, man. We finally beat them, man. So yeah, you'll get it.
Oh yeah. We gonna get it. It took a little time, but like I said, it's just the level that where we're at. Literally, our 1 and our 2 are pretty much the only one that can really handle pressure defense, that can really handle a trap that's because with kids, they normally panic when they get trapped, when they can't, you pick the ball up. Now, you got the kids all in your face. So they're panicking. So only really got 2 kids that are kind of used to the pressure, or I'll say they're at least a little bit like they're used to it, to where they're not going to make those type of boneheaded mistakes. So, that's when I had to start at this level. It's almost like you want to get the IQ right where it is. I'm like, okay, so you see that middle's taking up the 4. I need you to step up. I need you to come on, get the little skip pass, you know what I mean? Things of that nature. But hey, great experience. But no, I just wanted to cook right quick with the with how the series is going, 2-2, and people calling Scott Foster the extender and things of that nature. Me personally, when a game is that close, it's never just one person, whether that be a ref or, when we're blaming losses, you can't blame it on one person. Obviously, the play HGA did, that was an obvious offensive foul. Very obvious.
That was bad.
Oh yeah, that was bad. I mean, bro, I'm a OKC type of guy, and I was like, I thought they were gonna call it, but I said, oh shit, okay, they letting them up, I guess, right? And you have so many people that are upset with that, and they're like, oh man, that should have been. You're right, but when you're watching it at that speed, I don't know. I'm not gonna say he intentionally just didn't
look bad in real speed, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, no, it did. It did. I'm not gonna cap, but there's been so many times to where plays like that has happened and it's gotten away. That's literally just the culture of the game. It happens in every sport: football, basketball, hell, even boxing. Somebody get hit on the back of the head. I'm like, damn, you ain't gonna, you know what I mean? So it happens. People don't, and I would say a good example is obviously the push off, when it came with Jordan in that game he had against the Jazz. You talk about some people, they say, oh man, that's a clean ass crossover, man. That's just, I'm like, bro, the old boy literally pushed him out the way and boom, hit the shot. But don't nobody charge to the game. They say, oh well, hey, that's just what it is. But when it's SGA, he don't get that same grace. It's a dirty move, it's whatever. But I got the OKC. I got the OKC doing their thing. I got them up in I got it in 7. I'm not gonna lie. I can see where they're, you know, they can possibly make a mistake, you know, here and there. But yeah, I got OKC in 7. It was I can't wait for the game tonight. And yeah, I can't wait to see everybody got.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's a good take right there. Hold on, Juan boy, what's good, man? What you got on any of the topics we talked about today, man?
I came in a little bit late, but so can I get a little?
So you missed the first segment?
Yeah, man. I had the day off of work. You know, I like to get my sleep.
Oh man, you got to go watch, man. I felt bad, man.
But yeah,
NMB Sports, man. Oh man.
Yeah, but I feel, you know, I know what a little bit about the show. Like the main topic of it, you know, is like, all right, can we get a little bit more respectful conversations as men in these basketball debates? Can we just keep it basketball? Because there's now proof and evidence of, you know what I mean, your favorite players, your favorite players is, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, now we got one up on y'all. Can we just get back to basketball now? Because this is just the beginning of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a real quiet weekend. You ain't hear nobody talk about it over the weekend. And I knew that was going to happen because, you know, I don't feel like they have to answer for that, because one thing I don't really concern myself with is what goes on in another man's bedroom. But that seems to be the main focus of the Jordan fans when it comes to LeBron and these Diddy accusations. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're more worried about him and what's going on in his bedroom than instead of seeing what happened in that hotel room in that hotel hallway in that camera. He's a woman beater. He gets no type of respect. And then that y'all kept pushing that on LeBron for a whole year, pushing that on LeBron with all these memes and all of this stuff. And meanwhile, a year later, you don't see no LeBron fans or any other basketball fans that get tired of seeing that type of stuff going out of their way to make memes the way they did for LeBron and Diddy and all that.
Yeah.
So
wild, man.
It's a wild subject, but you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you still got guys in the comments, you know, like, we ain't gotta say no names, you know what I'm saying? Like, why y'all trying to strengthen the case for Diddy? You know what I'm saying? And then you got clear evidence. Everything you're trying to base on LeBron is hearsay, or you just making up your own narrative just because you don't like the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, imagine being so good at basketball that people have to resort to not talking about basketball and just digging up National Enquirer level stories just to tarnish you, man. That's how you know you can hoop.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And you know, like, we had to address a couple guys on here, like, yo, dude on here last week talking about, oh, y'all, he twerking. Like, we like, yo, why you even envisioning that in your mind, man?
Hey, did you know? Here's another thing, and I've been waiting on people to say something about it. And I don't know if some of you guys saw it, was Kyrie was on his live stream the other day, and Kyrie was watching his own clips, and Kyrie was like, damn, I think I'm the best ever. Right?
Yeah, because
it's just like,
the tape after T-Mac was talking, he was like, you know what I'm saying?
No, but what I'm saying is, look at the difference on how when LeBron says he's the best ever versus when Kyrie says he's the best ever. The different fan reactions. If LeBron says he's the best ever, everybody on YouTube is going to be doing a video about it. Kyrie says it, and it's Kyrie just being confident in his game.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that just proves right there that it's just bias. It's more so just about LeBron hate than the things that they pretend they care about.
They don't care about basketball, because if they did, they wouldn't have to go out of their way to make all of these dumb memes and come up with all of these names and all that stuff, bronze, sexual and all that. What I want to ask y'all, what makes y'all comfortable talking about men in that type of manner? That'd be the furthest thing from my mind. You know what I'm saying?
We got Rap Guy Reloaded.
Yeah.
He says, Rap Guy Reloaded says something. Hold on, I lost his comment here. Damn, the comments going by fast. Now he says, LeBron said he's the GOAT. Doesn't matter. When you
doesn't matter, so what?
I'm gonna tell you right now, like, I can remember too. Like, when you hoop, you gotta like when I talk about when you hear players talk about like making up reasons to play like pissed off or play with motivation, that's a real thing. Like there were times I can remember vivid games, like either in practices or pickup games, where I'm like, even though it probably wasn't a big deal in my mind, I'm making it a big deal. For example, like sometimes I'm probably not getting as many touches as I would like. I would like use it to piss myself off, switch to the other team, and then go cook the team that I was just on. Like I'm literally making up stuff to be mad about, even though it's not really a big deal, just to make me give myself that extra or push. And I think with LeBron, if LeBron wants to if LeBron needs to tell himself that he's the greatest ever, to light that fire under him, to get the most out of his game, why do y'all knock it? Like y'all like, when did playing with confidence or feeling good about your game be a bad thing? Like, I don't want you if you don't feel like you the greatest or can be the greatest. I don't want you if you're gonna say, he better than me. I don't want you if you got that mindset. Not on my team. Because look, see, plays by season. You just
it's not like he ran into a brick
wall.
Y'all
got ran off the court. I mean, a lot of that's like breaking the press just stems from doubt. And so and what ultimately happens is you're gonna get those kids back in the lab, and the first thing you're gonna instill in them is the confidence. Look, slow down, calm down. Like, it ain't even as frantic as y'all think. And then they're gonna come back with a new level of confidence. Like, okay, now we got some more resources to beat it. Like, all they need is just, like, ultimately, like, when it comes down to stuff in basketball, it just comes down to how much confidence you have when you go do something.
Hey, no. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but just but just to brag about my babies, man, because I call them my babies. I ain't gonna lie, there's some kids that's just, they're not gonna be back. I get it. For one, that was the first time I knew the team was different, because normally in this stage of basketball, they're not, a lot of people are doing man, easy 2-3 zone. They're not really doing a full court, and they're not doing stuff like that. So for one, it was the very first time they've ever seen that. We practiced that. I was like, hey, just on a slim chance, because I look, our league isn't like that. Like I said, it's a rec league, but this was just, was something different. So the fact that some of them, my point guard, my 1 and 2 guard, my 3, he gonna get there. They were visibly upset. They was upset. Promise you. Next practice we had, they played. Man, you talking about, they played with so much intensity, but they're kids, so it's like they just had to see it first, just to say, okay, I gotta lock in. So that's for one. So you're absolutely right. But second, why I'm really trying to understand, to play with confidence, when did that become an issue? Because when, just like you said, hey, it's kind of one of them things, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You say you the GOAT, you say you the best. Oh, you're disrespectful. You this, that, and the third. Then when Shaq, you remember when Shaq, when I asked him right after he broke the record, Shaq said, I want you to say you're the best. Tell us, say you're the best. LeBron, like, hey, I know my ability. I'm gonna just leave that up to y'all people on X. See, I told y'all he saw. See, I told y'all that. So I'm like, damn, he can't do nothing. But it's so ironic. It's so ironic. See, because now we have the internet.
It's your fault, man.
Hey, listen, it's so funny how when people be talking all this noise, all this,
it's your fault though, bro.
The aficionados, yeah, for sure. But look, all the aficionados, right?
You call him LeBronJames, man.
Right, for sure. Hey, listen, but I think it's so funny how, people
they
want to break down the game, this, that, and the third, and then I go on their max trips.
I ain't breaking down the game
Hey,
right now.
time out.
Let's talk about the Grizzlies and the Magic or something.
But then I go on their max trips.
Let him finish this take, man. I'm coming to you next, man.
He too long-winded, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's just so funny how people talk all that noise. You go on their next press. And that's okay. And you go on their match preps. They only score 1.2 points their whole varsity career.
You can't
Some
even
of them, you
make
can't
three. You
find
can't
it.
even make three 3-pointers in a row, man. Shut your dumb ass up, man. You sitting right
That's a bit.
here
No, there
That's,
go
crying,
her,
hey,
crying
that's,
man.
about other
hey,
niggas
so
saying
go
Hey,
shit
ahead.
about
hold on, hold
LeBron.
on.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey, Johnny, the classic strategy: come
So
in, be disruptive,
go
and
ahead.
avoid talking about the topic of the show.
Go ahead.
Herm didn't hit all elements of just
Right.
Just
a
talk
Jordan playbook.
basketball, man. No, just talk
Herm didn't hit
basketball,
every
man.
element of
Y'all
the
ain't
JDR
talking
playbook.
basketball. Y'all ain't
Okay,
Now,
he
talking
didn't
now you
literally
want to
10
talk
minutes,
Right.
10
basketball.
seconds.
Y'all doing
He
what
didn't
y'all
10
hate.
seconds hit the JDR playbook to a T.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, John,
this is
bro.
boring,
Avoid the
bro.
topic.
That's why
Avoid
I'm
the
doing what
topic.
I'm
Try to
doing.
get us to
'Cause
talk
this shit
about
is
something other than
boring.
the topic.
I'm trying to
Be
laugh and let the
disruptive.
show.
Cut
Lamar, I'm
people
Go
helping
off,
ahead,
you
Herm.
out,
Go
Lamar.
ahead,
and
man.
then
Lamar,
hope that I
I'm
kick
helping
him
you
off so
out,
he can go
Lamar.
tell
Yeah.
people that
Lamar, I'm
we kicked
helping
him
you
off.
out. Cause this shit is straight up boring. So I'm
Hold on,
helping
hold
you
on, y'all.
out right
Let's put hold on,
Yeah.
Herm. We're gonna give you your time to shine. Go ahead and talk, Herm.
now. I'm gonna do it on my time. I just want to stop him for talking that boring ass shit. Y'all talk about something that's interesting. This is not interesting, man.
Okay,
Let's
tell
move
us what to
on to
talk about,
something
Herm.
interesting, man. See, you supposed to be a basketball platform, right? Why you not talking
Tell
about
us
the
what to talk
blockbuster
about.
trade? The blockbuster trade that happened yesterday. Why you
Okay,
not
tell
talking
us tell
about
us
that?
about what was so
But
blockbuster
y'all
about.
supposed to no. But here's the thing. This is
Talk
where I'm
to us,
getting at.
Herm.
Lamont Lane is a fucking hypocrite. The
Herm, can you
You
reason,
have
hoop?
the
the
opportunity
reason,
to
Herm,
do
can you
what.
hoop?
you said let me talk. I'm gonna talk. Hey, I'm gonna go
No,
and
I'm
talk
saying you
now.
have the opportunity to do exactly what you're
I'm
saying.
fit
You
to.
got
I'm
the
fit
mic.
to. I'm fit to
Switch the
talk now.
topic.
I'm fit to talk.
Don't cry about the topic. Talk about the
The
topic.
problem with Lamont Lane, y'all, is that he lost his way. He feel like he got to do a hit or miss video every video. I like the Lamont Lane that educates people on basketball. I don't like the Lamont doing this propaganda BS. I don't like Will Lamont trying to just piss off certain fan bases to try to catch a fire, to hope that the shit go viral. Go back to educating people on the game of basketball. That's when Lamont Lane is doing this.
No,
This shit here.
Hey,
This
Herm,
is
start it
clickbait
off for us, Herm.
material. I'm sick of it, man.
Now,
Lamont
Herm,
sold
start
his
it off
soul,
for us.
y'all. He ain't the same nigga. Hey, y'all need to hit that PayPal so Lamont can go back to educating niggas in basketball, because that nigga ain't
Yeah, hit the
educating shit
PayPal for
right now.
sure.
Y'all hit that PayPal, man, because
Hit the
what
PayPal for
Lamont is
sure. That's the
doing,
best thing you
Lamont
said
done
all
lost
day.
his way. Lamont done dropped the damn gold encyclopedia BS. Come on, man.
Man, that is not BS. It's a
Hey,
bestseller, Herm.
man. Hey.
It's a bestseller.
I just need Lamont to be back to the old Lamont, man. Stop doing the hit and
They
miss.
talk about
Herm,
when
can you hoop? Herm, can you hoop?
Hell, no, he a
I
baseball
score.
player.
I
yeah,
score
when he
100
was doing
on him.
having the
I
Herm, can
score
you
100
he
hoop?
on
was
him.
Herm
he
a
was having
Herm,
a
baseball
can
player.
you
We don't
hoop
play.
though?
Diddy was
You want to
playing
play
as
for some
Michael
money?
Jordan,
You want to play
and
for
then
some
you had
money?
another man playing that Shaquille O'Neal while 50 Cent's Baby Moms was playing like.
You want to play for some money? You think I
All
can't
right.
hoop? We can play for some
See
money.
how we've derailed and now we're
Herm.
not talking about the topic? We've derailed. Successful.
All right,
Okay, no, Herm, I
Herm.
got you.
oh,
Herm,
he
we're
know.
gonna talk about the
Hey,
game, and
no,
we're gonna
Herm,
talk
no,
about that,
Herm,
and we're
no,
gonna talk about that trade here
Herm,
in a
no.
little
I'm
bit. But I'm
TMC.
glad, hey Johnny, I'm glad you came
Mm-hmm.
up here because did you see the
Mm-hmm.
segment that was sponsored? Hold on, let me
Uh-huh.
make sure I tell the people. There was if you
Tell
didn't
him.
see the beginning of the show, the first segment of the show was sponsored by Originality AI. Make sure y'all go sign up today. Use code FYF Sports. They are number one in the world in AI plagiarism detection on written video, no matter what type of publication it is. They can track if you plagiarized it. And what they found out with NNB Sports is in the debate with you, Johnny, is that he plagiarized his entire opening. Nothing was original. It was all stolen from Reddit threads and Fadeaway World. What are your thoughts on that?
That's why I came up here, because I wanted you guys to know that not only did NMB go run into Reddit Sports, he had a private stream with a bunch of Zesty Jeffries where they were comparing notes for that debate. So not only was he actually reading those notes, but they got together afterwards, because after that debate, he did a live stream thanking all the people that were sending him notes. And I mean, they were emailing him stuff, everything for this debate. He was completely prepared and still got exposed. I mean, it was hilarious, completely hilarious. And like I
It was
always
so
told you,
funny
Lamont,
because he
that
had
they
all that information and he still never talked about the topic. It was just funny hearing him try to talk about like who's the better player. Like I could tell the way he was talking was I was like, you don't really know basketball. I was like, you don't like when the topic called for more of a subjective description on why LeBron was the better basketball player, and you leave it up to the fans to vote to see who presented a better case. He didn't know how to do it. He was so, the hate is so bad he could only talk about LeBron. And with Jordan, he didn't know how to talk about how good Jordan was outside of any stat or award. He thinks the awards make Jordan great and the stats make Jordan great, which they do, but he doesn't know how to talk about Jordan's game. And I think he kind of exposed himself, and the fact that so it didn't surprise me when they said that his whole opening was completely plagiarized off Reddit. But man, NMB Sports, man, you gotta go do a redo. I propose NMB Sports, if you see this, that you need to do a redo debate with Go James Kingdom here on FYM Sports, because you cannot run around like, instead of just giving you an F like most professors would do. I think we should give him some grace and allow him to redo that debate so he doesn't go out sad, completely plagiarizing his entire debate from Reddit, man. Come on, NMB Sports got to be better, man.
That was crazy. And the fact that you said he went to Reddit, I probably think so too, because they go on Reddit, and it's probably more of the Carcasoid sector that's on Reddit doing this. And yeah, like I said, he had a whole notepad, everything ready for me with a bunch of Zesty Jeffrey lies, and he got exposed bad. So you didn't put me through this AI thing?
I didn't do it. So basically, somebody from Originality AI reached out to me, and they had already been looking at the platform. They saw your show. Then they went to your channel, and they were just casually watching this like as a YouTube viewer. But then when I guess he said when he was listening to NMB Sports talk in the opening, he was like, he could tell that he was reading off something. He was like, this just don't sound like authentic basketball talk. He's like, he sounds like he's just reading it. So he basically said, well, I'm one of the programmers for the company. Let me just run it through my Originality AI. And so he took the transcript of his opening, ran it through the AI, and was just like, yeah, this don't check out. This funny. There's some funny business going on, man.
They don't like this Lamont. They don't like this Lamont today on PC. They try to discredit our channel and discredit our stuff, and it's just embarrassing, man. It's, like I said, man. Well, you know, Penn was trying to make it seem like we were nobodies, and I told him to come on Friday Night Exposure. Penn, the dude, the white guy. Hey, I told him he can come on Friday Night Exposure. If not, let me come on. No, but I told him let me come on his channel. He was like, "Oh, I would lose subscribers." I said, "Of course you would lose subscribers. You're gonna get exposed. That's how you lose subscribers, not because you had me on."
That's what I don't respect. Why do they join PC and then start trying to big dog like they too good? Like, and it's just like, come on, man. Like at the end of the day, like Penn needs to understand, like, and nobody's gonna tell him this, but I can say it. Like, they only use him for click fodder because he says so many stupid things. Like, he really thinks he's there because people care about his basketball takes, when in all reality, like if he ever sees this, and I'll clip it and make it as short, he is 1000% only there for his dumb takes that they can turn into shorts and get views off of. He is not there for anything intelligent when it comes to the basketball. Like, nobody there is going to tell him, because they need him to stick around and stay as long as possible so they can juice as many dumb takes out of him before he realizes it and leaves, like Dub did, because that's what happened to Dub. They squeeze as many trash takes out of Dub as possible, and he got his ass up out of there. And then there's going to be a few more people that ultimately realize, damn, they just used me because I'm stupid.
And you want a perfect example of it? When the Johnny was on there the other day, he was talking, basically saying that Chris Bosh is like a Nick Claxton, and while they telling hey Johnny who said it, you got two guys pointing to him. You got I think it was Shaq,
because they all know it's a dumb take.
Because
they set him up. As soon as they said that, they put Penn on the big screen because
that's how I'm saying.
Using him as the clown and show. Oh, it was Penn. They were happy to put him on Front Street of stupidity.
Yeah,
like. When are you gonna wake up and realize he is not there for basketball? Yeah. You are there for us to laugh at. Like, but he gets on that platform, but he pretends like we really care about his honest basketball opinion. When you say that,
Lamont, that's why the basketball.
Come on, man. Hold on, what was the take?
No, Lamont,
He said that
he
Chris
said,
Bosh
okay, no,
was
this.
on the level of Nick
Hold on, white boy. Let me get this. Lamont, I've been waiting to find out who said this because when Udonis Haslam said that on his show, I watch Udonis' show, and he was like, man, I don't like talking ball with these young dudes because we legitly have someone who said that Chris Bosh is closer to Nick Claxton than he is to Anthony Davis, right? So I didn't even know he was the one who said this. So that's why when they brought it up on the show, I didn't know they were talking about him. Like I had to cut somebody off because that line had me upset because that's a part of the whole GOAT James Kingdom narrative that these people say the most wildest things and it makes people sound stupid. Like who says something that idiotic, right? You don't have to say that to make Anthony Davis better than Chris Bosh. You see what I'm trying to say? So when I called him an idiot, I didn't know I didn't know he was the one. And then when they pointed him out that he was the one who said it and I figured it out, I still called him an idiot on top. Which got him even more mad because like I told these guys, I'm the same guy on camera than I am off camera. They don't know that. They think this is a front and an act. I just don't take disrespect lightly. And they think that they can make fun of us. And I'm the only LeBron fan they can't make fun of because I in turn make fun of you. And now it becomes, Johnny's emotional. Johnny's this, that, and the third. But when Ticket TV's doing it, we never seen Herm go on Ticket TV when they were doing all those lives you just showed at the beginning of the show or during the Michael Jordan thing. But now that you did this, he wants to come up here and trying to disrupt it and say we're not talking basketball. Well,
nobody else has.
Ticket TV, Ticket TV never keeps it to basketball. Matter of fact, they found out today on PC why Ticket TV stopped talking basketball because he encountered the GOAT James Kingdom exposer.
That is really the last time he was really talking basketball.
That's it. He don't talk basketball no more. That was it. It was the end of the ropes for him. He said, no, I can't deal with this.
Oh, man. Yo, Lamont, yesterday I was watching some of your old shit when they had the clip on Diddy. Not Diddy, Dookie, Mookie. What he said, Listery?
Yeah, the Listery. That's because, remember what I said, just like with NMB Sports, that don't happen if you debate what you're supposed to be debating. If Mookie just talked about Jordan in his debate where he's supposed to be talking about Jordan, he don't screw up and say Listery. Just like NMB Sports, if he just talks about Jordan, he won't need a Reddit thread to create his argument because he just needs to talk about his players. So that's my thing is just like, if y'all stop crying about what you think you don't like about LeBron and just focus on and talk about and tell people why you think Jordan is good, that'll do more justice for Jordan than anything. But to just run around, like all they're doing is opening people up to who LeBron is. Because when you're telling the world about how bad somebody is, over a point in time, people are going to start saying, why are you talking about this guy so much if he's so bad? And then they're going to start doing research. And then they're going to look into stuff, and then they're going to come up to their own conclusions. And then they get mad when people use their own minds and subjective opinion to come up with the conclusion that LeBron James is greater or better than Jordan. And it's just like, y'all just like, why do y'all get mad when people come up with their own conclusions on basketball? They just get mad. Like, I don't care who has Jordan as the GOAT. I don't care. That's your criteria. But they literally get mad at people who have LeBron as the GOAT. Like, it literally bothers them, which is sad.
There's no reason to get mad at anybody that got LeBron as the GOAT.
But people do get mad. That's the thing.
That's their preference, man. Niggas got preferences. Some men like BBWs. Some men like on weighing 110.
Why do you not like LeBron, her?
Huh?
Why you don't like LeBron?
No, I don't like the fan base. That's always been my take. I don't like the fan base. They go too far with shit. You know, I'm like I always.
What happened to men having their own preferences? What happened to that? Why can't we have our own preferences?
It's not about you having your own preferences. It's about how you go about doing it. If I gotta diss other niggas all the time, but if I'm dissing
the Jordan fans are the only ones that diss everybody.
Jordan do that fan all the time. What you
talking about? We don't do the dissing.
I'm talking in regards to me. Y'all cut this shit out.
But don't lie. Don't make up stuff. You making up stuff. We don't do that. Don't make shit up.
How am I making up? Brother, what are we talking about?
Hey, John. You sit up there.
You making it up. Nobody discredits nobody but Jordan fans.
No, that's a lie. You do too. You do the same thing. You just on the other end.
Okay, explain how Johnny
And what situation? What?
I put it like this.
Yeah.
It's just like how people push the propaganda of the 2011 shit, right? It's the same way you try to push.
Don't be people. How do Johnny do it? I'm the LeBron sexual king. I'm the LeBron sexual king. How do I do it? How do I do it?
Hey, Johnny, you go keep interrupting me, motherfucker. We could get a debate and we could break out time.
Oh my God, because you going to your filibustering. You're not even answering the question. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute my
little niggas you been going against. You know I'm gonna cook your ass. You know I cook your ass. I ain't like them little ass niggas you been going up against. Niggas that don't know shit about basketball. I'll cook your silly ass, nigga. You know that.
Okay, finish your take,
You know that, nigga.
Okay, finish your take.
So we could get it popping, nigga. We could get it popping, nigga. Don't try to turn up on me, because you know I'm the nigga that turned up. You know that. I want the smoke. And my arm, your bitch ass, I most definitely gonna cook your shit. You the police. You the police for sure.
Mahari, the FBI.
You the little Woody. You the little Woody on YouTube, nigga.
Mahari, the FBI.
I want to know how LeBron fans. I want to know how LeBron. I really want to know how LeBron fans do this stuff. That nigga know about LeBron fans, man. I thought Herm had some for us, man. I thought you were going to
right you bitch-made motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Let me tell you some real shit right now. The only motherfucker that whines over here is Hollywood Herm. Always whining that bitch in every single damn day.
You the police. You the
police. All you do is cry. How about you listen to us a bitch? Shut the fuck up.
You say pick his friends, LeBron. You the nigga that blocked
cry. All you do is cry. All you do is cry, Herm. All you do is cry. You got mad because you blocked my homie last week. Then you got mad. You got into your feelings, and now you want to cry about it. Cry me a fucking river, loser.
Bro,
sure, whatever, fake gangster. You ain't gonna do nothing. Shut up. It was a 10-minute timeout. I ate mine.
You the police, man.
I'm the police, huh? Oh, is that right, internet gangster? Oh, sure. Cry me a river, loser. Cry me a river, loser. You bitch-made motherfucker. You ain't gonna do shit. Hey, Lamont, I'm gonna go back into the chat, bro. Y'all keep cooking. Peace out. Suck a dick, pussy.
Hey, you talking about sucking dick? Hey, you talking about sucking dick? That just showed the bitch that you are. That just shows you the bitch that you are.
All right, Herm. Can we get back to the topic, please? King Ro, you got some background noise, King Ro. You got a lot of background noise.
You were telling me to stay on topic the whole time, but you ain't staying on topic, G. Go ahead and talk about it then.
Look at the police, man.
Okay, Herm, can we get back to the topic, please?
Raw nights, I perform like Mike.
Anyone, Tyson, Jordan, Jackson, action.
Hold on. I think we can get back on course. Let's go to King Ro. We can get back on course by going to King Ro. Go ahead, King Ro.
All right, you asked the question, what do we don't like about LeBron and his fans in general? And I like the word on accountability.
That was just a question to Herm.
Okay. Oh, I thought you was asking it to the panel or anybody.
You can answer it if you want. You can answer.
Yeah. I mean, on accountability, like LeBron doesn't take accountability for losses. As we seen, he went over there and said, "Oh, well, me and Luka didn't just lose; it was 8 other players." But when he wins, like against the Warriors, oh, that right there made me the GOAT. Like he was the only one to beat the Warriors. So, LeBron is that's one thing I don't like. If he would take accountability for his losses as well as he takes credit for the victories, then I'd be more of a fan of his. I wouldn't have to come at him the way I do. You understand what I'm saying? But that's just one thing. I mean, I got more examples, but we can get into that later. But
this is the Herm that I miss. Shout out to Hollywood Herm, man.
Hold on one second. Let me go to King Ro. So King Ro, are you saying that LeBron has never taken accountability?
Very, very rare. Very rarely will he say, I played poorly, I let my team down, this, that, and third.
Okay, can I give you one example?
But you can. I'm sure there is.
We would all consider 2011 a disappointment, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Post game, LeBron says, I didn't play well. I know that. I let my teammates down. I didn't make enough plays to help us win this series. That's something I've got to live with, and I've got to get better from here. What do you call that?
I call that accountability, but hold on. There's a counter to that.
Can I give you another example?
To that.
Hold on, King Ro. Can I give you another example?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go to.
As I said, examples exist.
Hold on, King Ro. Hold on, King Ro. Let's go to
got the example after
2023.
you
This
do
is
it.
more recent. This is one
I
that
got
you
the
probably should be
example.
able
I
to
got the
remember.
example too.
Hold on 1 second, Herb. Please. Here's another one. This one might be more because it's not so far removed. It's 2023.
Cool.
After the loss to the Denver Nuggets. LeBron says, post game, I've got to be better. I had some great looks. I didn't convert. I take a lot of the responsibility for that. What do you call that, King Ro?
Cool. As I said, examples exist. I see. You can't box me
Hold
in
on,
here.
King Ro.
Hold on
King Ro.
now. No, Lamar,
King
you
Ro,
do
can
this
I
a
finish?
lot.
You
Go
need to
ahead.
box
hold
yourself
on.
in, man.
I mean, I would love to.
King Ro, all I'm saying is I'm gonna give you the example.
You would love to find a lie to help you with your last line.
Hold on 1 second. And when I'm done, King Ro, when I'm done with all the examples, I wanna let you talk about all of them. 2015.
Ooh, I was just about to say,
So,
don't forget
for the Golden State
2015.
Warriors. LeBron says it's on me. I have to find ways to help this team win no matter who's out there. I could have done more. I'll learn from this. That's 2015. We go to 2018. 2018. Reporter asked LeBron, what was JR thinking? LeBron says, I don't know. I'm not here to judge him. I could have done more to help us win. So
mean,
even
like
in an
actually playing the overtime?
Hold on 1 second. Even in an obvious opportunity where you could easily throw and deflect the blame to J.R. Smith, LeBron says after the game, I'm not here to judge. I could have done more to help us win. So we can also go 2021. LeBron says again, and LeBron uses this term a lot, it seems like, but LeBron says in a post-game conference, once again, he says, it's on me to keep us locked in. And I didn't do that. Again, he says, I have to be better. I'll own that. No, King Ro. And those are just 5 examples across 5 different years where when LeBron has not come through, he's taken accountability. Why do you say he does not take accountability when there are clear and obvious examples of him taking accountability?
Cool. We can go one by one. Let's start with 2011. Now, as I said, I'm sure examples exist. These are nice prepared statements. I'm sure Clutch Sports can type up what you got to go up and say up on the podium.
2011.
Hold on. I mean, 2011, LeBron goes, 2011, and now last year on Mind the Game with JJ Redick, LeBron mentions, our role players weren't good enough. Now, Eddie House was in the media himself, right? Eddie House was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I was on that team. I think I hit enough. I think I hit some pretty good clutch shots and stuff like that. So Eddie House did Eddie House not take exception to LeBron's word on Mind the Game last year about the 2011 team?
King Ro,
When you talk about
go back
Eddie
to
House,
what you
man.
said. When we use your words, King Ro, you came up here and
number
said,
one. Okay, here,
hold on, King Ro. Let's just simplify.
Come on.
Let's
The whole Bulls team hate Michael Jordan after the last dance. What the fuck are you talking about?
But they won. They won.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, King Ro. You came up here, and we're just going to simplify it. We're not going to make this complicated talking about Eddie House. You said LeBron does not take accountability. When you make a firm statement like that, I should not be able to easily find 5 examples of him taking accountability.
Statement. Okay, great.
Hey, Lamar,
you're finding him saying things right after the.
I gotta, King Ro. I gotta. Obviously, when Uncle Shug pull up, I gotta give him the floor for a quick second. I'm coming back to you, King Ro.
Cool. That's cool.
Uncle Shug, what's good, man? What you got on this, man?
What's up, panel? Everybody, go James. I don't know everybody's name, but what's up, y'all? That's why I came up. Chilling family. That's why I came up because he said LeBron don't take accountability. I've heard more times than he did. So I just wanted to ask him, can he give me more examples where he blames his team? And I'm back in the chat, y'all. Thanks, bro.
Yes, sir. Because I can give him for every time King Ro come up with a fake one, I can come up with actual statements that he actually said in post game.
Cool. But he's on Mind the Game saying it with 8 other players.
Wait. Okay, but that's one example. You said he never takes accountability.
No,
I said he rarely. I said he rarely, and then I said you will find a few examples. You found 5
A few
in the post game.
I got
In the
5
post game
more.
press conference.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
If it's
Hold
a
on,
few, then it's not. If he
hold on
gave
1
you
second,
5,
one
That's
boy.
the
Hold
wrong way to
on.
go.
Hold on 1 second, one boy. Please. Hold on 1
That's the
second.
wrong way to go,
He said I
man.
only found 5. No, I only gave you 5. Let me give you another 5. 2010 Eastern Conference semifinals. LeBron post game. LeBron says, right? I put a lot of pressure on myself to be great. When I don't, I feel like I let my teammates and fans down. I didn't play well enough to win this series. That's on me. That's another one. 2010, 2014. In the 2014, lost to the Spurs. LeBron says they were the better team. I have to do more, especially when we're struggling. I take responsibility for not being able to push us over the top. 2014, 2017. LeBron says after losing to the Warriors, they beat us. It starts with me. I have to find another gear if we're going to take down a team like that. That's LeBron taking accountability. This is after a regular season game in 2019, right? We had to lead. This is a game versus the Clippers. This is actually after a loss to the Clippers. LeBron says we had to lead. That's on me. I have to close that game out better. Period.
I think that was the Christmas game.
Hold on. Let's go to another one in 2021-22 season. Hold on. I got another one for you. LeBron says, at the end of the day, the team goes as I go. If we're not in the playoffs, I didn't do my job well enough. That's on me as a leader. I got another one for you. 2024.
Nice little prepared statements, bro.
Hold on, Hero. You said I only had 5. I got another one for you. See, these are facts. You still haven't given me.
Okay, and I can go further with the facts.
Bro, when Michael Jordan takes accountability, is it pre-prepared?
Bro, I have one more for you. LeBron says we came out flat. This is in 2024. We came out flat. I didn't lead the right way tonight. I'll own that. Again, you know what the common theme here is across.
They lost a lot of these series, and he keeps saying the same thing.
Bro, is it about losing or is it about accountability?
Yes, it is. It is because
you
it's not really taking accountability. These are nice statements. Well, have you noticed this going on for 16 years? I have to be better. I have to be better. I have to be better. 16 years.
But wait a minute. He didn't do that.
That's longer than Jordan's whole career.
But I thought you said he didn't take accountability.
Well, number one, I said him and his fan base. Because guess what? After that, the narrative will come from his fan base. Well, J.R. Smith blew that damn game 1. But
that's not what LeBron said.
Oh, I know. He said it in a nice prepared statement to the press. That's cool.
How's it prepared when it's in post?
He comes on a podcast. Bro, he has a lot of...
He didn't even speak on it.
The podcast... Hold on. I did speak on it. Again, I said these examples exist. Obviously, he knows how to...
One example.
But King Roll.
I'm giving you...
but King Roll. King Roll.
Go ahead, Jim Herm.
Herm, say
y'all won't let people talk. Y'all won't.
That's the wrong way.
That's like Listerine, man. Come on, man.
That's what happens when you try to find a lie, Lamar. You can't find a word.
But wait a minute. This is 16 years of robotic statements. I gotta be better. Why does he still gotta be better in 2024?
Bro, Michael Jordan blaming his teammates for not rebounding against Orlando in 95 is Michael Jordan.
Oh my God. Now, okay, so the one loss he had in the 90s, right? That's the one time he lost in 90 other than 1990. Hold on, Johnny.
Don't get into that.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I want to know when are you supposed to take accountability? When you win? When do you take accountability?
Can I reply?
Yes. When do you take accountability?
So Jordan's last 2 playoff losses, and please show me the what's it, because I know in 1990 you played on your own platform. What he said directly after after losing to the Pistons in Game 7. Now, what did he say? He said
there are more examples of Jordan not taking accountability than LeBron.
Okay, see, LeBron,
because when y'all try to keep talking, that's because y'all don't want me to get to the statements.
Exactly.
Give me the statements. These are Jordan's words. For example, after 1995 playoff loss to Orlando Magic, this is what Jordan said. Jordan says, I was trying to do too much because we didn't have guys ready for that moment. We weren't built for a championship this year. Blaming his teammates.
Which is true.
Hold on
that's true.
Hold on 1 second. Can I please just get through these? Can I please get through these? 1989. Jordan says after the series in the post game, I can't pass and shoot it. Sometimes the guys don't want it. I can't make them want it. Jordan blaming his teammates in 1989. We go to 1990 after a loss to the Pistons, right? Jordan says, some guys just freeze. They get scared. I can't do it all. Jordan not taking accountability, blaming his teammates. I go to 1993 after a regular season game. Jordan says in an interview with the Chicago Tribune, Jordan says, we're not getting the help from the bench that we used to. I can't play 48 minutes every night. That's Jordan's own words. We can go next.
Notice.
King Roll. What's good for the goose is good for the game. You cannot say accountability with LeBron, but then your favorite player don't never take accountability.
Don't never take a seat, Lamar. Look what you just said. Hold on. You're going after famous playoff losses. You only got 2 examples for Jordan post 1990.
I just gave you 5, man.
Okay, no. You use regular season examples, Lamar. Don't lie. You use regular season examples, right?
Accountability. When can you
hold on. You said after the playoff loss to Detroit.
It's about accountability.
I remember Johnny playing it. Why are they even going to Jordan? They lost the series. And the first thing Jordan said was, we'll be better and get back next year. He did not throw anybody under the bus. He did. Bro, he did not throw anybody under the bus. He played it on your platform.
Not on that. Again, that's not the only time Mike talked to the media after that loss. He goes into the locker room and talks to the media.
One thing we know is Jordan would do.
Just like to argue, man.
Yeah,
no. Y'all love the mute button. No, because I stand on what I said, man.
He gave you
examples.
He gave you multiple
let's put King Ro on the big screen so we can get his take off. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. I want to put King Ro on the big screen because, first of all, King Ro, I'm getting confused. Is this about losing in the playoffs or is this about actually taking accountability? Because when you first
both. No. Come on, Lamar. You're painting a picture that's not good. We all know Jordan demanded a lot of his teammates. And
so is this about accountability? So hold on. But King Ro, you can't dress up what Jordan does.
No. I'm going to call it what it is. I'm going to call it.
Hold on 1 second, King Ro. I'm going to let you cook. I think you got to hear our points before you get so defensive.
I know your points.
All I'm saying is when Jordan does something where he blames his teammates, you can't try to paint it in a prettier picture to justify it. It's all the same thing. And then try to criticize when LeBron does it. They're both doing exactly what you don't like, which is criticizing teammates. You cannot like it when Jordan does it, but then dislike it when LeBron does it. And then you came up here and said verbatim, you said LeBron never takes accountability.
I said LeBron rarely takes accountability.
10 examples. Please hold on, King Ro. I gave you over 10 examples of actual statements that you can fact check of LeBron taking accountability across almost over 15 to 16 years, doing something that you claimed he doesn't do.
No, he said exactly. No, he said exactly what Rose said he doesn't say.
You know what I never seen Jordan do?
Hear him say.
Hold on, okay. Because since you said you're gonna give me a chance to cook, you know what I never seen Jordan do? Come on a podcast 14 years after the fact to say we didn't have good enough role players that particular season.
Oh my God!
He did it on the last dance. He did it on the last dance.
You him talking about
he did it on the last dance. Yes, that's why Johnny was mad.
Johnny. 6 of his last 8 seasons with the Bulls ended in the championship. You do realize that. So what is he making an excuse for?
What does that have to do? No, what does that have to do?
It has a lot to do with it. It has
nothing to do with this, bro. This has nothing to do with it. You just basically
I told you. Every time somebody proves him
whoa. Listen, you just
I know what I said.
You just said that Jordan never went on a podcast. 14 years later, he went on he gave you a 10-hour documentary discrediting his whole team. He said they were drug addicts.
Really?
Yes.
Hold on, Johnny. He literally said 3 times.
Yes, he said they were drug addicts. He said that his rookie year, he opened the door.
I have all the quotes right here from The Last Dance.
What are you talking about?
Okay. You realize this is why you reported at the time. Hold on, this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah, hold on. King Rose said,
God,
nope.
bro.
King Rose said Jordan would never go on a show 14 years afterwards and denigrate his teammates. I'm going to give you exact quotes from Michael Jordan from The Last Dance. So from The Last Dance, Jordan, I'm going to give you multiple examples. Jordan, Scotty was wrong. He knows it. That's something I never do. That's something I never do. He said it back to back twice. Another quote from
what are we talking about, Lamar? Hold on.
Please hold on, King Rowe. Please hold on, King Rowe. Another quote from The Last Dance. This is what you said, King Rowe. You're the one that said that Jordan would never go on a show or podcast after 14 years after and denigrate his teammates. But we have another quote from Jordan in The Last Dance, which is far removed from when they were playing together. Jordan says Scotty was being selfish. He could have had the surgery earlier, but he chose to have it in the summer. He's denigrating Scottie Pippen.
He also said it in 98.
Hold on. Don't excuse it. It's still tearing down teammates. We got another quote right here where we got Jordan. He's tearing down Horace Grant. I think we all remember that. We have another quote right here where Jordan talking about Will Perdue. Jordan talking about Will Perdue. He says Will Purdue's a nice guy, but he's a bitch ass. We have Jordan talking about Bill Cartwright denigrating his teammates. He says if Bill Cartwright was taking the last shot, he told Bill Cartwright, if Bill Cartwright taking the last shot, I'm not playing. Denigrating his teammates. Right here.
You mean Will Cartwright had 6 points and 4 rebounds?
Hold on 1 second, King Rowe. Hold on 1 second, King Rowe, please. Jordan says BJ started talking trash. That woke me up. He made a mistake. Hold on. We can go through. Hold on. We have another complete. Hold on 1 second, King Rowe. Please hold on. King Rowe. Jordan has a career history of denigrating his teammates. We have statement after statement after statement after statement to support it. I don't knock Jordan for denigrating or tearing down his teammates. I understand that. Hold on 1 second.
This nigga can
y'all Jordan fans are so stupid that y'all don't understand that different players try to get through their teammates different ways, right? LeBron doesn't have a track record of not taking accountability, as you said. He actually has a track record more so of taking accountability, but you came up here and just lied. All because you watch one podcast. All because you hold on, King Rowe. All because you watch one podcast on a podcast where they talk basketball, where they try to break down the game, where they try to bust the narratives that you basketball minds pretend to understand, where they're just talking basketball, about how they win or lose. But you take everything that he says as if he's throwing his teammates under the bus. When on his show, he actually did more boosting of his teammates than tearing them down. But because you guys are so stupid and don't listen, y'all don't care about that. Like on his show, when he talks about Anthony Davis and lifts up Anthony Davis, where are all your comments when he was lifting up Anthony Davis amidst all y'all fan criticism tearing down Anthony Davis?
Okay, cool. That's why y'all did a 9 hour.
King Rowe, hold on, King Rowe. Where are y'all at when he's out there defending Austin Reeves, lifting Austin Reeves up? When y'all idiot fans, when y'all fake fans are tearing Austin Reeves down, where were y'all at where were y'all at, King Rowe, when he was lifting up D'Angelo Russell, when all y'all fans was tearing down D'Angelo Russell? I see more instances of LeBron lifting his teammates up documented, as opposed to the one incident where you try to say, if you really think if he was pointing fingers at Luka, tearing down Luka would re-up with the Lakers and want to be there. Luka right now, whatever he's done to Luka, whatever he did to hold Luka accountable, you know what we've seen from Luka ever since they got ousted from the playoffs? That motherfucker's in the gym. He already looks like he's down about 15 to 20 pounds. Whatever he's done, it looks like we're going to get the best version of Luka next year. Isn't that what y'all want? Isn't it how they did it in the 90s? Wasn't that Jordan's style? Sometimes you got to be hard-nosed and brash to get the most out of your teammates. Because what we're seeing Luka, hold on 1 second, King Rowe. Because what we're seeing out of Luka right now is a Luka that's now dedicated to his diet and in the weight room, something that no other person or team has been able to get out of him since he's been in the league. Yeah, you're crying about it because you claim that he's throwing a little criticism at Luka. It's the same criticism that you fans also threw at Luka. Right, when we obviously have eyes and we can see that Luka was out of condition and out of shape, but LeBron has been the only one to light fire into Luka to actually help him get into shape, and do more good for his career. So my thing right now, King Rowe, is when we have obvious examples, provable examples of LeBron not only taking accountability but also him instilling confidence in his teammates to be better. Why then do you complete idiots take things out of context and then try to trick the masses into believing that it's something negative?
Let me. Okay, do I have at least a minute to speak uninterrupted? Because what you do is take anything I say and then hang a whole nother narrative that I got to sit and listen for 20 minutes on.
Narrative. Hold on, King Ro. The narrative is not about winning or losing. You came in here and used one word: accountability.
Accountability. Yes.
When I gave you over 10 examples of LeBron James being accountable, you tried to move the goalpost and say, "Oh, but Jordan was winning and Bron was losing, and that's why." No, you came up here and talked about accountability, and I gave you examples of LeBron taking accountability. And what instead of
Lamar, this is horrible.
Instead of coming up here saying, "You know what, I lied, I fucked up, I don't like LeBron," what you now are trying to do is you are now just trying to double down on your lies with more fake information.
Now more fake information.
You don't even know where it comes from. So
Facts.
again, your next statements need to be very, very embedded with facts. Because again, if you cannot cite sources, if you cannot give me quote actual things that we can go look up that mirror your talking points, you don't really have much credible to say. Remember, it's about research purposes only. If you're gonna come up here and say something that's stupid, at least come with some research, even fake or fraudulent research like NNB Sports did, but at least come with some type of research. Don't come up here pretending that you can say all this dumb shit off the dome and let it fly on this.
Yeah, Frank
you
Bukowski,
have your own channel to go do that on.
With the
Hold on 1 second.
I know. And the same way,
King Ro, you can go spew all this stupidity on King Ro Speech channel, but you come over here expecting me to just let it fly, and it's just stupidity, and it's not based in any facts. And then you get mad when we mute you because we want to get to the facts of the matter. All I've given you is facts, and I've given you obvious facts, and you still don't want to go with the facts. What factual information? Hold on, I want you to go back to your talking point. What factual information? And when we talk about accountability over a 20-year history, give me a 20-year history of facts of LeBron James tearing down his teammates, because I haven't seen that. There are no teammates that come out and say that. Where are your facts to support that statement? Now
I'll start right there with the Luka is fat narrative, right? What is before joining the Lakers, what was Luka all-time on the all-time scoring list and all-time playoff scoring list? I'm sure you know, Lamont, right? Okay, you're not going to answer third and second. So the idea that you just said LeBron is the only one to get Luka in the gym. Well, I'm sorry, Luka wasn't exactly not performing in his playoff career or his NBA career. So again, you guys lined up every little thing, and you don't add context. You don't add context to the fact that Jordan said these things to players to their face and made and of course with a million reporters around Bulls practices. Big challenge guys, Bill Cartwright. You're telling me you want me to feel sorry for Bill Cartwright when J.R. Smith still catches it after shooting 60% in the finals with LeBron? Come on, man. This is ridiculous. You guys can spin anything. The fact of the matter is LeBron does have a history, and that's why his teammates catch more criticism. Y'all did an 8-hour live talking about how Anthony Davis is not a defensive anchor. Come on, boy. He should have been a defensive player of the year finalist last year, represented by the same agent, Rich Paul, but yet he's not even in the finals of Depoy, and you guys doing 8-hour live stream on how not good of a defender AD is. I said, what I started off and what I said from the beginning, okay, look, I mean, of course, people interrupt me. I get muted. People interrupt me.
I'm muting them, King Ro. Keep cooking.
Okay, at the end of the day, as I said, State must quote me correctly. I said him and his fan base are good with it. Because again, it's one thing. Jordan himself said Scottie Pippen, I wouldn't have won any ring. I never heard LeBron say I couldn't have won this without Kyrie. I never heard LeBron say I couldn't have won this without AD. I don't see him saying that publicly on a public platform. As again, you go to 98. Yes, that was a sentiment in 98. Why did he wait? Why did he wait at the end of the summer to get the thing? We're trying to 3P here. Mind you, we're going for a 3P. Has LeBron ever? He went for a 3P once, right? and then got washed by the Spurs. Again, you got 16, 17 years of the I need to be better. When his thing, Jordan's career was 15 years, and he by year 13, he knew how to be better. He knew how to step up. With Scottie Pippen giving you barely nothing in that game 6. Scottie Pippen gave you 8 points. I watched that game recently on, game 6 against the Jazz recently. Jordan had to carry that team home, and he was exhausted. So at the end of the day, you know what? You don't make excuses for winning. LeBron has to keep making excuses because his team keeps losing. His teams keep getting let down. And at the end of the day, him nor his fan base calls him out for his lack of his fourth quarter meltdowns,
Okay, but I thought this was about accountability, King,
right now, man.
Yeah, this is about accountability. And I said him and his fan base, because you asked both. Why don't you like LeBron?
No, I didn't ask both. No, I didn't.
Okay, you asked Herm why, and Herm said he don't like his fan base, and I said
hold on,
this
King
goes
Ro,
to him and his fan base.
A little bit of information to help you out, King Ro. Just so
you, bro. There's nothing you say I don't know. There's nothing you say I don't know. So you can go on.
1 second, King Ro. Hold on 1 second, King Ro. 1 second.
This is
King Ro, y'all. King Ro just said LeBron has never came out and said he couldn't have done something without one of his teammates. I'm going to give y'all another 5 examples. In 2012, Bron said after winning his first ring in the post conference, so this is not something that somebody wrote for him. He said this right after they won in the post conference. He says, first of all, I want to thank D Wade. I wouldn't be here without him. He gave me the keys and he believed in me. He said, this is for us. And then later in that same night, when they were in the locker room, he said, Bosh doesn't get enough credit. People don't understand what he gave up so we could win. We go to 2016 post game. He says, Kyrie was born for that moment. That shot will go down in history. I couldn't have done this without him. In the parade in 2016, he says, I'm telling y'all right now, that dude Kyrie is a bad man. That's a bad man. I needed him. Also saying he needed one of his teammates. We go to 2020. He says about Anthony Davis. He says, we don't win this title without AD. It's simple. The man right here is the key to it all. He's the best player I've ever had as a teammate, right? We go to other role players that he's spoken on. When he talked about Ray Allen, he says, we don't win that game without Ray Allen. That shot saved us. It gave me another shot at it. He talked about Alex Caruso in 2020. He says Caruso's impact always shows up. He says he's one of the smartest players I've ever played with. We needed him, talking about the 2020 run. Kevin Love in 2016. He said that stop on Steph at the end. He said legendary. He said people forget we don't win game 7 without Kev. He said we don't win game 7 without Kev.
He left.
Hold on. King Rose speech. Again, what they do, just like I talked to y'all about, what they do is they will push narratives, not knowing. They forget now that this is 2025. We can fact check your lies in 2.2 seconds. King Rose speech just said LeBron has never given anyone, said he couldn't do something without one of his teammates. And I've just given y'all, even down to players like Alex Caruso, he's giving credit to for wins. Kevin Love for wins. Chris Bosh for wins. D Wade. Kyrie, he's giving them all credit for wins, and it's all documented. But King Rose speech said LeBron never did it. It's again the second time you got caught lying about this. But you,
but wait. You didn't lie though. You didn't lie. You didn't lie when you know that he said I never would have won a ring without Scottie Pippen. When you made all the see, it's real easy to
we're talking about LeBron.
narrative you want to paint. You have it.
Lamar, can I make a statement before I go, please? Please, I gotta go. I'm gonna still be listening, but can I make a quick statement? Listen, Rose sat here and said that Scottie Pippen's 8 points was not good enough to help the Bulls win in the game 6, and Jordan had to do all of that. Meanwhile, he was praising Eddie House for having 9 points total in the NBA Finals and shooting under 30%. Wait. Now you can wait. I got one more thing to say. In that game 6, 1998 NBA Finals, Michael Jordan was 15 of 34 from the field. 35. The Chicago Bulls were, as a team, were 19 of 34 from the field. So the Bulls. No, I'm sorry. Let me. I don't even think it was 34 shots. Let me make sure I get this correct. The Bulls took 67 shots. My bad.
They
were 19 of 32 shots.
They were 19 of 32. Did you watch that game, LeJohn?
Okay.
Did you watch that game?
Scottie Pippen. Yes, we did watch that game. In fact, our most popular live stream ever on GOAT James Kingdom is us showing Jordan fans that exact game and them telling us we are cherry picking.
This is 98, right?
Listen, in 1998, let me get this.
Okay.
Off. I got my boy Herm here. Me and Herm, let me put me and Herm together here because me and Herm are always together in this situation. Michael Jordan film in 1998, Game 6 was shown on GOAT James Kingdom. And we had Michael Jordan fans saying we were nitpicking to choose a bad game from Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan was bricking all over the place. He was horrible in that game. Horrible.
He was horrible in Game 6.
He took 35
35
shots, bro. 35
Okay.
shots.
Who got to steal him alone? Okay. Oh, now. See, this is what I'm saying.
It's not a game, bro.
Anybody can nitpick.
Bro. That's not the game. You can't take one play and say somebody played well.
What won the game, Johnny? Because we all know Stockton hit the 3, right?
What won the game was Scottie Pippen's defense. What won the game is Dennis Rodman's defense.
Scottie Pippen was unplayable in that second half, bro.
Because they can stop. Jordan wasn't stopping nobody. Jordan was playing Brian Russell. He wasn't guarding nobody. He wasn't the one keeping John Stockton in check. That was Pippen. That's why he cried for Pippen to come back. If Pippen don't show back, they don't even win the championship. That's why he was begging for Pippen to go get back surgery. Because he couldn't do it without Pippen. You just said
that. And we understand that Scottie Pippen was almost immobile in that. I mean, we know that, right? Scottie Pippen was immobile.
So why would you be begging him to come back?
Because he's your best teammate.
They were going to trade Scottie Pippen before the season started. They were going to trade him. And Jordan said, if you do that, I quit.
Y'all are amazing.
Jordan got mad.
No. And then Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, went to Jerry Krause and said, well, listen, can we win a championship? Can we actually repeat the third time without Scottie Pippen? You know what Jerry Krause said? No, we cannot.
Okay.
But we still got to get rid of him. And he said, well, no, hold on, don't do that. And the only reason they did not trade Scottie was because Michael threatened to quit. That means Michael was not going to go play with the Bulls, with Phil Jackson, and all the other players that he won a championship in 98, all because Scottie Pippen wasn't going to be there.
So we agree on that. We agree on that.
Agree on what? That Jordan can't win nothing without Scottie? Do you agree on that?
Well, we agree with that. I agree with it, right? He fell. Hold on. He fell.
Okay, so if that's the case, then he ain't never know LeBron James because LeBron James could win without Dwayne Wade. LeBron James could win without Anthony Davis.
I'm saying, but then you give him another all. See, that's so disingenuous because he got another all-time player.
Hold on one second.
But go ahead. I'm out of here.
King Ro. We've gotten so far removed from something as simple as accountability. We weren't talking about winning games and clutch moments. We weren't talking about championships. That's a different conversation. We were just talking about accountability. All I did was just give you examples.
You gave me statements. Great.
All I gave you, hold on. The statements prove accountability. Because when we started this, King Ro, your statement was LeBron had never done it.
I said he really does it.
Hold on one second, King Ro.
And I don't care about it.
When you opened up about accountability, you didn't say LeBron does it sometimes. You didn't say LeBron does it every now and then.
I said he rarely. When I say he rarely, that means sometimes.
No, that's not what you said, King Ro. Don't lie. You said he doesn't take accountability. So when you tell me that LeBron doesn't take accountability, and then you use an example on a podcast where you think he's throwing a teammate under a bus, and when I go research it, I find out all throughout his career, he's taken accountability and basically said the onus is on me for this team to win. This is something you said he doesn't do, but we found 10 examples, lightning quick, of his own words taking accountability. Secondly, King Ro, you then lied. Instead of just accepting that and admitting to the mistake, you then further lied and said that LeBron James has never came out and said he couldn't have done it without another teammate. And now I've given you 7 examples of times where he's come out and publicly said, I couldn't have done it without Diddy. I couldn't have done it without Bosh. I couldn't have done it without Wade. I couldn't have done it without Kyrie. He even said, I couldn't have done it without Caruso and even Ray Allen and players like that. You said that didn't exist. Why are you so adamant about just lying on LeBron?
Why? Because LeBron will often use the word "I did something." I did something in relation to. Come on. If you're gonna ask me a question, He sat in Drake's face. Lamont, did he not sit in Drake's face? Said that right there made me to go. I beat the best team of all time.
Hold on. This is a yes or no question. Why did you lie?
You can't. A yes or no question isn't why.
Why did you lie? Why did you lie? It is a yes or no question. Why did you lie and say that LeBron never gave any one of his teammates credit, basically saying that they're the reason why we won, or just really saying I couldn't have done it without them? Why did you lie and say LeBron has never done that when clearly he's done it over 7 times?
The yes or no question. So you're gonna mute me.
Okay,
you can't start a question with why, because the answer or why question.
Okay,
you have
so hold on. The yes or no
you're
element.
giving us the reason
hold on. The
for
yes or,
lying.
hold on one second, my boy. Hold on one second, my boy. The yes or no element of this is: did you lie about that? Yes or no?
I didn't lie because I know what I said. I know what I said. I said LeBron will come back later on and take sole credit for a lot of his W's. That's what I said. See, you can't tell me to answer a yes or no question. First of all, lying on what I said. I said LeBron will come back years later and take most of the credit for his victories and will espouse blame to other players for his most famous losses. Okay, now I will tell you when LeBron said I've on Pat McAfee. I like to look at people's quote in live. Like I don't like to read in the paper because we all know what the newspapers do, right? Okay, LeBron said I messed up and lost to the Warriors. I mean, lost to the Magic in 2009. I could have played Kobe one-on-one in the finals, and I messed up and lost. Which again, that's a team effort. I believe in team. I never say I say we. When I go out and play basketball, 3-on-3, 4-on-4, full court, we got to do this, we got to do that. Okay? Yes, LeBron will. I said rarely. I never said he never. So right there is a lie framing my argument the way I didn't make it. Again, we all know. Y'all sit there, Go James Kingdom has a Facebook group, which I frequent. There's a million posts. And again, I get it. That's not coming from y'all directly. But guess what? There's a lot of that narrative in LeBron James Senate group where, he did this without Kyrie. He did this without Wade. He did this without, but knowing full well he went to another cast of characters and went and played.
Okay, so King Ro, my question to you is this.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't care for the LeBron propaganda, why are you in a LeBron James fan page complaining about LeBron propaganda?
I love the smoke. One boy,
come like me joining
I love the Jordan. That's why.
There are just as many.
We are not going. Hold
on. But there are just as many
about no Facebook shit.
Hold on 1 second. Many Jordan fan pages on Facebook for you to join.
I'm not a Jordan fan either. I like the truth, sir.
Hold on 1 second.
Truth. I speak truth on my channel.
King Ro, but if you want the truth, but how do you want the truth, but you're not going out to actively seek the truth? How can I believe
I know a lot of this.
How can I believe that you say you want the truth, but yet you say LeBron doesn't take accountability, even though he has a track record of taking accountability?
I said he really.
Hold on. No, hold on. You need to rewind this stream and listen to what you say, because you're trying to rewire what you originally said to try to make it suit the information that I gave you.
I said the lack of accountability.
You said first of all, you didn't even use the word lack of accountability.
Yes, I did.
You said he's not accountable. You said he doesn't take accountability when he loses. You said he blames his teammates, yet he has a track record of only taking accountability and basically finding ways to lift his teammates up, even in the easiest moment of his career, where you could deflect blame to J.R. Smith. Even in that moment, he did not even he didn't even blame J.R. Smith. He even said after that game, he said, I could have been better. And this is a game where he dropped 51-8-8. A game where he probably couldn't even have played better if he tried. Probably made one of his greatest playoff performances.
No, he could have showed up in overtime. He did nothing in overtime.
Even after that game ended, he said, I'm not here to judge J.R. Smith. I could have been better. So when we see examples like that, yet you're running around pushing this propaganda that he doesn't take accountability, who are we to believe? I'm
going to believe our eyes because he didn't do nothing in overtime.
Who are we to believe? You or LeBron James's track record of taking accountability?
Yeah, we know that we know there's a track record. Otherwise, you use an example, right? The same way you brought this J.R. Smith example, right? Scottie Pippen scored 2 points in 1990.
Why do you? I don't care about Scottie Pippen though.
But you use that example, Lamar. So you can't do this. You use the 1990 them losing to the Pistons, right? Scottie Pippen scored 2
I don't.
points.
That's GOAT James Kingdom. I don't.
Okay, no, you use that as one of your examples, sir.
Just stick to
this
what
nigga. You did not use that as one of your examples. You didn't use 1990 as one of your examples.
Stick to the argument that you made about LeBron. You said he doesn't take accountability, and you said, and you also said he never does like Jordan, and basically says that he couldn't have done it without his teammates. You said those two things, but he has a long track record of doing both. Why did you lie about that?
Did I lie about it? No, I didn't lie about it. Because LeBron will sit here and take sole credit. You know what? Sometimes you say things more loud. Okay. It's one thing to say it right there in the heat of the moment. It's the next thing when you come on another a largely viewed pocket, because people don't watch these damn post-game pressers. People don't watch that. When you come and say that right there made me the GOAT, I beat the best team of all time. I'm sorry. We beat the best team. And you know what? Me and Kyrie and the see, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do, because I know you don't do it. This is not tennis. This is not boxing. Even in boxing, you got a team. You got your trainers. You got your, your managers. Everybody else that put it together. The bottom line.
Hold on. So King,
you got a team in tennis too.
If that is your true and honest, sentiment, then why do you push the narrative that Jordan is 6-0, not the Chicago Bulls are 6-0?
Don't push that narrative. See, I've told you that many times. Lamar, I've told you many times I've never been 6-0. See, you're doing what I did, right? I'm holding y'all accountable for what goes on in GOAT James Kingdom. And Juan Boy, he posted 3 shit today that I had to go snapping at, right? But see,
Lamar, you
just
do
the same thing with me, saying I use 6-0. I don't use 6-0. Matter of fact, I challenge somebody. I will not mention one of Jordan's championships and make the GOAT case for him. Not mention one championship. I won't even mention the championships.
Bro, everybody in the chat is asking you, King Ro.
What are you talking about?
Get back to accountability.
No.
I've already said LeBron is rarely accountable. I'm going to stand on that. And I'll give you examples that you can sit there and come up with every prepared statement of ChatGPT.
Bro, please, this is not ChatGPT. This is just Google. I'm getting these statements from Sports Illustrated. These statements are from ESPN. Statements from NBA.com. Everything ain't from ChatGPT.
Cool. Okay, LeBron is great media training.
If you actually care to do research on it before you push propaganda, these are things that you can easily go find on very credible sites. NBA.com is credible. When
LeBron is very well media trained. That's what he's very well. We all know that.
Okay, so now it goes from when he does give accountability, it's just because he's media.
He's not accountable because he can read a statement, but we know he does not feel that way, and we know that by the narrative that surrounds him.
In King Ro's speech, then how do you delineate when Jordan actually feels that way? How do you know Jordan truly? And how do you know he's not media trained?
Well, Jordan is more, and we're going to see this coming up, but Jordan is more of the shoot from the cup. See, one thing in the whole Stephen A saga is Stephen A called LeBron two-faced. And I've seen that his whole life. Where LeBron will smile in your face. Hold on.
You just keep
narrative.
No, I'm not. Those of us that saw Jordan play, we know that Jordan is a country nigga from Wilmington, North Carolina. He will say what he say to your face, and he will say what he say to the camera. That's the difference,
bro. This is my thing, fam.
Go ahead.
For like the last 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks, we caught you in some dead ass lies, whether it was about another player.
Yeah.
Why do you think you keep coming up here just blurting shit out, and when people fact check you, you just want to keep running on and
I never said Brent Bukowski had a great up and under. I said he had a nice up and under, and he was a bruiser.
This is what you said.
I'm going to stand on that. I know what I said. I have the memory of an elephant. I will remember what y'all said 3 years ago.
Can I talk?
Go ahead.
You said, as a Knicks fan, a couple weeks ago when they was back over here thrashing Ewan's ass, it's because he had Rick Smith on him. You went to the clip and seen that Rick Smith wasn't even
I said the layup wasn't wide open. I said the
Hold
layup
on.
wasn't
This
wide
came out of
open.
your mouth. This came
I
out of
didn't.
your
I
mouth. Now,
said the
anybody
layup
on the
wasn't
panel,
wide
listen
open.
to what I'm saying.
King Rowe,
In a
you said
defensive situation,
you said 3
hold
weeks
on,
ago
fam.
that Frank Brakowski had an up and under. You said that. I
Go
was
ahead,
here
bro.
when
Yeah,
it
you
happened.
said
You
that.
said
I
it.
And
said he
also,
scored 17. He scored
also,
17
listen,
points.
this
So
is
for
the
what?
point
No,
that
you
I'm
Huh?
did
making
not.
as a
You did
Hold
not.
on,
basketball
Mahari.
You did
fan.
When he
not.
scored
No, let me
17
You
points
did
a
talk.
game,
not.
how did he get those
King Rowe,
17?
you're
Let
Mahari?
me
lying.
Hold on,
talk.
You're
Let me
Mahari.
talk.
If you're
lying.
I
gonna
just
quote,
let
if
you
y'all
talk
gonna
for
quote
like
me,
10 straight minutes.
if
No,
I
let me
got 10
talk.
straight
Hold on,
minutes.
yeah,
No,
we got a
let me
lot of people
talk.
up here. I want to get to everybody on the panel. Yeah, hold on,
Hold on.
Juan Boy,
Let
go ahead
me
and
cook
finish
real
up.
quick. Let me cook real
Hold on,
quick.
hold on. Let me go to hold on. I'm gonna let Juan Boy finish, but we got Just Call Me L. He pulled up. He been
Yep.
waiting, and we got Anime,
No problem.
and we got plays by CJ who pulled back up as well, and we got Uncle Suge up here. So again, I want to make everybody. I'm gonna let Juan Boy finish up, and then we're gonna go to some of the people that just
my
pulled up.
last point.
Yeah. Let him go next.
On top of things that we've researched moments after what you said, this is why I'm saying I'm talking to you as a basketball fan, as a Knicks fan. You said this came out of your mouth. Oh, he had Rick Smiths on him. When you
I didn't
said
say
that,
he had Rick Smiths on him.
I'm thinking to myself, why would Rick Smiths, with his immobile ass, be in the late game situation on the defensive end? When the tape dropped, you said, "Oh, he had Dale Davis on him."
Okay, cool.
That's why we
Was the
that's why
layup
we
wide
asked you,
open?
because you keep
Was the
coming up
hold on,
here
Juan Boy? But was the
show
layup wide
after
open?
show
See, if you're gonna
lying. Why do
I
you
can hold
come
on,
up
Juan
here,
Boy. Hold on, Juan
why
Boy.
do you keep
I can
coming up
cop.
to
I can
show
cop to
after
making a
show
mistake.
lying?
See, unlike you guys, I
All
can
you
cop to
do is
making a
lie.
mistake. Was the layup
Why do
wide
you
open
keep
or not?
coming up to the
Was
shows
the Juan
lying?
Boy? Was the
You
layup wide
keep
open or
coming
not?
up here lying. Stop
Was the layup
LeBron,
lying.
wide open
I
or
don't know how
not,
you
Everything
Juan
answer
that
Boy?
this,
you have
man.
Was the
said, we
layup
have
wide
fact
open or
checked.
not, Juan Boy? Was the layup
Everything you
wide
have
open or not?
said, we
See, y'all
fact
started
checked
with a
because you
lie, and then
lied.
okay,
You
I
come up here lying
misremembered Rick
about
Smith
Frank
being on the
Bukowski,
court.
fam. You
Okay, now
sat
the
on
Frank
Gojim. You sat
Bukowski.
on we're
Hold on,
watching
can we
Juan
move
Minnesota
Boy,
on?
what
LA.
Hold
level
on.
You
did you
talking
score
about Roy
17 points a
Jordan
game at?
mid-range
Juan Boy,
game,
what
fam.
level did you score 17 points a game at?
I
Because
don't
Frank
care.
Bukowski scored 17 points a game
What?
in the NBA. I know.
I'm trying to figure out why you keep coming back up here lying.
No, I
Show
don't lie.
after
Hold
show.
on, y'all
You
lie.
keep
Y'all lie
lying.
on what
Why
I
you keep
say
coming up
half
here
the
No,
time.
lying?
we not. Hold on. Can I go to Just Call Me
Damn.
L, and then I'm gonna go to
Stop
You
lying.
give somebody three, and then you. It is what it is.
Hold on, King. I'm gonna
Thank
come right
you.
back to you
You
because
can
I'm
just
sure they're
keep
gonna have
lying
to.
show after show
Hold
for
on,
no
Just Call
reason.
Me L. What you got on this?
Hey, what's going on, Lamar? It's Lee. I'm gonna go last. I have quite a few things to say. I'm gonna go last.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go to anime. Manga King. What you got, man?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I got you back in, Shug.
Right on.
Anime, what you got on this? You with us? Anime, you
I'll
on
go
mute?
last.
There you go.
I'll be quick.
No,
Go
nobody.
ahead, Shug. Go ahead and cook, Shug.
Yeah, hey, cause I came back right on time when dude was saying why dude keep coming up here thinking people ain't gonna fact check. Cause I had to go back to listen to what he said when he first came on about LeBron's accountability. Now, brother, if you an honest man, these is your own words, man. Listen.
I thought you was accidentally bad. Well, anybody, you can ask if you want. You can ask. Yeah, I mean, accountability. Like, LeBron doesn't take accountability for losses. As we've seen, he went over there and said, oh, well, me and Luka didn't just lose with 8 other players. But when he wins, like against the Warriors, oh, that right there made me the GOAT. Like he was the only one that beat the Warriors. So, LeBron is that's one thing I don't like. If he would take accountability for his losses as well as he takes credit for the victories, then I'd be more of a fan of his. I wouldn't have to come at him the way I do.
Bro, you said you would become a fan.
Okay, cool.
You said you would
Did you
become a
hold
fan, brother.
Now
on.
that's
It's
the
very
legendary move.
look. In the
Hold
words of
on.
Kevin
To me,
Samuels, words matter. When did you
LeBron,
hear me
did you
say
see
he
this?
never? Hold on, sir. Did I say never takes accountability? See, when I say he don't take accountability, that's a general statement, meaning that
King Rowe,
most of
just
the
stop,
time
bro.
he
Just
doesn't.
bro,
stop.
anything that
Okay,
comes out of
Stop.
your
no,
mouth
You
is a
just
hold
got
on,
lie.
exposed, bro. Just
Anything
stop.
that
because
comes out of your
LeBron
mouth
Hold on,
is
let
a
said
Shug
lie.
finish.
he
Stop.
never takes accountability. See what I'm saying? Did you hear me say he never takes accountability?
You just said that. What the fuck you talking about?
Bro, you just played it. I never said the word never. I said he doesn't. That's a general
Fuck out of
statement.
here,
Dog,
man.
we
Stop
Okay.
just
trying
heard
to
the
look.
tape. We just
Stop
heard the
trying to.
tape.
Stop
Bro,
trying to sprinkle
King
sugar
Ro, you
on
got to
shit that's
stop
already
lying,
hot.
bro.
I've never
He
used
just
the
pulled
word
the
never.
tape
See,
and
y'all
he
can try
exposed
to
your
paint
flood
for someone.
argument. Please stop, bro.
See, y'all,
Please.
No, he
this
just
is
wanted to
crazy.
Now,
argue in the
King Row,
I
King
go
Row,
so
from
King
you
Row.
just
I
lie
go
every
from
week. You
Frank
lie.
Mikowski had a nice up and under game where he actually got 17 points a game in an
Oh
NBA
my
season,
God. There you
82
go
games.
again.
To
There you go
he beat
again.
Kevin McHale. See the superlatives,
You're
the way
trying to
y'all been.
compare Frank Mikowski to Kevin McHale. Do you see
I
how
did
stupid
not.
that
I said
sounds,
he had
King
a
Ro?
decent. I said he had a nice up and under game.
King Ro,
That's all
just
I
So
said.
why
stop,
And it
is
was
bro.
he
a
literally
You're
just
listen,
said he
yes,
didn't
blatantly
say
sir.
that at
lying
first?
So
diabolically.
you
Just
can
stop,
run
man.
with
Flag of it?
somebody. I never said the word
Where's
never.
the proof?
Generally, LeBron does not take accountability. We know this. Everybody who's a critic of his, who y'all love to snipe at, feels that same way. A lot of people feel. Stephen A.
Hey,
Smith
Lamont, you
came
gotta
on.
say that. You gotta say that
Stephen
clip,
A. a
bro.
liar
That
You
too.
dude
can
pulled up the
save it,
tape,
but I
man.
He's
never
a
use the word
liar
never.
too.
See, okay,
He's
I
a
know Stephen
liar
A. Smith
too.
is a liar, and so is LeBron,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
LeBron is
he a
lying
liar. How the
they got
fuck you have his
compilation on
running that
LeBron's
much
lies.
points in
So
one
it is
game?
what it, bro. Bro, no one is perfect. No one is Jesus.
Hey,
As I
King
say,
Row,
LeBron.
King Row,
The
Go
shit
ahead.
you came up here
King Row. They
lying
saying in
about,
the chat.
you
They
don't
saying
have
in
to
the chat you
lie
can't take
I
about.
know.
accountability,
This is
man.
your chat, bro. I'ma stand on what I say. You're
Bro,
not
you're
hitting me with
standing
that
on a
word
You want to
never.
lie,
be a
man. You
liar
keep
then. You
lying.
so
Stop
No, I keep lying.
lying.
So I
Stop
said he
acting like
never takes
MAGA people,
accountability.
bro. Stop
And then when
lying.
you said,
stop.
okay,
Yeah,
I
bro.
said you're
Just
gonna find
stop
some
lying.
examples. Okay.
You're not
Again, I
taking
never said
accountability.
he never
You're not
takes
taking
accountability.
accountability.
Oh boy.
You
Okay.
can't. As much as I
I
hate
know.
on you
I
about
know.
hold the
I know.
L,
accountability, you can't
King
never
Ro.
go
That's
clip
the
nothing
problem with
shit
you,
and say
man.
that I was
Bro,
lying about
if
nothing.
I'm wrong,
If I'm
many
wrong,
times I've
I'm
said I'm
wrong.
wrong. The same way
Stop
Lamar
being
could not
first of
tell
all,
me where
you
he
gotta
was
be more
finding
y'all,
those
y'all,
those
this is the
those
problem
This is
with
so
the
much,
next-gen
bro.
numbers for
LeBron
Jordan,
detractors.
and they were
Y'all are
basically
more
anecdotes.
basketball fans than y'all are men. Before I come on these
Bro,
platforms, I'm a man before a basketball fan. So a
cool.
man
And
don't have
so
to
am I.
lie about
So am
no
I.
dumb
One
shit.
thing I don't do like you, one boy, is throw stones and hide my hands. Because you made 3 bullshit posts on Facebook today that I had to
And
snipe
what
at.
did I
I
say,
know.
y'all? You
But
talk. I
act
didn't
like
come
you
up here
don't
to
push
beef about you
narratives.
about no
Act like you
Facebook
don't push
shit.
the same
I was
narratives that we
asleep.
up here
If you
arguing
was
about.
listening,
Come on, bro.
I came in halfway up the show.
Insane,
I
bro.
was asleep because I don't be
I
entertaining
know,
that shit on
because
Facebook.
I
You
get
come
it,
up here with
It's
Facebook
easy to
shit.
sit. It's easy to
You
sit
came
in
up
a
here
whole
with
clip on
Facebook
Jordan.
shit,
King
man.
Ro,
You
just
on some
stop,
diva
man.
shit.
I know, but
Please.
That's
you
some
do
diva
it
shit.
though. You push the same narratives that we argue about.
Dude,
We
you've been pushing
understand
narratives the
this.
We
entire
don't
time
have
you've
to
been here,
lie.
No,
Ain't
man.
nobody up
I
here
think the
lying
statement
to
that I
you
stand
though.
on, LeBron is a very unaccountable motherfucker. That's it.
You said
That's it.
that. You just said
LeBron,
that
since you
LeBron
got
James
15
takes
years
no
of me
accountability for
Arguing
arguing
with
with
your
anything. That's
better,
own
what you
words.
said,
and
Man
King
fighting
just
to
Ro.
be better, but
he
I
just
also need to be true to my
rewinded the
home
tape of the
team.
shit you said.
Wow.
15 years, I need to be better, but I also need to get a whole new team. More players have been. You know how
Wow.
many times? You know how many Bulls were traded from 88 to 98? 8. And 5 of them was Ed Neely being traded to the Phoenix Suns. You know how many people LeBron has traded? Because it's good to say, oh yeah, these guys could do better. But LeBron has traded like 70,
So you're treating like
78.
And
LeBron
what
James like
have
he's the
these
general
players done?
manager.
What
Like,
have
what
the
are you?
players
Yeah,
done?
I get it. Now
What have
LeBron
Gils
has
would
no
do?
say of player personnel. That's the
What is
next thing.
Gauls
Not at
That's
got?
the
all.
What has
next thing.
No, he
Cleveland
does
That's the
done?
not
next
have
thing.
any say in
What has
player
these
personnel.
niggas
He
Because
has
done?
I
suggestions, but it's up to
remember
the
them
general
when they
manager
got
to make the
Westbrook. Hey,
move.
Mahari, I remember when they got Westbrook. This was me and AD. We made this happen. Then when the Westbrook shit didn't work out,
They wanted Damian Lillard. They
bro, they
wanted
went to
Damian
fucking
Lillard.
Westbrook's
They
house, bro.
wanted
They
Damian
went
Lillard,
Westbrook's
and the
house, though.
trade was
Okay,
never
but
going
they
to
wasn't gonna
happen.
they didn't
They
get Damian
wanted
Lillard.
Damian
So they
Lillard.
also wanted
Lamont,
What does that
Westbrook,
Lamont,
though, right,
mean?
Mahari?
Lamont,
Mahari, they wanted
Lamont,
Man,
Westbrook too,
Lamont,
Hold
right?
on one
Lamont,
second.
They
Lamont,
wanted
Lamont.
Westbrook too, right?
Hey,
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 let
hey,
someone
hey,
else
hey,
speak. Go
hey,
ahead. Go
hey,
ahead. Go
This
hey,
ahead.
nigga
hey,
here,
hey,
like,
hey,
yo,
hey,
you
hey,
have no
hey,
I'm
hey,
saying this for
hey,
the
everybody,
Hey.
can y'all hold on? Can y'all hold on? I just need everybody to hold on. Look, man.
Thank you, Lamont.
All I'm saying is, this was a very simple conversation. We've now derailed into a whole bunch of other things.
Yep.
Look, again, talking about wins and losses, and that's a different conversation versus. Remember, Uncle Suge is the GOAT at pulling receipts. Like, I don't know if a lot of y'all know who Uncle Suge is, but the one thing Uncle Suge is elite at is he will pull receipts. And the receipts, when we play back your own words,
said
was
LeBron
exactly
and
what I
held
said.
accountable.
This was about accountability. And the reason why I know, at least to me, King Ro, the reason why I know you didn't truly believe what you were saying is because as soon as I pulled the quotes of LeBron taking accountability,
I said you find
immediately.
I said you find him.
No, you then immediately ran to. Well,
You ran to
why does
Jordan.
he have to take
You ran to Jordan. You could have went to any other player.
Hey,
hold on one second. Hold on one second,
King Bro, can you please just let Lamont speak?
Yeah, bro.
You immediately once I gave you the quotes, when we're talking about LeBron across 15, 16 years taking accountability.
Now he left.
Yeah.
And when we showed him that, then he immediately said, well, why does he have to take accountability? Because he was losing. So then he tried to make it about winning and losing, which is a different conversation. And he said so many things here that were just factually inaccurate that to me were just, I think he intentionally just lied. One, I think we easily proved that he was just lying. And the reality of it is he is exactly what he tries to put off LeBron to be. Somebody that won't take accountability.
But and
That's
also this is him. This is constant with him. Every time you hear him, he's lying about things he doesn't have to lie about. That's why you can't even have a decent conversation with half of these dudes, because they go from one topic, and when they get proved wrong, they want to stretch it out and try to make all these other excuses just so they could seem right. Like, you came up here lying for what? What was the purpose of you coming up here lying? To see if we sharp like that? And then you talk about.
Well, I think he should know by now. He just can't come up here and just lie like that. We're gonna fact check him.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Come up here like, come on, man, with all that energy from social media. So I'm sleep all day, and you just wait. Wait. I better not catch one boy on the podcast today. What? I have a life, fam. But it's just that when I talk basketball, I want to talk basketball. We want to go left on after that. We don't have to do that. Let's just keep it basketball. Let's keep it on the guidelines of the topic. We went from LeBron's account. The show was about Diddy and all of that stuff in his case, and we go all the way to LeBron's accountability, because y'all can't take that type of heat. So y'all want to change the sport now. And also, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all can't have a conversation about Jordan or anybody else because y'all always want to bring up LeBron. This is the perfect example.
Say, I think it's funny how, King Rowe, talked about accountability, talk about, oh man, when I'm on the court and I drop whatever bullshit numbers, niggas be dropping on the court. You know how people be, hell, I drop 20, whatever. I think it's so funny how, why is it that certain people got to take accountability, responsibility, but the players that know that made mistakes, didn't make the right pass, multiple missed free throws, turnovers.
Mm-hmm. They
don't ever get that. They don't like why is it always on the best player? I've literally seen and heard LeBron. I've seen LeBron post these great numbers, scoring 52 points and still losing because of boneheaded mistakes. But he got to be accountable. Nigga, what? In what world? Hell, we all hoopers on here. When we play a good game at the park or whatever, and then you lose the game, people act like they just leave the court and like, oh, well, shit, hey, that's on me. No, you be on that person. You be like, damn, bro, like you gotta score more. You gotta do A, B, C, and D right. But when it comes to LeBron, oh, he ain't accountable. So that excuse right there is so bullshit, because I've always thought, why don't y'all ever get on the players that made the mistakes? Like, why ain't we getting on his ass? People talking about, with the whole J.R. Smith situation, he could have dimed him out in ABC and this and the third. Yeah. I'm like, shoot, sometimes you got to get on the player ass. Sometimes you got to get on somebody's ass, and then they like, damn,
sure.
Hey, I ain't trying. And it's been so many times in the NBA, they got that one game, they say, you know what, I messed up. Ain't going to happen again. Next game,
can I give y'all one more lie? My bad plays by CJ. Can I give y'all one more lie? I'm gonna give y'all another lie. Another lie that he said was that the Chicago Bulls, when they had Jordan in the 80s, only made 9 trades total. Or 8 trades total. That's another lie. The Bulls, compared to most teams in the league, were making 3 times as many roster moves per year than any other team in the league at that time. What was considered a lot of moves when we talk about trades, signings, or players getting cut, the Bulls were making about 5.17 roster moves per season, right?
Bam.
As opposed to the average team in the league was only making about 1 to 2 trades or significant roster adjustments in any particular season. The Bulls from 1984 to 1990 were on a year-by-year basis, compared to the rest of the league, making far, far more moves than any other team. I mean, this comes from trading draft picks to trading assets to trading players to cutting players to doing all types of stuff to try to finesse and find ways to make this roster, to build this roster around Jordan, right? It's crazy. They signed and cut from 1984 to 1989. They signed and cut 25 different rotational players. They made seven major trades. I mean, I'm talking about on a year. They were always trying to do something, right? They were trying to build. Jordan couldn't play with other scores, so they were dinking and dabbling. And then they really didn't hit on gold until they really got rid of Jordan's friends.
Yeah,
they hit on gold when they finally got rid of Oakley and brought in Bill Cartwright, and when they got rid of Doug Collins and brought in Phil Jackson. That's when they struck gold, when they got rid of the people that Jordan loved, instead of getting rid of the people that Jordan wanted them to get rid of, like Quentin Daly. Here, I got all the names. All the people that Jordan wanted the Bulls to move, Jordan requested that they get rid of Quentin Daly because Quentin Daly was a scorer. Jordan requested that they get rid of Orlando Woolridge because Orlando Woolridge was a scorer.
George Gervin.
George Gervin, they claimed George Gervin was out of his prime. That's a lie. Jordan Gervin was an all-star the year before, averaging 20 points per game. It just didn't work out with Jordan. All these major trades, right? Major trades, trying to finesse. Again, great. This is not a knock on Jordan or the Bulls. This is how you know you're dealing with an elite organization, or an organization that's willing to move pieces and move pieces and move pieces because they know they have something special in Jordan. This is how we wanted the Cleveland Cavaliers to be when they had LeBron the first time around. We wanted them to, look, you got LeBron. Start moving and shaking pieces until you figure something out that's going to work. Because what just stand pat and stand as you are and ain't getting it done. Making very marginal moves ain't getting it done. So what were they doing with Jordan? They when they knew they had something special in Jordan, they started making almost triple the amount of moves that the average team made in the 80s to try to build around Jordan. Now, the teams today make far more moves, but yes, with more player mobility, all teams are making more moves. So what the Lakers were doing compared to most other teams is not as ridiculous. When we look at the volume, what the Bulls were doing compared to other teams was looked at that particular time as crazy. It was crazy the amount of moves that the Bulls were making. And they were doing all of this to build around Jordan. Is it a knock on Jordan? No. Who in their right mind is going to knock the Bulls for trying to build around Jordan? But they conversely, people like King Rowe will try to knock organizations for trying to build around LeBron. And then they credit all the moves to LeBron, which is the oddest thing in the world. Right. They credit it all to LeBron, right? The good moves that pan out, they say LeBron building a super team. The moves that don't work, they credit to LeBron saying he ruined organizations. It's the weirdest conundrum of they don't ever blame
no credit to Pat Riley, no credit to Jeannie Buss.
It's the weirdest thing that they do. This is how you know they're obsessed with LeBron, man.
Hey, Lamont, can I go?
Yeah.
So just like that gentleman Suge you talked about, I have receipts too. I'm gonna get to them in a second, but real quick, I mean, what's this guy's name? King Rowe. First of all, I heard what he said about Gronkowski and the up and under. Okay, that was terrible. Okay, he lied. Gronkowski. He lied about Dale Davis, affecting Patrick Ewing's layup. When in that same podcast, that same show, he talked about how Patrick Ewing dunked on Alonzo Mourning like 5 times in a game. Right. This guy constantly lies. He's the same one who said Patrick Ewing was a much better basketball player than Scottie Pippen. No, he wasn't. Okay. He lies about the 90s. He was talking about how Pistol Pete Maravich and Goat James Kingdom's channel, how Pistol Pete Maravich would have adjusted and he would have been like the top 3-point shooter in the league or something of that sort. And he only took like 15 his whole career. That was documented. All this dude does is lie. I've heard him for months. He doesn't know basketball. He doesn't know anything about basketball. And then to make it even
He's
worse,
an emotional GDR. What do you expect?
And then to make it even worse, he and all these 90s fans, they just gloviate about how Patrick Ewing would just absolutely dominate the league. Where I actually went back and watched the series, Patrick Ewing fouling out for like 12 points against Rick Smits, and Rick Smits took his lunch money.
Right.
It's just all this dude does is lie. That's all he does.
Another thing too about Patrick Ewing. Who got out? What happened to him in the 1994 finals? What happened in that series?
We already know. But let's not divulge, because all it's going to do is attract the worst type of basketball fans in the basketball.
There you go. Yep.
JDR is by far the worst fans in all of basketball fandom.
I talked about this with Lamont via text and over the phone. I don't know why Lamont continues to do this. The 90s basketball fans, they're the worst. The basketball community is the worst community on the
Can
planet.
I give y'all the list? Y'all won't even believe this. Can I give y'all all the list? I'm gonna give y'all the full list of players between 1984 and 1989 that Jordan asked the organization to cut or waive.
Oh, yes. Real quick. Lamont, let me just say this real quick.
Hold on. Can I read the names? Let me just read these names.
Yeah, I'll go after you.
From 1984 to 1989. Now, this is just all the players that Jordan asked the Bulls to cut or waive. Mitchell Wiggins, Caldwell Jones, Charles Jones, Ronnie Lester, Dirk Minifield, David Greenwood, Juwan Oldham, Rod Higgins, Mike Smirk, Calvin Duncan, Steve Coulter, George Gervin, Orlando Woolridge, Sidney Green, David Wood, Greg Sperling, Jack Haley, Stuart Granger, and Clifford Lett. Again, might not be names that we all know. These are all players. These are all players that Jordan asked the organization to waive or cut. And what happened to them all? These are all, and this is all roster moves, right? Like King Rowe likes to relegate it to trades, right? Because that's their new little fancy thing that they like to try to finesse with LeBron. Yeah, and that's right there. That alone right there is 19 roster moves. That's not counting the trades. That's not counting the draft picks. Bro, Jordan was responsible for that Bulls team getting rid of a whole bunch of people. But because we're so far removed from it, they think we can't go back and get the receivers. And I think a lot of times they just don't know. Like for people like King Rowe, I don't even want to act like he's hiding information. I just think they don't know.
I think so.
He doesn't. Oh yeah. And before I give out my receipt, this is the same King Rowe that said that the 92-93 Suns that went to the finals would absolutely barbecue the 2000-2001 Lakers. Like, do we have to take this man seriously?
No. He said that Lamont told him
the
that
2004 Lakers
would sweep the 93 Suns, and he was like, nah, because Cedric Sabalas and Richard Dumas would have shut Kobe down.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's what he said.
Listen, I'm not, you know what I'm saying, not to emphasize on him or anybody, but just listen to him and people like him. Y'all,
and Hollywood Herm too.
This is shit that we remember people say. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not talking to people that don't know basketball. So when we call you up on type of stuff like this, you got to be mindful. Like, yo, damn, we are listening because we're basketball fans. If you come up here talking basketball, we're going to listen to what you say. If it don't make sense, expect for us to call you out on it.
Oh yeah, and I remember this too. He had tried to educate Lamont on what a catch and shooter is, and Lamont's a catch and shooter himself, and he's a coach.
Right.
I remember that.
Pull out the receipt, man. We want to see it.
Oh yeah, here's the receipt. Mm-hmm. So it's LeBron over the last 10 years. LeBronJames actually given credit to his players, to his teammates. May 25th, 2015. Tristan Thompson receives high praise from LeBron James. That's 1. 2, December 5th, 2024, LeBron James says, I have, all of us, but most importantly myself, I have to take accountability for how our team plays. Talking about the Lakers. That's 2. 3, LeBron takes accountability for turnovers in the Lakers loss to the 76ers, January 29th, 2025. That's 3. 4, this one is loading. LeBron shows leadership with strong accountability for disastrous Lakers loss to the Chicago Bulls, March 27th, 2025. So that's 4. 5, LeBron says, quote, yeah, that's on me. It won't happen again. Takes accountability for the loss. And I want to say this was March 8th. It looks like, March 8th. March 8th.
Oh, King Rose said we lying on his name. I'm not even talking King Rose, man.
What, man, whatever. Anyways, LeBron James says, I just have to play better in the loss against the San Antonio Spurs, June 11, 2023. That's 5 right there. 6. He said here, I've just got to be better in a loss against the Warriors, June 4th, 2016. That's 7. 8, LeBron James gives credit for Markieff Morris being such a great teammate, a teammate who simply understands him. And this was dated June 14th, 2025. So this is actually recent. And then the 9th one. Actually, I have more. And then the last one, LeBron James does not hesitate naming one of the teammates who's impacted him the most, talking about Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love back in 2015. Oh, and then another one, 10. I give a lot of credit to Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love stepping up tonight when I played horrible. I mean, that's 10 right there. That's 10 right there. So how does
that's 10 more on top of the 10 I already provided?
Yeah. So how is LeBron James not a good teammate, or how does he not take accountability or give credit for other teammates, or take accountability from him not playing well? Now, before I say anything else, Lamont knows this. Paul Pierce is my guy. So I'm not what you guys call a LeBron sexuals, or people say that they're very questionable themselves. But anyways, Paul Pierce is my guy. I'm from Salem, Massachusetts. I like LeBron, but Paul Pierce is my guy. So I don't have a dog in the fight. If anything, I should be anti-LeBron for what he's done to the Celtics for years. That I support. But I am me. I'm impartial, and I can say, you know what? Has there been situations where LeBron may have not been the greatest teammate, or may have not said everything correctly? Sure.
Like anybody.
But more often than not, from an unbiased lens, I have seen him take accountability and give more credit more often than not than he has not. That's all I can say from an unbiased. Go ahead, Lamont.
No, it's King Rowe pulled back up to defend his honor, man. He couldn't take you out beating him down, man. He had to pull back up.
No, first of all, I know what it is, bro. I always come up here to play nice. Hold on, no. You said I said specifically 88 to 98. That's once the Bulls got Pippen and the team was pretty much in place. They made 8 player trades of players on the roster. Not okay, they did make other draft pick trades. Yeah. But you went and said talk about George Gervin. Okay. I said 88 to 98. Those specific years.
Okay.
They made 8 player trades, which is, if you go look back up, you'll see this true. This is why I just
That's
want
a lot
like,
for that time frame. You know that, King Roll, right?
what? 8 trades over 10 years is a lot. I know my Knicks made more than that.
Hold on. No, I'm saying the Bulls with Jordan on average were making far more roster moves than most teams in the league on a year-by-year basis. On most teams in the league, we're making 1 to 2 roster moves per year. The Bulls from 84 to 98 were making on average 5.1 roster moves. Now it did start to even out, and it's lessened going into the 90s. Where
Of course, which is my point.
If you just use the 90s, they were making 3.7 roster moves per year, but that's still higher than the league average of 1.2. The Bulls were, the Bulls all throughout the 90s and in the 80s they were looked at as one of the most aggressive teams in the league.
You just moved the goalpost there on Lamont.
Hold on. They were looked at as one of the most aggressive teams in the NBA with regards to going after players, changing rosters, bringing in role guys, making moves, and not just standing pat.
Yeah, they were bringing the
Jerry Krause and who gets that credit? See, what Jerry we Krause. Don't do is we don't run around and say LeBron, the Jordan GM, and give him all the credit. We give credit where it's due. We give credit to the GM, even though we know that Jordan played a role in some of those moves. For example, Scott Williams came on this show, and said Jordan was the reason why he was on the Bulls.
Or because he went to North Carolina.
Of Jerry Krause.
But this is Scott Williams,
at the end of the day, hold on one second, King Ro. At the end of the day, even with marginal players, we know that Jordan played a significant role in bringing a lot of those guys in, but we still give Jerry Krause the credit because he's the one that has to go draft a contract, make sure the numbers work, and get that player signed. Jordan can only recommend guys. The GM has to get it done. I was listening to another podcast, and I was listening to Goat James Kingdom podcast when he was doing the debate on the Miami channel, the Miami Heat channel. And they were bringing this up as if it was a real topic of conversation. But the host was saying, hey, Johnny, what do you have to say about the LeBron potentially bringing in guys via trade? He said the example that he used was, he said, we heard on the Carmelo's podcast where Carmelo said that LeBron took J.R. Smith and who was the other guy that got traded with him?
Iman
from the Knicks. Yeah, he said, hold on. First of all, let me ask y'all a question. How the hell does LeBron as a player go convince the Knicks organization to go relinquish 2 of their best assets for just absolutely nothing? How does LeBron do all of this stuff? Like, how the hell does LeBron just take your players? No, the Knicks were the dumb organization to think that they got something.
Jackson didn't like those 2, yeah. Bill Jackson didn't like those 2 players.
When we talk about these trades are what we define as an even exchange. If the other teams feels as if they are getting something that's comparable, that's going to make them better, short or long term, that's on them for taking it. Did y'all say LeBron is doing all this stuff? How's LeBron literally going to the other side of the table saying, y'all motherfuckers better take this trade or I'm going to have Clutch Sports come after y'all mama and kids or something? What do y'all think LeBron is doing? Why do these trades? Like, this is what I mean by with LeBron. Y'all start talking about so many things that have nothing to do with dribbling a basketball that we are now reduced to talking about trades and player moves as if that has anything to do with how great you are. Like, because y'all will never talk about how Robert Parrish got to the Celtics. Y'all will never criticize Larry Bird.
Red Auerbach.
No, that's a lie. So you won't ever criticize Robert Parrish, nor will you criticize Bird for helping to facilitate that move, right?
Or Magic or James Worthy being drafted.
But my whole thing is that because y'all don't know the backstories, right? When Robert Parrish came out and publicly talked about how he landed on the Celtics from the Warriors, where when he was with the Warriors, he was not only rookie of the year, he was looked at as the 3rd best center in the league, right? But y'all won't talk about how he got to the Celtics.
He had the lazy reputation for 2 years.
No, bro, that's not, bro. We're talking about how he got to the Celtics. What are you talking about?
By having a reputation of being lazy, right?
No.
Okay. Do we know what the trade was, right?
This is another lie. How are you rookie of the year and looked at as the 3rd best center in the league, but you're lazy?
Hold up.
A lot of people. Well, that's happened
he's a
before with
lazy
guys
guy, but he's
immensely
going to a
talented.
championship contender.
Robert
He
Parrish was
got
the
a
one that came out and
reputation as a
said, "I
lazy
want to
guy,
play
but
with
he's
Larry
going
Bird
to
and
a
the Celtics."
championship contender, y'all.
Okay, cool. Okay, and now what was the trade? What was the trade? The trade was Joe Barry Carroll and the third pick for Robert Parrish.
He like, yeah, let's
I
go
think
get
you're
the
missing the
lazy
point.
guy.
Hold on, one boy. Hold on 1 second. I think you're missing the point. I don't give a damn what the trade was. What I'm saying was, did Larry Bird help facilitate it? Yes, but we never criticized Bird for wanting more, right?
Ray Auerbach was the GM that did this.
Hold on one second. But King Rowe, you take us down a road of irrelevant information to avoid the actual topic. The topic is great players wanting more help. Bird wanted more help. He was never satisfied with what they had, even though they were a good team. So they got more help. Magic wasn't always satisfied with that roster. So they always got more to help Magic. Even if it meant firing the coach, they got a better coach in there who could help him out. All throughout NBA history, y'all pretend and act as if great players wanting better teammates and better help around them is a bad thing. And it's happened throughout every single era of NBA history with every great winner.
No problem with that. No problem with that, Lamar.
No, but you're the one that brought up trades as if trades hold some type of, as if a player or an organization making trades for a player is something that we should use to denigrate their legacy. That is one of the dumbest. No, there's no rebuttal, because what we end up talking about is complete nonsense that has nothing to do with
it's not really. It's not really, because there's a reason why I brought that up. Again, LeBron keeps making trades. Like, it doesn't work out here. So now I gotta
zero trades in his career.
Okay. His teams have. Okay, we're gonna make the assumption that LeBron had nothing to do with it. He don't go to front office. He's never gone to the front office. He's never said, "I wanted AD." He didn't even want AD in the first place, right? We're gonna live under that assumption, right? He wanted to play with the young players, Brandon Ingram.
I think you're still missing the point.
No, I get the point though. There's a reason why I brought it up.
The point is just right here. LeBron is a player. Great players have always been afforded the ability
to have say. I get it.
To have a say and to give recommendations on what they think will help them or their team be better. It's always on the organization to either pull the trigger if they agree, or not pull the trigger if they don't agree.
Correct.
It's the person that has the sign off on all the paychecks, and all these are the owners and the GMs. These are the people who get hired and fired for making good or bad roster moves. It's not LeBron. Players who just have an input. And then for you to sit here and pretend from the outside looking in that all of these trades, right, whether you know or don't know, whether we have reports or don't have reports, every time you see a trade happen, you just all of a sudden conclude,
that's an extreme. That's an extreme.
But it seems like what's starting to happen with a lot of these trades, what's starting to come out is counterintuitive to that narrative, because now what we're finding out is that there are a lot of moves being made, especially since LeBron has been with the Lakers, that he didn't sign off on, that he didn't have it.
I can agree with that. I can agree to that, Lamont.
So what I'm saying is, if we don't know, first of all, it has no bearing on the game, right? Playing with great players is a necessity to win.
Of course.
So why do we care? So at the end of the day, if we run to talking about narrative stuff like trades, this is how far removed we get from talking about the game of basketball. We talk about an era of Jordans where trades were fewer, but the Bulls did more trades and roster moves. And you're talking about an era in this generation where the Lakers where the Lakers and many teams are pursuing, trying to make moves to all become winners. But we only denigrate LeBron when his team make moves. Like, they're not supposed to try to get better. You guys have even went to the point of denigrating the Luka trade. Like, I've even heard on some channels,
you guys,
like Man Down Sports is probably the biggest proponent of this. They push the narrative that, LeBron knew about the Luka AD trade. As if I'm the owner, do you think I give a damn who knows about the Luka trade? Because at the end of the day, I don't care if God knew. I don't care who knew about the trade. That trade was going to happen no matter who knew about it. You get Luka AD, and I don't care if your mama, your daddy, everybody in the world knew that trade is happening anyway. But yet people want to push the narrative so bad that LeBron makes trades that they will push the narrative. Yeah, we think LeBron knew, man. He didn't tell AD. What the hell? If he'd have told AD the day before, you think that was stopping anything? That
I
motherfucker
agree.
was
I
still
agree
getting
there.
traded.
Completely agree there.
But all I'm saying is this is how irrelevant basketball. This is how far removed from actual basketball talk that we get, because now people are crying about, did he know about the Luka trade? It don't goddamn matter if he knew about the Luka trade. That motherfucker gone. If Luka getting offered, get your ass up out of here.
Question.
So, but we pretend as if we want to pretend as if he did AD wrong.
Okay, so I got one question. I got one question, Lamont.
I gotta get out of here.
From around 2015 to about 2 years ago, was there not a term called player empowerment circling the media and the narratives?
We know
Yes
why
or no?
you're asking that.
That's a yes or no question.
Yes,
and I know you started with because.
I can answer that. The answer is yes, but we all know who you're referring to.
Okay, now I got a follow-up question. I got a follow-up question. Was LeBron, KD, and were they not one of the faces of this player empowerment thing? Were they not the faces of it?
Okay, yeah. So
okay,
LeBron was the face of. Hold on. There's two different things going on here. LeBron was the face of what we call player mobility.
Thank
you. Agreed. I agree with that too.
Hold on. KD was what we call the face of player, or even KD was mobility. But players like James Harden and the guys who've been forcing trades, those are the faces of what you call player empowerment. So player mobility is when you have finished your contract and you choose to go play anywhere you want to play because you are not bound to any contractual obligations.
That's right.
Player empowerment, player empowerment is when you are under contract with a team, and instead of playing for that team, what you do is you threaten to sit out until this team trades you. LeBron has never once in his career been a part of anything that we consider player empowerment. He is not forced to trade of himself. Player empowerment is for you.
He's been a power broker.
Hold on. First of all, there's two different things. LeBron is the face of player mobility, going where you want to play, going or inviting others to come play with you because these owners and these GMs are too sorry to put together their team to do it themselves. So player mobility is basically saying, y'all motherfuckers don't know how to do it. I'm going to invite these motherfuckers over here since y'all motherfuckers too stupid to figure this shit out. That's player mobility.
So Pat Riley and David Griffin were sorry.
Dealing with, and King Rowe, what we're dealing with is free agents. Just like we saw free agents in the 90s, even though it was because of the CBA, it was a bit more restrictive. Your guy Ewing wanted to exercise player mobility, but because of the CBA, he couldn't. Reggie Miller wanted to exercise player mobility, but because of the CBA, he didn't. Patrick Ewing tried to exercise something called player empowerment because Olajuwon tried to exercise player empowerment because he demanded a trade from the Rockets, but because players didn't have as much power, they didn't have any motivation to trade his dumb ass. So his ass was stuck in Houston.
See, when you use that Ewing was president of the Players Association, right?
I don't give a damn about all them details, man.
See, I see you bring it up as a whataboutism, and you don't want to explain it. Okay, so we can because you just you took LeBron out of player empowerment, and again, we all know he's the power broker. We all know that.
Hold on. First of all, learn your terms. Player mobility and player empowerment are two different things. LeBron has nothing to do with player empowerment. Player empowerment just represents the shift in power. Who has control over the league? The players have control over the league, and what players were doing, not LeBron. LeBron has never done this one time. They don't like a situation. They force their way out, even though they're under contract. Player mobility is what LeBron did. When you're a free agent, you go where you want, as opposed to just stand with your own team for irregardless if they get better. Player mobility is different from player empowerment. But
two tails of the same feather.
What are you talking about?
Feathers on the same tail. What? I know you're gonna.
Not the same thing.
No, they're not.
Okay, number one, I want this on record. I want this on record because one thing, the same way I don't criticize KD is the same way I don't criticize LeBron. I believe in free agency. As I said on this channel, free agency.
Why are we talking about it?
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about player empowerment, and that's a whole nother level. Because again, you guys will sit there and say he did not push for the Westbrook trade, which is just ridiculous. And then when the Westbrook trade didn't work out, act like he had nothing to do with it. When I saw him quoted, I quoted him. Me and AD.
King Row, this is all stupid talking points. This is all stupid. Like, first of all, of course, when you make a trade and the trade don't go as you want, of course, like nobody pretends that LeBron didn't have anything to do with it. I don't know if you just talking to 4 people in your circle or something, but generally speaking, everybody knows. And then at the end of the day, LeBron can have his say-so on a move, right? But at the end of the day, LeBron don't make the move. At the end of the day, no matter there are people in that front office that get paid millions of dollars to make the moves, right? If they're getting millions of dollars and the only thing that they're doing is just basically saying, "Oh, we're going to go with what LeBron says," then what you're dealing with is a trash GM, because the GM is just listening. When Jordan didn't want to trade Oakley, but the GM said,
"You're right, they overruled him.
Dumbass down. We bring it in Bill Cartwright because we're trying to win.
We don't need 2 power forwards. We need a center."
But there are also moves where they agree with Jordan and they said, "You know what, Jordan? We're going to check the box on your recommendation. We're going to bring this guy in like a Scott Williams." So there are moves where they say, "You know what? We're going to rock with you." But then there are other moves they say, "Nah." But you know who gets the blame when that shit don't work? It's the GM, not the player.
But in Jordan's case, it worked, right? Because they won 6 championships in 10 years.
The player for a GM move.
In Jordan's case, it worked, right? In LeBron's case, it didn't. And again,
this is you talking about the result. I'm just saying, when these moves work or don't work, when did we start blaming the player? It's
because we're talking about accountability.
Hold on. James Jones just got fired. Why did James Jones get fired in Phoenix?
Because his moves worked. His moves were horrible.
Hold on. It wasn't because of Devin Booker. Devin Booker played a major role in all those guys getting there.
These guys are at the face of the planet.
No. Let's stick with this stupid narrative. Why don't y'all blame Devin Booker?
Again, face of player accountability.
Everybody.
Devin Booker is one of the faces of player accountability, along with Kevin Durant.
I know y'all's got narrative.
You will spin anything, bro.
I'm not spinning.
But what's King Rowe's point? What is his overall point?
Okay, so when y'all want to talk about player trades, when y'all want to talk, first of all, quote me right, because 88 to 98 were the years I was talking about, and yes, they made 8 player trades.
That's a lot.
By contrast, in 2018, they traded 7 players off the Cavs before Dwayne Wade, Derrick Rose being among them. Right?
Okay,
they got Jordan Clarkson.
King Rowe. What the fuck does this have to do with LeBron's legacy? Because the Cavs made some trades.
Absolutely.
Because it goes to show you, number one, that's the year that J.R. Smith was thrown under the bus, and LeBron got none of the blame for the final sweep, which was the biggest finals blowout in NBA history. But LeBron got none of the blame. Again, you said 51-8-8, but yet he did nothing in the
That has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Hold on 1 second, Lee. Once again, when you say LeBron didn't get any of the blame, that's media and fan perception. That has nothing to do with your original.
That was part of my statement, though, as well, Lamont.
Revolved around. Hold on, your original statement, and Suge just came up here and played it. Had nothing to do with media perception or what the media says or fan perception or what fans say. You came up here and said
that's a lie. That's a lie because I specifically said both LeBron.
Now what you're saying is you're mad.
We still lie. You can't back.
Hold on 1 second, Wild Boy. Hold on 1 second, Wild Boy. Now what you're saying is you're mad because fans and media didn't blame LeBron enough after that year.
Again, I said specifically both him and his fans. Y'all can sit there and
hold on. So you said LeBron and his fans are supposed to sit there and blame themselves.
Oh, and look, at the end of the day, leaders always. A CEO, the company loses money. Who gets blamed? CEO, right? It's not one middle manager, right?
What year was this again?
Well, the one I'm talking about 2018. I'm talking about a lot. All the years we're talking about.
Hold on, I got you. Yeah, you're the same person. You're the same person who wouldn't blame Patrick Ewing for them losing.
No, I don't want to talk about Ewing. I don't want to talk about Ewing. Hold on.
Why would I blame Ewing?
Hold on, Lee.
But you want to blame? Man, get out.
Sidetrack. Hold on, y'all. Let's not get sidetracked. Nobody's talking about Ewing. Stop. He's already confused enough talking about LeBron. Now we got
I'm confused. I know what I said. I know why I said it.
2018. Hold on, y'all. In 2018. So if we're just talking about LeBron taking accountability in 2018, LeBron 2018.
You read it.
LeBron says, I made the right plays down the stretch. I had a great game, but I just didn't finish it. He says, it starts with me. I have to lead this team better, right? Going on through the rest of the games in that series, right? As they struggle. In game 2, in another game in that series, LeBron said after the game, he says, man, I let my emotions get the best of me. He said, this game was on me. After
that when he punched the blackboard?
Hold on, King Rowe.
Yeah. No, because
King Rowe, you talk about taking accountability. You said LeBron didn't blame himself, and I went straight to 2018. I went straight to post game. I went straight to post game statements where LeBron now, even in 2018, is taking accountability.
LeBron is not stupid.
Hold on 1 second, King Rowe. We can go to after a game 4 blowout loss, right? LeBron says, I did everything I could. It wasn't enough. He says, I got to tip my hat to the other team. They were better. He says, I'll go back to the drawing board and I'll reflect on what I could have done better. And he says, we will be better. So what I'm saying is, even after that game 4 loss, LeBron James did not throw anyone under the bus. He took accountability for his bad play. He did not blame anyone. He took the blame for letting his emotions get the best of him. He also said, I have to lead better, which he took his leadership into account, even after some of his historic performances. And it says, and he even praised the Warriors and admitted he just didn't do enough despite clearly carrying the team. So even 2018, this year where you claim he didn't take accountability, all I'm seeing after almost every single game is LeBron taking accountability. Yet you say LeBron didn't take accountability, and you encompassing that with what the fans are supposed to do.
You know, okay, now after game 4, he had a cast on his hand. He said, I punched the blackboard after game 1. Now, we all know what happens now. Now, we believe he was so mad at J.R. Smith, he punched the blackboard, giving him a broken hand, which we all know is bullshit. And now, see, it's what you say and it's what you do. Actions speak louder than words, okay? The fact of the matter is we still blame J.R. Smith. Look, I had him for 3 years.
You letting King Rowe rock out for like an hour, bro.
No, I've been rocking out for an hour. I get to talk 2 seconds at a time. At the end of the day, he did it with a cast on his hand, saying he broke his hand after game 1. That throws away everything he said. Period.
King Rowe,
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't. You gave me statements. He's media trained.
Hold on, King Rowe. What you're doing is you're just fighting the obvious.
Right.
Run after every game took accountability. You just don't like it.
He knows if I say it, it's gonna read in the papers. But if I put the cast on my hand, oh yeah, I was so mad at J.R. Smith that I broke my hand and it affected the rest of the series. Come on now.
Okay, King Rowe. I never read that. See, the only people
I know you didn't read it. You didn't read it, but we all saw it.
I'll tell y'all this right now. The only people who find back page stories like that are people like King Rowe in NNB Sports who sift through Reddit pages of nonsensical information and stories that are put together. These stories that you talk about, King Rowe, are not highly published. Hold on, King Rowe. I promise you, King Rowe, that these stories that you're talking about, they are not highly published. They're not common narratives. You only find these odd stories in back pages of Reddit somewhere in odd groups that you don't belong in. This is how NNB Sports got it. I promise you, King Rowe, that everything that you're saying can be found on some Reddit page. It's not going to be found in the Chicago Tribune.
Bro, we got the vision. I don't need Reddit to see the caps on his hand.
Hold on. It's not going to be found on ESPN. It's not going to be found on NBA.com. It's going to be found on some back page Reddit, undercover Reddit page with some nerd putting it together, and you believe it. I'm sorry that you believe a whole bunch of BS, King Rowe. Go fact check your shit, man. Stop using these uncredible sources of punching walls, and this is why we love people who craft narratives and you believe it, and then you pretend as if these Reddit pages speak for the world. No one runs around and says these things. No one, I've never heard of anybody on FYF Sports ever come up here and say, LeBron, man, he should have punched that wall, man. That's what cost him the series. You're the only person to come up here and say some dumb shit like that. and you just made it up out of your whole imagination.
Oh shit!
Why do you run with stories like this? These are not very credible stories.
Hey Lamont, I got a basketball question when you're done going back and forth with Ro.
What's your question, Peter Backjuice?
All right, so it's been commonly said, and I've heard it reiterated by you, that Jordan in his early years was a selfish player.
No, I don't say that.
I heard you say that too.
So now that you've involved me, explain how I reiterate that.
Yeah, I heard you say two.
These niggas, man.
Hold on, guys. Let me speak with the gentleman, guys. I heard you say it a couple shows ago. You said that he was a chucker, or he was an unwilling passer, something along those lines. So you're saying you don't subscribe to that narrative at all?
Okay, I'm the one that basically, I did a whole video, y'all, on why Kobe Bryant was not inefficient. When the world and when casuals run around and say Kobe was inefficient, I'm the only one that did research and homework into what Phil Jackson actually said. It was designed for Kobe to take bad shots. He was supposed to take those bad shots. He was supposed to miss a lot. That's how they were designed. I'm the only one that stood behind Kobe, and I've never used Kobe's inefficiencies against him. When I look at Jordan's teams in the 80s, well, of course he's supposed to take a lot of shots. He doesn't have a lot of help. Those numbers typically go down when you get more help. I don't know where you get this stuff from.
All right, so I'm gonna have to get the quote from you because you're just so disingenuous. So don't worry, I'm gonna go get the timestamp. Don't worry about it.
Hold on, Peter Backjuice. Why do y'all start with just made up BS that don't even what you're saying doesn't even align with how I see basketball? And then you're trying to say that I said it about Jordan because you can't remember what I said. And being selfish in basketball is not always a bad thing. Sometimes you need to be more selfish, especially when you're on a team, especially with some of the teams that lack the talent that to win a championship like Jordan was on. I don't look at selfishness as necessarily like this doesn't even align with how I see the game. I want to know, where are you getting this bullshit, Peter Backjuice?
Don't worry, I'll get the timestamp. Just like
once again, what I want you to do, Peter Backjuice, I want you to do like Uncle Suge did. I want you to go get a soundbite of me saying this and just come back and try to make sense of it. Because
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get the time.
No, please go do it. I implore you to go do it right now. Because when you say these things, it don't even align with my basketball values. You just say stupidity and you try to say it in a smart way. First of all, don't come up here starting with stupidity. I got videos that I don't never side on the air of no efficiency when you're talking about great players. I know great players got to go high volume. And what do I always say, y'all? I don't even believe in choking. What do I always say? I said, if you take a lot of shots and you miss them all, you can't control that all the time. Missing shots ain't choking. I've always stood on these principles from show to show to show to show to show. This is why I don't believe in the narrative of players choking because of that. But yeah,
you said it's very rare.
I was running around with this casual take of Jordan was selfish in the 80s. What the hell are you talking about?
All right, like, can I have 15 seconds to speak?
Did I say that? Did I say he did not trust his teammates? That's true. He didn't trust.
Right. So that's what I was alluding to. Okay, so let me rephrase.
Hold on. There's a difference between alluding to what I said and what I said.
Saying what he said.
If I said Jordan didn't trust his teammates, that's a far different statement from saying that Jordan is selfish. Just say what I said and explain what I meant.
I don't know. I think that's a little nitpicky, but let me rephrase the question with the correct language then. So when you said early on Jordan didn't trust his teammates, what I was going to ask you is from your knowledge base of basketball, right? Is there anything quantifiable that we could look at to where, like with field goal attempts, kind of give us the because would you say once he got with Phil that he did start trusting his teammates more? I'm trying to learn. I'm literally asking a question to learn.
I'll answer because I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, I'm asking the question to get educated, Lamont. There's no trap door or.
Tell me when you're done with the question, and I'll answer.
Okay.
Cut you off.
Right. So is there anything that a layperson, a person who's not like a basketball expert, could look at in terms of numbers or anything like that to where we could see where he was not trusting his teammates early on versus where he was trusting his teammates once he got Phil, because that's a common narrative, is that once he got Phil and he bought into the triangle, he trusted his teammates. So what could I look at that, you know what I'm saying? Is the field goal attempt show that, or
we can look at Phil Jackson's own words. First of all, in all reality, according to Phil Jackson in his book, Jordan never bought in the triangle. Phil Jackson eloquently states this in his own book. The greatest thing about the triangle offense is that it tricked players like Jordan and Kobe into playing team ball. What do I mean with that? Phil Jackson's not a dumb coach. He knows that by nature, players like Jordan and Kobe have that nature where they want to go kill you with their offensive back. They want to go take that shot. They want to go be that guy. Phil, but also understood that for us to be a successful offense, we need ball reversals. The ball has to move. We have to manipulate the defense. We have to move the defense. How do I get Jordan to buy into moving the ball before he goes into solo mode to go kill by nature? The triangle. He said the triangle was always a trick. It was always a trick to get players like Jordan and Kobe to feel as if they're playing within the system. What is the triangle offense? The triangle offense is just what? It just influences what? Something called a ball reversal before you look to score. And by the time the ball touches Jordan's hands, now it feels like there's ball movement. Jordan feels like there's ball movement, feels like the team is involved. And now when Jordan still takes those same 20 to 25 shots, it's doing it after everybody's touched the ball. Has anybody heard a term that goes, the ball has energy? When you touch that ball, it seems like everybody gets a little bit more energy, right? That's a very true statement. When you just by touching the ball, you feel more involved. Phil Jackson understood that dynamic. So Jordan's numbers by volume didn't necessarily change significantly. The ball movement is what changed. The amount of people that touch the ball per possession is what changed. And involving those guys allows you to maximize what you get out of the B.J. Armstrongs, the Scottie Pippens, the Horace Grants, all the others. So if you want to maximize Pippen on defense, allow him to touch the ball. If you want to maximize Horace Grant on defense, allow him to touch the ball. If you want to maximize these guys, make them feel a part of the offense. So it doesn't feel like Jordan's just coming down to the court one and done like he was doing with Doug Collins a lot of times without any ball movement or anybody else feeling as if they are part of that side of the floor. Triangle offense has always been about tricking. This is why I feel it will never work in today's game. It doesn't work in today's game because it's too directed towards your one or two stars always scoring. In today's game, where you got too many players whose contractual numbers are tied into your scoring output, no one's going to sign up to just be a guy that reverses the ball to a star, and you're looking to get paid the next year. And this is why it didn't work when he tried it with the Knicks. It just the offense that won't work today because of how contracts are, and how numbers are directly tied into what you get paid. It was always a trick. Jordan never bought into the triangle. He never did. It was always a trick to get him to feel like he was playing team ball. Just read Phil Jackson's book. Don't take my word for it. Just read Phil Jackson. Read. I'm telling y'all, research.
I got you, Lamont. So basically saying he never changed, and like he didn't trust his teammates in the Doug Collins years, and he really didn't trust him in the Phil Jackson years. He just got duped into playing team ball.
What I'm saying is this right here. There was a point in time in Jordan's career where he didn't trust his teammates. How do we know this? Because Jordan himself even talked about some of his teammates who used cocaine in the locker room. But now you have another dilemma, right? Now you have another dilemma. Jordan feels that the way he was playing on offense was the way to win games, but it wouldn't win games, right? So now what do? We have to incorporate an offense that involves everybody. Jordan still gets his shots, but the others feel like they're involved. That's where Phil Jackson came into play. That's why they always felt, and that's why Tex Winters was always sitting on that sideline. And even when Phil Jackson was sitting on that sideline as assistant, they always knew that the triangle would be the answer. They always knew. Doug Collins don't get fired if he incorporates the triangle, like Tex Winter kept saying. Try the triangle, try the triangle, try the triangle. Why did the Bulls all of a sudden start looking like a championship contender?
I agree with all that. You're not answering my question, though, Lamont. I'm asking, In your opinion, was there a point in time where Jordan did trust his teammates?
What do you mean? When
In
they
your
got better
opinion.
teammates? When he got better teammates?
Okay, so you don't buy that narrative then. Okay, so yeah, I'm good with that.
Hold on. I always tell y'all, you don't win until you get better team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you don't really buy into that trust in team. If your teammates doing coke and they sorry, it's not that you don't trust them.
No,
You don't trust them because they garbage.
What I'm saying is, Quentin Daly and the motherfuckers could have been doing all the coke that they wanted if they was coming onto the court hooping. Like, for example, there are stories about Michael Jordan. I listened to an NBA player. I forgot, it was one of the New York Knicks talking about Michael Jordan literally got drunk right before a game.
Craig Hodges.
But
said,
hold on 1 second, Peter Backjuice. The players on that team still trusted Jordan because Jordan, whatever he did, with his alcohol use or gambling, it didn't impact his production.
He still performed, right?
So at the end of the day, if Quentin Daly and some of them bums who was on cocaine, if it wasn't having so much of an impact on their production, maybe Jordan would have trusted them if they were doing it and they could still perform on the court. The problem was, just like Jordan could go drink and be drunk and play hungover and it wouldn't impact his production. But Pippen trusted him, Phil trusted him. I mean, they knew what Dennis Rodman was doing, partying and stuff, but they knew, you know what? When Dennis Rodman shows up, we still getting high level production from Dennis Rodman. As long as what you do off the court doesn't impact what you do on the court, they were going to trust you. It all comes down to your talent and what you can do when that ball starts dribbling. That's where Jordan.
So the notion that
in talent, if you came out and produced and could hoop, he would trust you. If you couldn't,
got you. So
that's basketball.
I'm saying
across every landscape in any gym in basketball history.
that's a fact. But Lamont, typically when people say that, they're saying it in a way that's an indictment on Jordan. When they use that phraseology, he didn't trust his teammates. You know what the implication is, right? Is that fair on my part to say? They're implying that he was huh?
What is the implication?
The implication was that he was a ball hog or a shot chucker.
Okay, was he not a ball hog?
No, I don't think. But you just said it. You just said it yourself. If these guys aren't able to perform, then he has to chuck.
Okay, hold on.
He has. You know what I'm saying?
By definition, was Jordan not a ball hog? By definition,
no. I don't think so.
Okay, so
to
what
me,
is a ball hog?
To me, my ball hog is when you have competent teammates and you just refuse to pass the ball.
It's not a ball hog. A ball hog has nothing to do with your teammates. Everybody and their mama knows what a ball hog is. A ball hog is a motherfucker that don't come off that motherfucking basketball.
Yeah, but is it okay? Fine. If you want to say technically, if you're not coming off the ball, you're shooting.
Complicated. A ball hog is a motherfucker who will not pass the goddamn.
Okay, fine. But did he? Was his ball? Was his ball hogging justified? That's basically what you're saying.
You have competent teammates. You don't pass it to them. No, a ball hog is a motherfucker that just don't pass in general.
All right, that's your definition, bruh. Okay, so my question is, you saying that the ball hogging,
that's the actual
definition. Saying that the ball hogging was justified then, basically. You said, yeah, he a ball hog, but he was justified in his ball hogging. That's what you're saying, and I'm okay with that. I'm saying that when people say that he was selfish
this
and he didn't trust his teammates,
that's you.
Huh?
I don't talk this bullshit ball hog theory stuff. That's you. I don't. This stuff.
Okay, that's why I asked you, bro. I asked you if you buy into that, and you've let it be known that you don't buy into that. But that's a common. That's a common narrative that we hear in basketball circles was that Jordan didn't trust his teammates, and the implication being was that he was this chuck artist, ball hog type of nigga.
When I talk about Jordan didn't trust his teammates, I'm talking about when you bring a guy in. So Jordan what did Jordan say in his own book? Jordan said in his own book, guys that scored the ball, like the George Gervins, like the Quentin Dailies, he says they stole my thunder. Jordan didn't want to be a part of anybody that could do.
Where's the quote on that? I don't trust you. You be twisting words.
Okay,
what's the
hold on. if y'all want any more quotes from me, we just gonna start attaching bets to it. Do you want to bet he said it?
Sure, I bet you $100 Jamaican.
No.
Show me what he said.
U.S. Is that a bet?
Yeah, I bet you 100 Jamaican.
No.
Go ahead.
U.S.
No, he said U.S.
What he said? Put the pom-pom down, sucker. What you said?
Eat a dick,
I don't
pussy.
bet.
That's what he said, idiot.
But I'm talking to Lamont though. Who I don't even know who you is, bro. Why is he calling me the P word and all this on the internet, man?
All right, man. Peter Backju, stop trying, bro. Stay on topic, my guy. First of all,
You want to tell me to put the pom
hold
pom
on. Hold on. Let's
on the
just
internet?
summarize it.
Yeah,
Hold on.
you acting like a hoe. Right? Relax, bro.
Hold on. Let's just summarize it. Hold on. Let's just summarize it right now. You are bringing up that Jordan didn't trust his teammates.
No, show the quote that you're talking about. That's what I wanted.
Yeah. Let's do the bet. I'll pull it up right now. You don't have to bet me. I'll pull it up. I want you to answer the question. You're bringing up that Jordan didn't trust his teammates.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm bringing up that's a common narrative, and I'm asking you if that's an indictment.
I don't give a damn if it's a common narrative. Nobody really talks about it like that. I think we all understand. I think anybody with a brain or two brain cells understands why Jordan had.
That's not true. Isaiah talks about it like that.
Hold on, Peter Backjuice. I don't know where you hang out or where you talk basketball. We don't run around talking about why Jordan took so many shots in the 80s. Hold on.
Isaiah Thomas talking like that.
Hold on. For the people that's on the panel, does anybody up here on the panel have an issue with Jordan taking a lot of shots in the 80s when we know his team wasn't right?
No.
I don't have an issue with it.
No.
So now that nobody has an issue with it, Peter, what's the point?
The point was I wanted to get your position on it, but you've made your position clear, so I'm good. Now, can we get?
What is the point of this conversation?
Well, the point, what I was asking is, did you feel like it was an indictment on Jordan's style of basketball to say that he didn't trust his teammates at that time, and you've let it be known that it's not, in your opinion. So,
but what is the
point? I'm good. I'm satisfied. No, if you were on the other, the point is, if you were on the other side of it and you did feel that it was an indictment on Jordan to be chucking up shots in the 80s, then the follow-up would have been, what is something quantifiable that shows a difference between that Jordan and the Phil Jackson Jordan? But you've let it be known you don't buy into that whole didn't trust his teammates. You don't think it was an indictment on him. So ain't nothing more to talk about.
Peter Backjuice, that you weren't at home thinking, I can't wait to ask FYF Sports about Jordan in the 80s. What's the fucking point of this?
Yeah, I wanted your basketball opinion. I was intrigued to know like how you saw the game, because you don't see it that way, but there are people out there and they've expressed it when they say that Jordan didn't trust his teammates.
Okay,
they use that. Can I finish my thought, brother?
No.
They say that.
Peter Backjuice, this is a show where if people out there are saying it, you call them out by name, and we can hopefully get them on here and you can challenge them.
Isaiah Thomas.
Okay, so Isaiah Thomas has an IG page. You probably need to go DM him.
What the fuck I need to DM him for? I asked your opinion. Why we keep going back and forth on this?
What the hell I care about?
I just asked your opinion. You said it's not an indictment. We good. We Gucci.
Why the hell do we care? This is so off topic. Why the hell do we care about some bullshit? Isaiah Thomas.
Bro, I don't care, bro. You already answered it, bro. I let it go. You keep going.
Peter Backjuice, I'm just asking you. What the hell does this have to do with the topic? What's the point?
I already accepted your answer. You the one keep going with it.
Hold on.
I wanted
Isn't it a reasonable question for me to ask what the hell the point of this is? What is this all about? Like,
and I already answered that question, Lamont. Why are you still going? I already answered your question.
So you just need validation.
I wanted your basketball opinion.
Hold on. No, hold on. So you want validation for some bullshit, Isaiah Thomas?
No, I wanted your opinion because I value your basketball mind on what Jordan was as a player in the 80s. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less, bro.
All right, what do you got on the topic for the show today, man?
What was the topic? To be honest, I just hopped on, bro. I ain't even know what y'all was talking about. That's probably why I asked you that, because I ain't even know the topic, bro. I just wanted your opinion on that.
You've been in the chat the whole time, man. I've been seeing you, man. Stop lying.
No,
man.
I just hopped on. What you talking about? What's the topic? Kobe and the Diddy shit?
No, it's nothing, man. About it.
Kobe and Michael named in the Diddy. I don't care about that Diddy shit, so I don't know, bro.
Oh man,
that's the topic, ain't it? Kobe and Jordan named in Diddy trial. So you want my opinion on Diddy? That's the topic. What's the topic?
What are your thoughts on What are your thoughts on Jordan in the 80s and the shot chunk?
Yeah, I see like how you did. He did what he had to do. Now he could have been better. You know, there are opportunities where he could have got off the ball a little bit more.
Like what?
And
Give me an example.
I'd say an example of that would probably be like that 89 series against the Pistons. That 90 series, you know, where you're playing face-up basketball and the Pistons are just sitting in the gaps. You're starting your point of attack out at the top of the key or like the 3-point line, and you're driving into defenders.
Agree with Johnny when he says Jordan choked in 89 and 90.
I don't see, just like you don't really get into the terminology of choking. I wouldn't. I'd say it's a poor.
James doesn't either.
Yeah, I'd say it's suboptimal basketball.
Jordan fan definition is choking.
Yeah, but I'm speaking for me. I don't use terminology like that. You know, I look at the game more cerebrally than that. I think it's suboptimal.
Hold on. Now we want to stay on topic. In 89 and 90, Jordan made some very damning comments after both of those series lost towards his teammates. Does Jordan take accountability?
I don't really care about that, Lamont. What did he say? I don't know.
I'm just trying to be on some King Road, man. Some accountability.
Oh, okay. That ain't my bag, bro. I don't get into all that.
I mean, he didn't. He threw his teammates under the bus after the 89 and 90 series, man.
What he said?
Hold on. Hold on. Are you telling me Peter Packages this don't have nothing to do with legacy or a player's career?
I don't know what he said, bro. I don't. What the fuck, bro?
This conversation. If I convince you of this, does this change where Jordan?
Maybe, Lamont. What did he say? Good Lord. You so dramatic, bro. What the man said, bro?
No, I'm gonna tell you what he said, but I'm saying.
Oh my
I just
God.
want to get. If I tell you about
All
Jordan
right.
not taking
If
accountability,
it's true, then yes, Jordan is like, he comes out the top 5. He in the bottom half of the top 10. Okay, what he said?
So Jen, if this is true, you're gonna take Jordan out your top 5.
Yeah, he out the top 5. That nigga gonna drop the 8 or 9 or something. What he said?
Let me pull up what he said. Yo. Y'all heard it. Now King Rowe said the same thing. King Rowe was making the same thing, but then as soon as he heard it,
Yeah, y'all are ridiculous, man.
I'm just trying to be. Hold on. So when I be like King Rowe and I talk about accountability, y'all want to get mad.
Lamont, what the man said, dog.
All right, hold on. 1989. Jordan said. Jordan said after the series lost, I can't pass it and shoot it. Sometimes these guys around me don't want it. I can't make them want it. As to why they lost in 1989. Lost in 6.
Yeah, that's poor leadership.
So you're gonna
That's
drop
poor
him
leadership.
to
A good leadership. Yeah, even if that's true, you don't say that, especially in the media. That's poor character.
In 1990, when they lost, Jordan said, Jordan said in an interview, man, he said, some of these guys just freeze, man. They get scared. I can't do it all.
Yeah, that's a cop out.
So Jordan out your top 5?
Yeah, he number 9 now.
Oh man.
We gonna bump. We finna bump up.
Oh man,
we bump Duncan up. Duncan second now.
His ass trolling.
No, I know he trolling. That's wild.
I mean, what you want from me? That's poor. That's poor character for him to say that in public about his teammates. I mean, what else do you want me to say?
I mean, I got you, Peter Bag Juice, man. Oh man, bro. Boy, y'all all over the place today. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't get into all of that. Like what King Ro was talking about. How many trades are organized? Who gives a fuck? Like all of that shit's silly to me. You know, I'm about what you did on the court.
How come y'all never come up here and why it always got to be me that tell King Ro that? How come y'all don't come up here and tell him that? Because y'all typically are on his side. How come y'all can't come up here and be like, King Ro?
Nah, hell no. I told him that the last live when he was talking about the what the fuck was he talking about? The SGA season, and he was talking about some nonsensical, inconsequential shit. Like,
King Ro, man. I don't remember this King Ro, man. I'm gonna drop the link for King Ro.
Oh gosh.
I remember Juan Boy checking you, man. They was killing you in the comments about Juan Boy Peter Bag.
What the SGA live?
Yeah, they was killing you, man. They said he had the roast of the year on you, man.
What he said?
I don't know, man. You said something flaming hot to him, and he was like, "Why you looking?"
Flaming hot. He was talking about niggas twerking, just like how he was talking about the pom poms and shit. That's why when you asked him about the Diddy shit, he ain't want to talk about it because that's exactly how he be talking. You fantasizing another nigga doing some homosexual shit.
Stuff, bro.
That's exactly the point that he trying to make. I ain't want to say nothing, but he brought it up.
Nah, but Juan Boy, if I'm having
anything after but is bullshit. This is what you said. Oh,
about what the twerking,
and I
the
said,
twerking thing.
That's what you said. You talk about twerking at a bat, and we talking about basketball.
Yeah,
that's why you
bro.
did not want to
Look,
have no opinion about that Diddy shit because Diddy was playing Jordan while a bitch was playing Kobe and another nigga was playing Shaq. That's why you don't want to talk about it because that's the type of shit that go on in your head when you think about basketball.
Juan Boy, look, check me out though, right? If I'm talking,
you out. I just checked you.
Hold on,
ain't
bro,
no more, ain't no buts, ain't no. What can you say to come back from that shit?
Well, I gotta speak in order to come back. If you let me get a word in edgewise,
give us your excuse for talking homosexual shit.
You have to
what
stop
kind
talking.
Of excuse do you have?
Juan Boy, you gotta stop talking, brother. You gotta stop. You gotta shut up, bro.
No, because you don't have an excuse. That's what I'm saying.
Juan
You're
Boy,
trying to make an excuse for some shit that's inexcusable.
Oh,
that's
relax,
not what men
bruh.
talk about. Why are you in the barbershop talking about
Look,
niggas twerking?
Bruh.
No, because somebody's going to go up in your mouth.
I'll tell a nigga that
like that. That's that barbershop shit. You're not talking about that shit in the
Juan Boy,
barbershop because
you gotta
you
calm
won't
down,
finish your
bro.
lineup. No, we just said, I just know if I just sat here and listened to you drag out whether Michael Jordan was a ball hog for 10 minutes, you could have asked that shit in 1 minute. In less than a minute, you drug that shit out. So hear me out.
No.
Tell us on FYF today.
I'm trying to, dog. You gotta shut the fuck up, dog. You going off like a bitch, my nigga. Shut up.
Tell us on June 16th, 2025, while you was talking homosexual
One boy, you gotta shut up, bro.
But you don't have an opinion when that shit is on your man Kobe and MJ. Why don't you have an opinion on that shit this week when you was on? When we caught you talking about that shit last week. You was talking about it last week. Give your opinion on that shit this week. Now that your man MJ and Kobe is in the discussion.
That is a good point. No, let her get a
like a hole right now. You won't.
You don't have an excuse. Why are you trying to think of an excuse for talking like a homosexual?
Okay, go ahead. Respond, Peter Baggs.
Right. So when I'm talking to another grown man and a nigga in the background sniggering and sniggling and snickering and putting in little words edgewise and you go, Lamont, I call that twerking and putting the arch of your back. You's a bitch nigga if you doing that.
But what does that say about you for thinking about some shit like that?
What,
maybe
a nigga acting like a
you
hoe?
know why we could come at you like this shit because y'all I
nigga,
don't know. Like I said this shit like two.
I'ma say the nigga.
The first time I came on FYF, I said this is the same thing I said a few minutes ago. We are men before we are basketball fans. Y'all reply like basketball before you reply like men.
Stop talking like that, fam.
No,
There's
nigga,
different
I'ma
ways you
keep
can
saying
discuss
it.
your
If you
basketball takes
sniggling and
without
giggling
adding
in
the
the background while
homosexual
I'm
shit.
talking to
Because
somebody
when
else,
Diddy is
you twerking
involved with
like a
your man and
bitch.
role playing with Kobe and
Stop
MJ
twerking.
and your
Get the
favorite
arch off
players,
your
you
back.
don't
Stop
have
dropping down and get more
an
people
opinion
on.
on that now.
You's a whole ass nigga. I'm
Okay,
not gonna stop saying that, Juan boy.
okay. So
If a
Peter
nigga
Beck,
sniggling and
hold on,
giggling
hold
in the
on. Peter
background,
Beck,
you twerking like a bitch.
hold on. Peter Beck, just so we can get on topic. That's so we can get on topic. Peter Beck, so basically, this is a question you can't answer. He basically said when the Diddy allegations was on LeBron, you was entertaining the conversations. But
No,
now
I wasn't. I never gave a fuck about that shit.
But he said now that the conversation now in court has included, Kobe and Jordan, you now want to pretend as if the conversation is something that you can't talk about, even though you was just talking about it you was indulging in the conversation when it potentially involved LeBron.
Man, show some evidence I indulge in that shit.
You just said a nigga was
You
twerking his
can't.
back and arching his back.
Yes, because you was.
Do you have a son?
What the fuck,
Do
nigga,
you
that
have
was
a
doing
daughter?
it
Is this the
earlier.
type of
Yeah,
shit
I'm
you talk to
standing
your
on that,
kids?
Juan
Why
boy.
are you talking this shit to
If you
grown men
jumping
who are
in
here
on
talking
another nigga
about
conversation, you
basketball?
twerking like a
You don't
bitch.
have an excuse for that.
Just
There is
how
no
you
excuse
twerking
for
like
you
a
to be
bitch
talking
right
like that.
now.
So for you to talk
Juan
like that,
boy,
it makes us
you not
look
gonna
at you
stop
seem
me
like
from
a
saying that
fucking
niggas be
weirdo.
twerking
Because you
like
don't have to
hoes.
talk basketball
What
like
you
that
gonna do
if you're
about
not a
it? Juan boy,
homosexual.
what are you
But
gonna do
now
about
when
it,
your
bro?
man's is in line
You
of that
twerking like a hoe
conversation,
right
you
now.
don't
What
have
you
a
gonna do
topic.
about
So
me
stop
saying
it
it?
altogether.
You can't stop me from saying it, fuck nigga.
Juan boy.
So what?
Juan boy. Don't worry about it. We can just move on. It don't matter.
Yeah, stop arguing like a hoe, Juan boy.
I'm
Take
gonna
the man
type in.
advice.
Hold on, Peter Beck, just for you.
Bitch ass nigga.
Hold on, just so we can just so we can bring a little humor to this, because I really, because what I struggle with is
Nigga
with
twerking up in that Brownsville.
hold on, Peter Beck, just so we can bring a little bit of humor to it. The one thing is that I don't know what y'all are picturing in y'all minds when y'all say this. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT to create an image of what this would look like.
Yeah, because we can't figure it out.
Jordan,
We can't figure it
Jordan
out.
can't, right?
You came up
Create
here.
an image.
You came up here to get this smoke. Get this smoke, nigga. Take this L at that.
Hold on. Was Kobe, Shaq, and MJ actually involved in the Diddy case, or did they say? Because I remember a part of the Diddy case where they brought up MJ, Kobe, and Shaq, and they said that Diddy wanted some of the guests that was there to pretend that they were MJ, Kobe, and Shaq. I heard that part, but what else did you hear that I didn't hear?
No, the point is this, and if you missed it, my point is this right here. I said the funniest thing about this is that prior to the Diddy trial starting, there were a whole bunch of people running around pushing this narrative right here. Pushing the narrative that when the trial started, LeBron was going to get called as a witness. LeBron's name will get brought up. Videotapes will show LeBron at the Diddy parties and the freak-offs. That was the narrative. I said the funniest twist is that the only thing that this trial has shown us is that Bron ain't a witness. Bron ain't involved to any degree. Bron's name ain't been brought up. And I said the funniest twist to all this is that all the people who were pushing this, their favorite player, even though they're not directly involved, it was their names that were brought up, Jordan and Kobe. That's the funniest part about it. Even though they have no involvement, the only athletes that have been brought up so far have been, when you look at all the people that were pushing this narrative, DreamersPro, he's a Jordan Kobe guy. Ticket TV, he's a Jordan Kobe guy. All the people that are Jordan Kobe guys happen to be the same ones that were pushing this narrative that they hope LeBron was actually directly involved in this case. And LeBron is not involved. And the funniest thing is that Diddy was using Jordan's likeness in the freak-offs. He was using Passy to
War nights I
Kobe.
perform like Mike.
I said that's just the funniest part about it, is just that while they was running around desperately wanting LeBron to be in it, Diddy was actually fantasizing and role-playing as Jordan and Kobe in it. I was like, this got to be the funniest shit.
Lamont,
War nights I perform like Mike.
You out here reaching with the Michael Jordan arm.
Like Mike.
That's not a reaching.
What happened. Lamont, you out here reaching with the Jordan and Kobe. I mean, with the Michael Jordan arm on
on Space Jam. Bro, listen, man.
I mean, how's it a reach? It happened.
Bro, the guys, he fantasizing, bro. That's a fantasy.
That's the funny part about it.
Why? That's what we talking.
It's funny. That's what I'm saying.
Fantasy.
I'm saying, Mingo Jester, think about what I'm
It's
not
fantasy.
saying. I'm not saying they're involved. I said the funniest part about it. Hold on, Mingo. I'm saying the funniest part about it is that with all the people that were saying that LeBron would be tied into this, the only person's name that got fantasized or even talked about in this case is Jordan and Kobe. That's the funniest thing in the world.
And Shaq.
This is crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my. So just because I have
the funniest connection, though, Mingo Jester, was that
just because I have a fantasy about
testifying in this in court.
Hold on, y'all. Please hold on. The funniest thing, Mingo Jester, is this: the girl who testified to this. If you listen to her testimony, she was the ultimate super side chick. And her nickname was Kobe, and he was the ultimate super sidekick. I mean, they really paired this just like basketball.
This is really weird.
As Shaq, they had Diddy as Jordan, and they had the girl, the side chick, as the ultimate sidekick in Kobe. And it's just the funniest turn of events because the people that wanted LeBron to be in this so bad, their two favorite players are now being brought up in this trial.
I know your arm hurt.
Hold on, did it happen?
I know your arm hurt. You reaching like
hold on, Mingo Jester. Hold on. Now, Mingo Jester, let me ask you one question.
That's sad, man.
Hold on, Mingo Jester. Did you ever tell Taking TV or anybody else that they were reaching when they were trying to include LeBron in this?
You gotta understand something. I don't care nothing about it. We ain't talking about
hell no.
No.
What you
Hell
telling us?
to the no, Lamont. You know he ain't
topic.
real
Ain't that
shit
what
like
What we talking about?
Ain't that what you tell us? Stay on topic. You always tell us to stay on topic.
Just
We
asked you a great
But you just lied through your teeth though.
But you don't have that
Man,
same
listen to these twerking ass niggas, dog.
See, look, really,
How the fuck
look,
we
you
Listen to these twerk niggas, dog.
talking about niggas twerking.
Straight hoes, man.
Ain't that what you
Man,
tell
shut
us?
your
Why you
clown ass up. He keep
basketball
calling
like
motherfuckers
the
out
man,
his
man?
name. He keep
So
calling
Stop,
motherfuckers out
this
their
is
name.
what
Lamont
you saying,
already
Lamont.
said when we agree with him, we agree with him. But when we
Nigga
disagree with him,
twerking it up for
he wanna
Lamont, bro.
call
Let that
motherfuckers out
man
their
stand on
name.
his own
Shut your
too,
You
bro.
going
stupid
up
ass
there?
up,
So
dude.
Lamont, hold on. So Lamont, this all I'm
Straight
saying.
hoe ass niggas, dog.
Shut up, man.
Some
Shut
big
up,
soft
man.
ass shit.
About Beyonce.
Then
Here's
I
the
got
thing.
the, I
You
got
You
gotta
act
let
the.
just
Mingo
like a
talk.
female. When the motherfucker agree with you, you clap me your motherfucking hand. As soon as the motherfucker disagree with you, you calling the motherfucker out their name. That's straight female shit.
Yeah,
Nigga,
man.
you go,
That's okay.
man. You
I
go,
got the
man.
chuck
You
roast in the
say
crock
that.
pot too. So
Damn,
so
niggas ain't got no
So
shame,
Lamont.
bro.
So
yeah,
Lamont, let
because
me ask you a quick
you
question.
ain't got no shame. You are a father,
You gotta let
realizing
Mingo
you
Jester
doing
get his
business
take
with
Hold
your
on,
off.
y'all.
kids, and this is
Hold
how
on,
you
y'all.
talk basketball, man.
One boy, you gotta
If you
hold on.
don't talk to your children,
Hold on. One boy, you gotta let Mingo finish his take. I'm sorry.
So Lamont, if I ask you a direct question, like if I have a fantasy about Beyonce, so what does that exactly mean? What does that mean exactly? If I have if I got a fantasy,
Mingo. The point is
okay,
this.
what does that
It don't
exactly
mean.
mean? It's just a fantasy.
Hold on. Think about it like this, Mingo. The point is that it don't mean nothing. I'm just saying the funniest part about this is that all of the people, remember, there were people in real life saying that LeBron was involved. They weren't talking about fantasies. There were people that you be on their panels. They were really pushing lies saying that LeBron was going to get called as a witness. They said he was on the sex tapes. They even were bringing people up to try to say it was true. They were really in real life saying that LeBronJames was directly involved. That's real life. And this is all lies. And I said the funniest part about it, from the Kwame Browns to the DreamersPros to the Ticket TVs, they all in real life said that LeBronJames was involved. Yet nobody stood up and said, "Hey, Ticket, you reach it." But as soon as I say the funniest part about this is that Diddy was fantasizing and role playing as Kobe and Jordan, and I just think it's funny. Now I'm reaching because I just think it's funny. But the people that were actually lying on LeBron in real life with documented videos, and look, if you listen to these videos, y'all, they are really, they will really lead you to believe that LeBron is really involved. They will remember, they will really lead you to believe that he's actually in these court documents. He's not. They were lying from the start. Yet nobody will go to them and say, "Hey, y'all was reaching." So they can really attack LeBron James in real life. But when I joke and say it was just kind of funny that he was fascinating about Jordan and Kobe, now I'm the one reaching. Go to the people that really attack Bron in real life and lie about him in real life. Don't come to me when I'm just cracking.
One thing about it is, Lamont.
That's
in the commission, you ask for
Hey,
permission.
Lamont,
I feel like
you
some of
sure
y'all scared of ticket, man.
Hey, Lamont. Hey,
Raw
Lamont, you
nights
sure
I
a
perform
motherfucker?
like Mike.
Hey, Lamont, you sure a
Raw
motherfucker
nights
black
I
or white?
perform like Mike. Fuck
Hey,
out
look,
of here.
Lamont, you sure a motherfucker black or white? They still gonna deny the motherfucker evidence you showing them. Shit
Raw
is
nights I
crazy.
perform like Mike.
Stay on topic. You gotta stay on topic here.
Hey,
You're
cause
not
Mingle,
talking to
Mingle,
You're
Mingle
not
do
talking
be
to
on ticket
DreamersPro.
panel, right?
No,
Mingle
but
do
you're
be
not
on.
talking to Ticket. Did I say that though? You're talking to me.
No, no,
Did I
Mingle,
say
I'm
that?
asking you. Mingle, I'm asking you.
You're not talking
No,
to
but
DreamersPro. You're talking to me.
Mingle, can I ask you a question?
What are you talking about?
No, can I ask you a question, brother? Because I think I get what Lamont is saying. Because to me, Ticket doing that type of content, it's lowbrow. It's lowbrow. And I think what Lamont is saying is you had the opportunity to say, hey, bro, because you've been on the panels with him. Like, come on, bro. Like, what, this what we doing? I think that's basically what he's saying. Like, if you ain't do that
Tell a
with
grown
him.
man what to do. So now I'm gonna tell a
No,
grown man what to do.
Mingle. What Lamont's saying is, if you gonna come on here and check him for kind of reaching, how you ain't
I'm
do
not even
that
making
with
the connection. I'm just joking about it. I've already clearly said. What's the first thing I said? I said I know with certainty Shaq wasn't involved in this. Jordan was not
Yeah,
directly
you laugh
involved. Nor
the irony of it, because
I
everybody
said
was
the
saying
irony
LeBron
of it is that the names that were brought up were Jordan and Kobe, and I said I thought that was kind of funny. But I'm reaching, but motherfuckers really said LeBron was there and actually participate in criminal activities, and they not reaching. What the
Nah,
fuck?
no, because everybody was going by what LeBron said out of his mouth. Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Man,
Did he, or did
bro,
he not say
LeBron
that?
ain't never said he was at a freak off,
Or
man.
did he not say that?
Nah, come on, Mingle, bro. That's a reach, bro.
Bro, am I
You got
lying? Am I
put
lying
it.
or am I not? Am I
He
lying or
did
am I
Now,
not?
say
Peter
that,
Back
Mingle,
Juice.
but that's a reach,
ChatGPT
bro.
created an image for you.
Mingle, we all know it's a difference between the parties and the freak offs. Mingle, don't do that, bro. You come on, man.
I
Don't.
didn't say it. It didn't come out of my mouth.
Peter Back
LeBron
Juice,
the
you
one
want to
said
hear me?
ain't no party like a
Oh
Diddy
man,
party.
see you just
I
like
didn't
these
say
other
it.
niggas, but
No,
on
I
the other
didn't say
side,
it. So I'm lying. So I'm lying.
Hold on,
I'm
Peter
lying.
Back Juice. This is funny, actually. It actually didn't do you too bogus.
Okay. So LeBron didn't say no party like a Diddy party. Okay, so I guess I'm catching.
Okay, but
so
what does
that
that have to
means
do with this?
so
What does that have to do with the freak offs?
I mean, I don't know what they got to do with the freak out. How you know ain't no party like a Diddy party if you wasn't there?
Okay,
How am I
the
gonna know about a
parties,
party if I'm
the
not
parties
there?
and the freak offs,
Think about it.
as everybody know, are two different things.
Kobe
Because
Bryant
even
was at a
Kobe was
part
at
was
Diddy
at his
parties, but
birthday
y'all didn't
Yeah,
party.
see
And
nothing.
Kobe,
Mingle
your man
Jester.
Kobe is at his 50th birthday party.
Right,
In the
Hey, I
permission, you
don't know
ask for
about none of them.
permission to hit them.
right. So you got to keep it. You got to keep it real,
Raw nights
Mingle
I
Jester.
perform like
But
Mike.
did Kobe say ain't no party like a Diddy party though?
Raw
But
nights
he
I
was.
perform
Come
like
on,
Mike.
bro.
Anyone, Tyson, Jordan,
You being
Jackson.
disingenuous like Lamont them now, but on the other
In the
end, like don't do that, bro.
like Biggie said, in the commission, you ask for permission to
Dog, we
hit them.
know the line, one boy. You've been
All
saying
right.
that same line
Yeah,
about
so
40
yeah,
times,
you know
bro.
the
Now I
lines. All
would give
right,
y'all this.
cool.
God damn.
Now I would.
Remix, I'm gonna
I
remix
didn't.
that shit until you get off the pen. Cause you
That
all you don't bring
1995
nothing to
give
the
ass
y'all
shit,
this.
table.
man. We know the
Shut up.
I
line,
didn't really
dog.
believe the whole. I
Shut
would give
up.
y'all this. I
Y'all
didn't
don't
really
bring
believe the
nothing
whole
to the
LeBron and the
table. Y'all
French
don't
thing
have
y'all
that
said.
same
I didn't
energy.
believe that. Now
You didn't
I thought that was
believe
a
it.
little
That
reach.
came
I
out of
thought that was
somebody
a
like
reach.
that came out of somebody that was testifying mouth in court. But you didn't, like we said, you ain't say niggas that's making this shit up on social media be reaching.
Bro, what is you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm
Hold on,
talking
now,
about.
now,
The
hold on.
same
There's
That
two
came out of
different
energy
things.
LeBron mouth
that y'all
himself.
be
He ain't gonna
having.
say nothing because he know he ain't gonna be able to come back on this panel.
Hey, Lamont, you wilding with this picture, man. What is this, dog?
Hold on. So now I did one with your actual image, Peter Back Juice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hold on, now Peter Back Juice. I did one with your actual image.
Oh,
So
here
one
we
was just a
go.
cartoon. Here you go, Peter Back Juice. Hold on, it's loading in now, man.
That's not my image. Who the hell is that?
All these robs, we go all these robs about Jordan. Yeah. And with the third pick, I made the earth sick. MJ, him,
Hold
Jay,
on. So when
paved the
you
way
talked about
perfect.
somebody twerking with the pom poms, was this what you was picturing in your head, Peter Back Juice?
Nah, I wasn't picturing nothing.
He wants to tell him what you want. Tell him what you said. You gotta put a little bit more
One boy,
arch
you
in the
gotta
back.
relax,
That's your
brother.
words. You gotta put a little bit more arch in the back.
One boy, you're too high strung, brother.
That's
You
what
gotta
you said.
relax, bro.
For that picture to be descriptive of you, you gotta put a little bit more arch in the back, Lamar.
Okay, I'm getting it adjusted right now.
I don't know.
See the
Maybe
back
you
view.
might have to take the picture, crumble it up. You know what I'm saying? Give it a little bit more. Make more jiggle angle for it to be a little bit more
Jiggle
perfect.
angle? Come on, dude. You doing too much, bro.
This is what you like. This is what you been envisioning. This is what you think of us, right? You know what I'm saying? This is what you think of us for talking basketball.
No.
For saying
No.
When I tell
For
y'all this stuff,
cheering
when y'all
on the
say this stuff, y'all have
sidelines
to
when I'm
envision.
talking to another
Is this what you was
man and
envisioning, Peter Bagju?
cheering a nigga on and shit. Yeah, that shit flawed to me.
Just like Diddy.
They ain't got nothing to do with basketball.
Now hold on. This wasn't going when you was talking to Juan Boy. This wasn't the image in your head. You thought of that name to call.
This image right here?
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't had no image in my head. It's just a turn of phrase. It's like saying, like, when you say, yo, stop acting like a female, that don't mean I'm picturing you as a woman.
No, but the words came out of your mouth that niggas was playing the pom-poms, twerking with the arch in the back. That is what you said.
Your behavior was very feminine and sassy.
All right, but my behavior
So that's
is
a
the
phrase saying
result
get the
of.
arch out your back and saying stop.
This is not the energy I put out in
Stop
basketball
celebrating.
conversation.
You know what I'm talking
You
about?
hear me
Stop
on
cheering for other
FYF.
grown
You hear
men.
me
Like
on
that shit flawed.
Oh, so
I
this is
do
what it
not
was,
talk
Peter Bagju.
basketball like you
There's a
niggas
bigger
do.
argument.
I don't talk about homosexual activity with basketball. I'm not a homosexual. I talk basketball with
Y'all take
basketball.
Peter
I
Bagju.
don't let
Well,
my emotions.
congratulations,
I don't
Juan boy.
let my emotions. I don't know you from a can in a hole in the wall. You keep bringing up the fact that I'm from Brooklyn and I didn't even grow up in the neighborhood that you talk about. So just because you listen to a couple rap verses and might have seen Brooklyn's finest, you keep bringing up my background. But I'm listening to what you saying
we got
as a
Low up there,
grown man
y'all.
today.
Low, what's good?
You know you got a pair of a beef and broccoli Tims on right now.
I got a pair of uncomfortable
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on. Low, what's good, man?
Nothing much, man. You know you got me in trouble again with some of these Jordan fans. You know that, right?
Me?
Yeah, they. I don't know who this guy is. Y'all might know who he is. This older gentleman with a gray beard who sits in his car yelling at his phone.
Oh, Sports and Fitness.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think that's his name. Then he's referencing DreamersPro. I think it was either Locker Room or Gil that exposed him. And
it was Gil.
Yeah, that old tired stream. And now he get upset at me. So now I gotta come to you to let you know I'm always dragged in some type of drama because of these LeBron fans, because of you.
Hold on, Low. That might just be a little bit of karma because you didn't jump started like 3 of the most popular NBA player beefs on the internet right now.
That's another thing. People just be getting mad sensitive. I just say things that other people said. Of course, I might put some gas to it, but people be upset at me for what other people say. That don't make no sense to me, man. That don't make no sense.
You did kind of gaslight Teague a little bit though.
Oh my.
Or Jennings, you did gaslight him.
Oh, but he was willing. He was already willing to say whatever he wanted to say.
No, that was funny though. But I can't believe sports. So what did Sports do? Did he do a video about you?
Oh yeah, he did a whole video about me. But and also this stream is nasty. I understand where you coming from, but this is a nasty stream. This is a nasty stream. This is ridiculous.
I just think it's funny, man. I just think it's just karma kicking people in the ass.
I get where you coming from, but it's just a nasty stream. All this is nasty. But hey, I guess it is what it is.
I mean, people got silent when they start talking about Jordan and Kobe in that courtroom.
Oh, that's
a lot
true.
of people.
No, that's true. And it don't. The more I realize a lot of these Jordan fans, the more I realize they willing to just say whatever needs to be said until the truth comes out, and then they silent. But Everything is just nasty, bro. Y'all people throwing other men in nasty predicaments is just ridiculous because they trying to get some content off, but then upset when nobody else wants to talk about real basketball, quote unquote. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
You see, your boy Pence is now beefing with Go James Kingdom.
Who?
What's his name? Pence or something?
Pensare.
Oh, Penn. Oh, yeah. No, I don't. I got too much going on in life right now. I can't keep up with everything, man. I don't know what's everybody beefing about what their takes are. I've heard some really bad takes. I've heard Penn say that Kawhi Leonard at his best was better than Shaq, which is ridiculous. But
He said Leonard was better than Shaq.
he said peak Kawhi Leonard is better than peak Shaq.
Yeah, he's smoking all types of dope. Yeah, that's crazy right there.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Peak Shaq might be better than.
I genuinely
Peak
think there's
Shaq.
only 2 other players all time that might be better than peak Shaq.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying peak Shaq. You're gonna be hard to find 5 players better than peak Shaq.
Yeah, it's and Kawhi is not.
And
on
you
that
have to
list.
stretch to 5.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, after you get past Jordan and LeBron, you're gonna have a tough go.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of tough, man. But hey, man, I hear y'all arguing about LeBron and Jordan again, so I'm gonna let y'all have it because.
No, we're not arguing about it, man. People just tripping, man. You gonna be playback tonight?
Yeah, I'm rushing home right now to watch the finals. You know, there's basketball going on right now, so you know.
Hey, so let me get your thoughts. Hold on, low, because before the game start. I think the Pacers got a shot.
Oh no, the Pacers without I got a shot. I think OKC. It normally takes OKC a little bit longer to kind of figure out their pace and rhythm offensively, but the way that the Pacers be shooting the ball, bro, it's kind of ridiculous. However, they gotta everybody kind of has to shoot though. Like Miles Turner had a bad shooting night the other night, and it's like that's gonna be enough to kind of keep y'all out from winning the game. But as long as they can kind of keep that shot up, they definitely got a chance to win at this point any given night. You know, so they definitely up there.
Who you got winning
I still
tonight?
got OKC though. I got OKC winning tonight. I got OKC wrapping this up in the next 2 games.
I just got a weird feeling about this Pacer team. They win games that we don't never think they could ever win.
True, but I think that against a team like the Thunder, there's only so many times you can pull it out because they have so many different lineups that they can run. I think the Thunder have now gotten to the groove of Kaysen and iHeart are just probably unplayable in this series. They're gonna have to play still versatility wise, big with Dort and J-Dub a lot more while still keeping some size with Chet and kind of remove a lot of those Kaysen minutes because Kaysen is too small in any pick and roll action because they keep doing it. And then iHeart is just getting torched in every pick and roll set when he doesn't step out enough. So it's kind of, I think they're kind of getting to that point where they're finally realizing what they kind of have to do to close them out.
And the Grizzlies trade, was that the biggest fleece in NBA history?
No, I don't know what that.
That's what people are saying. I know why it wasn't a fleece, but a lot of people don't understand why it wasn't a fleece. They just look at the draft picks.
Orlando's draft picks ain't gonna matter that much. They're gonna be a playoff team in the next 4 or 5 years. So it's fine having a core of Suggs, Bane, Wagner, and Paolo. In my opinion, that from a talent perspective, that makes them better than what the Pacers got right now. And I think every team in the East is trying to figure out how can they do what the Pacers are doing right now. And that's why you go out there and you go trade draft capital that you're really and truly not going to need long term anyway. So,
what do you think? What do you think Memphis is doing? Do you think about to tear it down?
Nah, I think they just about to reboot a couple things. They weren't about to pay Triple J, Ja, and Bane that much money, and that ceiling was a second round exit. They weren't going to do that. That would be crazy.
I just don't see them holding on to Triple J. I don't see it.
To be fair, they might also do that as well, but I don't think they're leaning towards trading Ja. People talking about the trading for Ja thing. I think we're a little too early for that.
Oh yeah, I'm not trading Ja Morant. Ain't no way. His ceiling, he still ain't even hit his ceiling.
Not even close. So no, he ain't
Which
going.
is crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy. So I think they just trying to restructure. If they can't get the trio hit the ceiling, so maybe they can just fill out the roster around the duo. And if not, if they can't do that, then just start all the way over and just try to get another running mate for Ja.
I'm telling y'all right now, I think one of the biggest frauds in the NBA right now today is Triple J.
Jeez, he a fraud. Oh my goodness.
Bro, at best, he's the fourth best player on a good team. He's like a third or fourth best player at best.
I can see third. Fourth is a bit of a stretch, but I can see he's like he should really be.
When I watched
third.
when I watched how shell shocked he was when Ja Morant went down and they needed him to step up, even in that game where they were up 30, they just needed him to step up and just do the bare minimum. And he was just as shell shocked as all the other role players. Could not function, couldn't dribble, couldn't do nothing. Just shell shocked. I said he ain't got it.
But it's the Thunder though, and on top of that, to be fair, that's not the best way to kind of maximize who he is. I think his offensive ceiling has certainly been capped off. But to be fair, if you put him on a team like the Spurs and it's Wemby and Triple J in a half court and if not half court, front court with one another, then that would go crazy. Like I think he's more like a complementary defensive piece along someone like Wemby or maybe a POA. Because you're never going to be able to rely on his rebounding. So you're probably going to have to put a big around him like Wemby. And as long as you can like properly give him floor spacing and other offensive weapons, I think he'd be fine. I think that's kind of the same problem with AD. Like AD in many regards kind of disappears offensively a lot of times just because like he's not the same offensive weapon as a lot of other players in the top 10. But like defensively, the ceiling is there. Triple J, he's not the same defender though as AD. That's kind of where his
I don't think that's the thing. For what they give him on the defensive end, I don't think he's a good defender.
No, okay. All right. He's not a good defender.
I don't think he's a good defender. No.
Okay. All right. We got it.
I think the things that people think makes him a good defender are his weaknesses. I think he jumps at everything. He leaves the ground way too much. He gets in foul trouble way too much. He only goes for blocks.
He's not a good defender.
I don't know. He has too many characteristics of a bad defender.
Yeah, but that don't Dwight Howard
foul trouble. He jumps at everything. Those are two characteristics where how can I call you like?
But that was also Dwight. Dwight early on just jumped at everything. He fouled a lot. He wasn't the greatest post defender. He was a weak side help defender that thrived at a point where there weren't that many post scorers. So he operated
in an era where you have to be a big has to be able to be at least competent in the pick and roll. I just don't know. I like when I watch Memphis play, I don't see his value defensively like everybody else. I don't see it. Like you can see AD's defensive value, and it's more than just the blocks. I just don't see how even when Memphis was up, his game. I never looked at him and said he's one of the reasons why they're doing so well. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't know about that one, but I hear what you're saying. He has
the
a
foul
lot of
trouble
flaws.
and the jumping too much is a huge indicator to me.
No, yeah, he has a lot of flaws defensively. I wouldn't go as far as to say that there's nothing that they do from a defensive standpoint that he's not like adding to. I think that's a bit of a stretch. Herm talking about Bobby Portis is better than him. Yeah, I'm not doing that one. Yeah, y'all gotta watch Bobby Portis.
Definitely not.
I'm not doing Bobby Portis, man.
No. Bobby Portis ain't that. But all right, man, I'm about to get ready for this game, man. Just stop getting me in trouble, man. It's a bunch of.
Hey, but look, man, where's this video at? I heard you did a video about it.
Oh yeah, I uploaded it today. I ain't gonna lie, his video on so serious. His video was so terrible. I couldn't even finish the video. He spent it's a 20-minute rant in 5-7 minutes into the video. I'm barely he's just ranting on about me being a Gilbert Arenas fan and a LeBron apologist. He's just he's saying buzzwords over and over and over again. I don't know. LeBron, Jordan fans are
He's a
I
weird one
don't
right
know who's
there.
worse at this point, but Jesus Christ.
He is a very odd one right there, man. I did a hold on. I don't know if you saw it. I did a video and I put him in it about what what the LeBron James haters are gonna do when LeBron retires, man. I had him in my AI video. You got to go check it out.
I really do wonder when LeBron does retire. I don't know what they're gonna do. Well, let me tell you that, but they still gonna keep when he retires. That next 5 months is gonna be crazy, but for y'all who be trying to figure out like, oh, y'all swear they think they love basketball. I promise you. When LeBron retires, bro, they are not going to be making any videos that either A, still will not consist of LeBron or Jordan, or B, any other videos that are just comparing any player to Michael Jordan and things that were going on in the 90s. They are not going to make anything, no other videos. It's going to just be the same thing over and over and over again. That's it.
Hey, this finals right here is the true test of if you are a real basketball fan or not. Because schematically and offensively and defensively, you are getting everything that you want if you are a basketball fan out of this series. But you just don't have the superstar names.
But that's the thing. You know they're not basketball fans. Everyone who complained early on in the season about ratings and started talking about, oh, it's too much 3-point shooting, it's not enough defense, no more traditional point guards. We always talk about the same three players. It's always big markets. It's all that. Like there's no mid-range shooting. All that stuff is provided to people, and the ratings are still down. So like people are not invested just because, like you just said, there's no star name, there's no drama behind it, and they're casual fans. And so when I see here we're in the middle of the finals, and you're making LeBron James and Michael Jordan videos still, you are a casual. You're not even talking about anything that's relevantly happening right now. You are still a casual.
They don't want to talk about it. You got Halliburton, a true point guard. You got SJ, the mid-range master. You got the best defensive team in the league. Might be one of the best defensive teams of all time.
Yes.
And you got a Pacer team that figured out how to play defense on the fly.
Yep.
And it's just like you got the team play. You got the big men who are being great. The physicality is back because the refs are letting them go. You're getting everything that you want, and they still don't appreciate it.
No.
Hey, but how much, Lamont and Lo, how much do y'all think that's the content strategy thing, though? They don't trust that any other content could get any traction.
True, but I mean, you still have to invest into what's going on. You still have to try to market it. They're just like refusing not to market it. Sitting there not putting OKC on a Christmas game this year, when everyone knew that the team was going to be a good team. Last year they were number one seed in the West. Like,
No, I'm talking
not
about YouTube.
investing.
I'm talking about the YouTube guys who just talk about LeBron and Michael all day. The DreamersPros and all of those guys. They're not creative enough, or they don't trust that.
Well, no, they're just not creative enough, because I'm living proof. There's so many other channels that you can talk more than besides LeBron and MJ. And I mean, I don't want to come across, because everybody think I'm like a narcissist, but like I don't want to come across too crazy, but like respectfully, like they doing like 2,000 views a video. Like this isn't like, it wouldn't be you're not really gambling on much of anything by trying to expand your videos, because you're not really compromising that much. A lot of these channels are
I
still
agree.
these channels are still so young. But and also like they put themselves in such a box that from the algorithm point, the algorithm has already niched them not only into a basketball community, but an NBA community, and not just an NBA community, but a specific niche of people who will always watch LeBron hate, or Jordan love, or 90s love and hate about what's going on now. Like that, they've niched themselves in such a unique situation to where if they do decide to do anything else, people aren't going to watch it, not because YouTube isn't pushing it out there, but because the audience that they've built over how many ever videos that they upload, that's the only thing that they watch. So like they've done that to themselves because they don't ring. And truth of the matter is, they also not creative enough. truth of the matter, they don't know enough about the sport to even speak about anything else or any other historical context. I mean, we kind of proved that with DreamersPro when, again, the niggas start talking about Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan matching up. Like, we kind of proven that already.
I've seen that happen to some content creators. Do you remember DKM?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
It kind of happened to him when he started building up a fan base on a niche type of topic, and then when that ran dry, it's just like he's starting to pivot now, but it's hard to pivot and build up a new fan base that's going to appreciate the new content. So
It's
definitely
hard,
can have issues there.
It's hard, but it's doable. I mean, that's why I keep making new channels. So it's definitely doable. But
No,
hey,
it's
man.
doable, but it takes a lot of work. But once you, like you said, once you build up that niche, you know, it's going to be hard to talk to a base of LeBronJames haters about what's going on in this NBA Finals. Like it's all going to they're all going to want it to connect back to LeBron somehow. Like for example, if SGA, for example, if they find a way to choke off 2 of the next 3 games and they lose, the LeBronJames hate channels, they have to go with the narrative that SGA choked like LeBron. They have to find a way to connect it to LeBron because their channel, like you see what I mean? Like
No, I agree.
it's not going to be SGA felling on his own.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. It would either need to be compared to LeBron or why SGA isn't as good as Kobe as people made him out to be or something like that. Like it has to be in direct correlation to something else.
And we saw it happen to Ant-Man because Ant-Man was getting compared to Jordan when he was up, but then when he loses, then I'm seeing that LeBron comparisons when he loses. And it's just like, y'all got to connect one of the two somehow.
Yeah. But I remember.
Well, I'm going to let you go, though. I know you got to get to the game. I'm about to watch the game myself, so I'm going to shut this one down.
All right, I
appreciate you pulling up. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, y'all, man. I'm going to go ahead and shut this one down. Appreciate y'all pulling up. Peter Bagjuice, Juan Boy, Alpo. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to go ahead and drop y'all down. And we're going to be moving on to the next one, man. We got game 5 coming up. Make sure y'all tune in. I'm not doing the play-by-play, but y'all can go check out Low on Playback. Make sure just go download the Playback app. Check out Low, Legend of Winning, or Gilbert Arenas. I think they both, either if they're not in the same stream, they're going to have their own. But you can check out both guys by just downloading the Playback app, man. Y'all can tune in to both of them and do the watch along there if you like to watch alongs. For me, man, I'm just going to tune in. I'm going to be watching the game myself. And my pick, man, is, again, it's hard. If I have to go with a pick, I might go with the underdog. I'm going to go with Indiana on this one. I'm going to go with Indiana in a close one. Is it hard? Hell yeah, it's going to be hard. OKC at home is extremely difficult to beat. And we'll see how the Pacers bounce back. I mean, this is where stars become stars. This is where superstars are made, man. If you're really trying to make a name for yourself, Halliburton, this is the time to do it right here. You know, Halliburton hasn't had that signature big game yet. OKC's done a good job of kind of reeling them in. And these are the games right here where your number one option needs to go be the number one option. These are the games right here that show that. And if Halliburton really wants to etch his name in as one of the top players of this league, it's games like this that sign and seal and deliver that. And is it going to be tough? Yes. But you know, they let their guard down in game 4. They put themselves in this situation. They got to fight their way out. So I'm looking for a good game. Salute to that dude, Chris, as we end the show with another $4.99 super chat, man. He said, LL Fire Stream, a lot of laughs. Yes, we did. Hell yeah, a lot of laughs, a lot of good panelists. You know, a little bit of friction, man, with people, man. King Road, man. Like I say, man, it's unfortunate that he had to get caught up in that ether right there. But the reality is that, you know, King Road, man, you gotta be more factual. Am I covering the NBA draft? Yes, I will be covering the NBA draft. My goal is to try to, when the season ends, I really want to do more than cover the draft. I want to this year. I'm really working hard to get access to the NBA Combine in Vegas or Summer League in Vegas. And so I really want to get down to Summer League so I can get y'all some IRL footage of the NBA Summer League. and maybe get a few players on, man, and just start networking from there, and hopefully we can get a few guys on. So get back to the old days. Yeah, that'll be the goal, man. Yeah, we definitely gonna do the NBA draft. And like I say, and we're still looking for other content creators, man. Content creators, man. If you got a show idea, if you got something you think you could be consistent and produce it with quality, man, let me know, man. Partner up with me when we get your show here on FYF Sports, man. But we are in the talks with a few other people, man. Hopefully we get something locked in. But as it stands right now, we just got GOAT James Kingdom on Friday and Sunday, man. Make sure y'all tune in. GOAT James Kingdom. He been ruffling a lot of feathers, man. And now you got people calling him out, talking about him on different platforms. And you know that's how you know he's making a name for himself out here, man. So make sure y'all tune in to GOAT James Kingdom on Fridays and Sundays. Look out, man. It's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We'll be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.